Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 2 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 3, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. Now, let's start. 2 months, 3 weeks, and 3 days since arriving Izuku, he'd almost started to miss the summer heat. Sure, it had been exhausting to do nothing much other than lay around and try not to overheat, but Izuku thought it might have been more pleasant than the constant rain which had started to plague Vacationland. Not really much of a vacation, he mused, as he clambered on top of one of the canopies that he and Momo had seated. The roofs of these canopies were made of broad leaves from nearby trees, which meant that they were remarkably waterproof, but that was actually the problem. They hadn't designed them with a slanted top, which had now caused water to start pooling in the middle. Izuku wore something vaguely reminiscent of a rain jacket also made of leaves. We're really settling into this whole naturalist theme, which was sufficient to stop the rain from soaking him to the bone, at least, but still left him awfully damp and drippy whenever he returned back inside the cabin. Thankfully, their main residence had proved a lot more waterproof, but not completely so. Izuku suspected that Momo and Ibara were still running around in a panic, patching leaks wherever they popped up. Hey, Deku! Izuku just barely managed not to jump so much that he fell off the canopy, but it was a near miss. He hadn't heard Okiko approaching, but sure enough, she stood at the foot of the canopy, relatively dry under an umbrella also made of leaves. Hey, Chako, Izuku responded, what's up? Not much, she chirped, just wanted to come out and see how you're doing. It's going. Izuku had drained most of the canopies, and had even reset a couple so that they'd naturally drain outside the walls of their camp. Shouldn't be too much longer, maybe another hour or two. You should take a break, Okiko requested. Ibara's making soup for lunch, it'll warm you up a bit. Ooh, the thought sounded much more appealing to Izuku than continuing to get drenched outside. That sounds great. I'll be right. His foot slipped and he proceeded to elegantly faceplant right into the muddy ground from the top of the canopy. It was only a fall of a few feet, so his pride was stung worse than any physical effects, but still, not exactly how he intended to make his dismount. Okiko's giggles that erupted at his plight might have annoyed him were it anyone else, but he was secure in the knowledge that she'd never actually take pleasure from his misfortune. God, Deku. Okiko continued to laugh. It seems like half the time I come say hi to you, you wind up faceplantin'. Am I that distractin'? Maybe it's our little tradition, Izuku grumbled as he clambered to his feet. After all, when we first met, you saved me from falling. I remember that. Okiko beamed a smile. Wow, it's been 4 years already, hey. Something like that. Izuku was reminded of a particular feature of Vacationland. I guess we don't really know how fast time passes in here compared to the outside world. It still counts. Okiko gave him a hand as he unstuck one of his feet from the mud. I mean, everything going on here, we're still living, yeah. Yeah, Izuku stepped closer to her, going in for a kiss, only for Okiko to hold him back. Oh no you don't, mister, she teased, not when you're all covered in mud like that. Come on, let's get you washed up. She took his admittedly mud-caked hand, and started guiding him towards one of the exits from their camp. The pair made their way up to the hot springs that Setsuna had discovered a while back which had gone criminally underused during the heat wave, and each discarded their clothing before they sunk into the soothing water. Ah! Izuku exhaled a satisfied groan, this is nice. Come here, Okiko offered, I'll help you wash up. There was a time when he would have gotten all blushy and awkward at his proximity to her alone, let alone the fact that she was about to run her hands all over his naked body, but Izuku was finding that he had started to develop something sort of like confidence, since he and Okiko had been together. Momo had created a little stash of toiletries that they kept at the hot springs, which included soap. It's really amazing, Izuku thought, that she has made this whole experience so much more bearable. They may have lacked many of the modern amenities that they were used to, but thanks to Momo, the students had still been able to maintain their hygiene. As Okiko took the soap and started to lather it between her hands, she moved into position behind Izuku, and pressed up tight against his back. I guess you'll have to wash me next, she teased, and planted a light kiss against his ear. If you think you can manage that, you've been working so hard, and all. Izuku didn't bother to disguise his satisfied as she pressed her hands into his chest and thoroughly soaked him up. I think I've got the energy, Izuku returned her teasing. After all, it's not a difficult task, kind of more like a reward, really. Is that so? Akiko guided his face towards hers, and gave him a quick but thorough smooch. What do you possibly like about Washinmu here? A few things. Izuku turned around to face her suddenly, prompting a joyous shriek of surprise from her. Where do I start? He trailed his hands up her belly, brushed over her breasts lightly, then cupped her face between his palms. Izuku gave her a slow, passionate kiss, and their tongues danced against one another languidly. That's not really washin', she giggled when they separated. Oh, I'll get to that later, Izuku promised. Akiko whined, we do have to get back for lunch pretty soon, you know. I don't think we've got time to. Well, that's okay, Izuku smiled, and while he was certainly game to fool around in the hot springs, he was also perfectly content just kissing her and appreciating her body for a little bit. I'll get to that later, too. Ooh, Akiko smirked, and pulled him into another kiss. Look at you. Being all bold. I like it. Good. Izuku smiled against her lips. It's all because of you, you know. So far, she teased, and reached around his torso to pull him into a tight hug. You do realize there's 5 other girls waiting for you, yeah? Yeah. Izuku was still a bit baffled by how one person, let alone 6, could be attracted to him, but he knew better than to waste time with his old insecurities. I guess, I'm not too sure when things might go further, you know, with anyone else. No pressure, Akiko nipped his earlobe gently, but I'm pretty sure that Momo's basically ready, yeah. We've been talking, you know, Akiko explained. She likes it when you take the lead, I think. Well, I'll see, I guess. Izuku chuckled a bit nervously. I'm not sure about taking the lead myself. Remember when I threatened to lock the 2 of you in the love shack? Yep. Izuku nodded. That threat's still open. Akiko practically sang into his ear, and Izuku shuddered both from the STMLTN and from the little thrill that her more intense moments sent through him. He chose to retake control over the situation by picking Akiko up, spinning her around, and planting her in front of him so that he could start washing her back. She giggled excitedly the whole time, and leaned into his touch with no shame or hesitation. This is really nice, Izuku observed. I'm glad we can do these things together. Me too, Akiko hummed happily. I waited too long to make a move on you, didn't I? He leaned over top of her and gave her a sort of upside-down kiss. It happened when it happened, he reassured her, which is pretty much perfect, as far as I see it. 2 months, 3 weeks, and 4 days since arriving Mina as a whole, Mina had honestly preferred the heat. She'd always done better in hot weather than cool climates, and the way she often found herself shivering at night lately, to say nothing of the occasional thunderstorms, was not her favorite experience whatsoever. Stupid wearing shirts again, she bemoaned another one of her less preferred statuses. With the rain, she had taken to fully dressing again, and if anything, often found herself feeling underdressed for the weather. Mina would much rather have gone back to the scorching days when she could go topless. On top of those complaints, Mina was also bored. It wasn't the worst, she'd never complain about hanging out with Set, but everyone else was out doing productive things, whereas she didn't really have any outdoor survival skills to speak of. Babe, Mina whined, I'm bored. Wanna do something? Setsuna drawled, I don't like this weather any more than you do, I'm hella not going outside in that. We can stay in. Mina crawled over towards the other woman, maybe do something with each other. She punctuated her statement by walking her fingers up Setsuna's belly. As disappointingly clothed as it was, her abs were still definitely worth admiring. Setsuna replied, I'm not opposed, but the others will be getting back soon. She stretched out to give Mina better access to her torso, and Mina instantly took advantage of this opportunity, crawling on top of Setsuna to plant both hands firmly under her shirt. Mina trailed her palms up Setsuna's abdomen, then higher, up until she just barely brushed against the underside of her breasts. Frustratingly, the front door swung open, and the 2 women separated with matching yelps, attempting and failing to look as innocent as possible, cuddled up on the couch together. At the front door of the cabin stood one Izuku Midoriya, absolutely soaked and covered in mud, his daily task of digging out drainage channels throughout the camp presumably complete. "Oh, it's Midori," Mina turned back to Setsuna. "Where were we?" "Izuku Midoriya," Setsuna shouted as she leapt to her feet. "You are not coming in here with those muddy clothes, mister." But, Izuku argued indistinctly. "No buts." Setsuna smirked. "Except that fine, juicy one of yours." STRP. STRP. Izuku's jaw fell. "It's just me and Mina here," Setsuna explained, as Mina gave a leering grin and waved at him. "Nothing we haven't seen already." "Oh, yeah," Izuku shrugged, and started to pull his filthy clothes off. "I guess you've got a point." "Not here, dingus." Setsuna ushered him back out the door. "Take those off outside. You're all muddy." But, Izuku stammered, overwhelmed by her intensity. "What if the others come back?" "They won't be back for another half hour or so," Setsuna explained. "Go rinse off. Unless you want help." Izuku chuckled as he made his way back outside. Then, sure enough, when he walked back in, he was fully nude, only kind of hiding himself with his hands. "He's come a long way," Mina thought, then gave a piercing wolf whistle. "Woo," she cheered. "Looking good, Midori." She wasn't even teasing him just to tease. The boy was built with a capital B, all hard lines of muscle, in a way that managed to convey impressive size and strength without crossing over into bulky territory. The various scars that crisscrossed his entire body only added to his appeal, in her eyes, and the fact he still had such an innocent, boy-like face even if his jawlines really come out as his grown-up, rare made Izuku, overall, one of the more attractive men that Mina had ever met. "I'll say," Setsuna agreed. "Boy, you're looking good enough to eat." In fact, she decided to demonstrate this opinion, as she stepped closer to Izuku and sank her teeth into his shoulder muscle, just hard enough to lightly dent his skin. "Set." Izuku turned bright red, and Mina was thrilled to see that his blush extended down to his collarbones. "Now go get dressed." Setsuna swatted his butt, prompting an all-new level of blushing from the boy. "We'll be waiting for you." "Will we?" Mina teased. "I think we should help him get dressed." "Ooh." Setsuna nodded eagerly. "Now there's an idea. I'm pretty sure I can pick out one of my 2 pairs of briefs." Izuku not quite yelped. "Get those tight buns to your room." Mina joined in, crossing the room to take her turn giving Izuku a spank. Tight buns, indeed. If she hit him much harder she was pretty sure it would be her hand that would smart from the impact. "I see why Set wanted to sink her teeth into you, boy." Izuku and the 2 girls made their way into his bedroom, where he grabbed a pair of briefs and almost managed to pull them on nonchalantly. The effect was spoiled somewhat by the way he had to hop on one leg to get the right side of his briefs over his foot, but Mina found that even more endearing, somehow. "There, you're dressed," Setsuna decided. "Now we can do this." She veritably pounced on him, knocking Izuku off balance and into his bedroll. As soon as they landed, Setsuna attacked his lips with her own, nipping and licking at his mouth like she was hungry. Mina found the sight very, very appealing. "It's great to see 2 people I'm crushing on together," she thought. "Wait, 2. I'll figure that out later." "You're fired up," Mina observed, as she tried and failed to mask the aroused hitch in her breath that appeared in the middle of her sentence. "You started it." Setsuna turned her head around to wink at Mina. "What are you waiting for, girl? Get in on this." Mina wasn't quite sure how the logistics of this were going to work, but she was eager to find out. She flumped down on the bed beside Izuku, and as soon as Setsuna lifted from their kiss, she closed her eyes and moved in for her turn. "Ooh, he's a pretty good kisser." Izuku wasn't as aggressive as Setsuna was, but he was no less passionate for it. His kisses tended to be slow, almost bordering on cautious territory, but his tongue pressed against her lips and into her mouth assertively, and he wrapped one of his thick arms around her to bring her closer. Setsuna leaned into like Mina's ear. "That looks really hot." Mina turned and started to kiss Setsuna that time. It was almost the opposite of kissing Izuku, but it was just as fun to have Set's mouth aggressively pressed into hers. "I want to try something," Setsuna gasped as they separated. "Turn your head a little, like this, K." She guided Mina so that her head was angled towards Izuku, but not quite facing him fully. They started to kiss again, and the angle made it a little bit awkward. They couldn't manage to press their lips fully together. Yeah, just like that, Setsuna spoke huskily, and then she leaned in to join the kiss as well. Oh, this works way better. Mina thought that it should have been kind of awkward to have three people pressed together like that, but all she could feel were the puffs of hot breath against her skin from each of her makeout partners, as all three of their tongues danced together. In truth, it was more like both women were making out with Izuku, but they certainly had enough contact with each other that Mina was going to count this as a triple kiss, or something like that. Izuku's palm slid down her back and cupped her but firmly, and from how Setsuna made a happy little noise to her side, Mina guessed that he'd done the same with the green-haired woman. Mina became aware of something very hard pressing up against the inside of her thigh, and she repositioned so that her hips straddled Izuku a bit more directly, as Setsuna slid a bit to the side. Despite the change in position, the three remained connected in a kiss, which was rapidly becoming much more passionate and outright sloppy even compared to how it started. Ah, Izuku gasped when Mina moved her hips against his, and she felt his hard pee-pee slide up between her legs, with only two thin layers of fabric separating them. Don't get too heated, Setsuna teased. We've only got a few minutes until the others get back. Despite her words, Setsuna brought her palm down on Mina's but on the cheek that wasn't clenched tight in Izuku's hand, and the action shoved her against Izuku's groin all over again. The trio became dimly aware of the sound of the front door opening, and hurriedly detached themselves from each other as some of the other girls arrived home. We're back. Momo called out, where are you two? Oh, just hanging out with Izuku. Setsuna popped to her feet and quickly ran her fingers through her hair, trying and failing to make it look like they hadn't just been making out. I'll be right out. That was fun. Setsuna leaned down to give each of Mina and Izuku a quick smooch separately. This time, let's do that again. She skipped out of the room as Mina breathed for breath, trying to recenter her thoughts away from what lay between Izuku's legs. That was fun, she agreed, and gave Izuku another kiss which she forced herself not to become another makeout session. We absolutely should do that again. Izuku nodded eagerly, bright red and out of breath himself. See you outside, Mina sang, as she exited his bedroom too. He'll need a few more minutes to settle down, she figured, if you know what I mean. 2 months, 3 weeks, and 5 days since arriving Izuku breathed for breath as he rested against the shovel in his hands. Do you think this will be sufficient? Ibara asked. I trust your expertise in these matters. Should be, Izuku answered. It'll keep us from outright flooding, unless the rain gets really bad, at least. Ibara's assistance had been a total blessing to Izuku. With her help, they'd taken advantage of a break in the rain and a return of the oppressive heat, to dig out a number of drainage ditches and channels throughout the camp, and had even placed planks of wood over some of the central gutters. He wouldn't have been able to have made such progress in a single afternoon if it wasn't for her ability to move huge quantities of soil with her vine hair, but Izuku almost felt guilty for asking her assistance on this task. Her hair was caked with dirt and clay, and from how Ibara was idly rolling her neck, he suspected that she'd strained her muscles as well. You holding up okay? Izuku asked. I will be fine, Ibara smiled easily. A little stiffness is a price that I will gladly pay in order to safeguard the future of our camp. I definitely appreciate your help, he thanked her. I couldn't have got this much done without you. I am glad. Her smile turned into a wince, though I do not think I will be able to assist tomorrow if more remains to be done. Well, we're all done for now. Izuku encouraged her. Let's get back inside, so you can rest. Ibara stretched her neck to one side, clearly more bothered than she was letting on. What's the matter? Oh, nothing to concern yourself with, Ibara answered, merely a knot in my muscles. As you said, I suspect that some rest will be the best cure. Normally, I'd go for a massage after using my quirk so heavily, but, well, such luxuries are not available. I can give you a massage. Izuku offered before he even realized what he was saying. Oh, Ibara blushed, and Izuku felt heat rising at his own neck at how rapidly he'd blurted out those words. Actually, yes, if you wouldn't mind, that sounds lovely. Definitely. Izuku felt somewhat reassured. We can head back now. As they walked back towards the cabin, Ibara took his hand and stopped him when they weren't quite at their destination. I think, she spoke cautiously, I might prefer some privacy for this. Oh. 𝐒𝐿 realized what she meant, as she subtly motioned him towards the love shack. Yeah, as long as you're comfortable with that. I have full faith that you won't do anything I do not wish you to do. Ибара smiled at him, and without any further discussion, the pair made their way into the second main building of their camp. I believe the knot is on my left side, Ибara spoke, towards the shoulder, if you'd be so kind. Of course, 𝐒𝐿 answered, and walked behind her. She's tall, he thought, feeling somewhat silly about his own observations. He thought that after spending every day with her for nearly 3 months, he'd already have grown used to her height, but he supposed it was somewhat more obvious when he stood that close to her. 𝐒𝐿 had been lucky to have undergone a late growth spurt. He stood a tiny bit over 6 feet tall as a fully grown adult, which, when compared to most of the women in Vacationland with him, gave him a comfortable edge over most of his peers. Momo and Ибara are the only exceptions, he thought. Mina and 𝐒𝐿𝐽 barely got any taller compared to when we were kids, and you has always been a similar height to those two, from what I remember. Set's pretty small too. 4 of the women clustered around the something like 5'3" range, but Ибara was closer to 5'7" or 8, if 𝐒𝐿 had his estimates right. Momo, of course, towered over most of the other women, easily 5'10" if not a little more. His thoughts circled around this topic largely as a result of the way that Ibara's height was honestly kind of inconvenient for this activity. He couldn't get a good angle in to dig his thumbs into the muscles of her shoulders, and 𝐒𝐿 certainly didn't want to ask her to kneel on the floor. Wait, the bed. Do you think you can sit on the bed? 𝐒𝐿 asked, just so I can get a better angle, that's all. Ибara giggled, and wandered over to do just that. 𝐒𝐿 cautiously knelt behind her, and the new angle actually did work much better. While 𝐒𝐿 wasn't always happy when looking at his own slightly mangled fingers, his hands were strong, and it seemed that he was up to the task of helping Ибara with her sore muscles. She hummed contentedly, that's very nice. Could you go a bit harder? This okay. He dug in a bit deeper to the top of her traps, and from how she groaned, he guessed that it was more than okay. That's perfect, Ибara spoke, a bit lower. My shoulder blade area is also feeling a bit stiff. 𝐒𝐿 walked his thumbs down her spine, then started pressing into the tense muscle in the area she'd identified. Ibara's entire body sagged, and he had to reposition his hands a couple times from the way that she'd started to lean into him. His fingers tangled in her shirt a bit, and 𝐒𝐿 started to feel as if his massage was rapidly becoming ineffective. Is that in the way? Ибara asked. A little bit, 𝐒𝐿 answered, but that's okay. I know I'm not the best at giving massages, would you mind moving back a bit? Ибara replied, and, puzzled, 𝐒𝐿 did so, crawling backwards so that he was deeper into the bed. Without speaking, Ибara shocked him by reaching down and, in one confident motion, removing her shirt. She turned and planted herself face down on the bed before he could see anything, not that he was looking, but once she'd done so, 𝐒� couldn't help but trace the smooth lines of muscle on her back with his eyes. You can straddle my legs. Ibara's voice was slightly muffled by the way her face was buried in a pillow, if that's easier. Yeah. 𝐒� nervously did just that, and he couldn't help but notice that said legs were very, very nice ones. He resumed his massage, and had to admit that it was much easier to really dig into her musculature without her shirt in the way. 𝐒� was impressed by the power he felt in her back. He wondered if it was a quirk adaptation, a means of allowing her to use her vines more effectively by ensuring that doing so didn't damage her spine. I believe it is, Ибara answered, and he realized that he'd been muttering. Sorry, 𝐒� apologized, I don't always realize when I'm saying things like that. I find it quite intriguing, Ибara reassured him. You have a keen intellect, and a grasp of quirks that I've rarely seen matched. You and Yui have discussed these topics, I presume. Oh, yeah, 𝐒� nodded, then shook his head as he realized that Ибara couldn't see his gesture. Tons, actually. I'm glad. From the tone of her voice, 𝐒� suspected that Ибara was smiling. She has a very focused interest in the topic, and was never able to find someone who could keep up with her in Class B. That's too bad. 𝐒� rubbed his thumbs along Ibara's spine, and started to knead the muscles which connected to her lower back. She's really smart, I always like hearing what she has to say. 𝐒�. Ibara changed topics. Would you mind brushing my hair? I don't mind. Izuku answered, but I didn't bring a hairbrush or anything. With my vines, Ibara explained, it's more effective to untangle them by hand. It would also be a great help to me for cleaning some of the dirt off. Only if you okay with that, of course, I'm happy to. Izuku rubbed his fingertips along the base of her skull, and she shuddered, but didn't make any noises of protest or offense. They passed a few minutes like that, in occasional conversation, but mostly just sitting together in silence as Izuku worked his fingers through her hair. As she'd said, he found it was pretty easy to spot where her vines had tangled around each other and to unwind them, and he was surprised by how smooth and glossy her hair felt in his hands. I think that you should be all untangled now. Izuku finally spoke. Is that good? There's one more thing, Ibara mumbled into the pillow she still laid on. Would you mind getting off my legs? Oh, yeah, Izuku scrambled to do that. Sorry. There's no apology necessary. Ibara started to sit up. I just wished to turn around. When she did so, Izuku was reminded very pointedly that she was still topless. Ibara might not have been the bustiest woman on the island, but she still had very, very nice breasts, easily big enough to fill his hands with extra leftover, slightly teardrop-shaped, and featuring puffy areolae that almost hid her tiny nipples. I was wondering, Ibara spoke, and though she hesitated while doing so, she said the words confidently, if you could touch me here, too. She reached out to grasp his hands, and gently placed them over top of her breasts. Only if you okay with it. Izuku reminded her. He'd hate to think that she believed she had to compete for his affection or anything like that, that she might be driven to do something she wasn't ready for. I came to a decision, during the massage you gave me, Ibara explained, I believe that I've been missing out. Oh. Physical intimacy feels quite nice, as it turns out, she smiled, I wish to try more of it. Come here. He leaned in towards her, and they kissed slowly, almost tenderly. Izuku cautiously and gently palmed her breasts while they kissed, and after a few moments, he felt the tip of Ibara's tongue prodding at his lips. He opened his mouth to allow her entrance, and let her carefully explore this deeper kind of kissing, perfectly content to sit back and let her take charge. Ibara wrapped her arms around his neck, and pulled Izuku closer to her, so that they knelt together, chest to chest. She started to kiss him more eagerly, though that was still only in comparison to how she'd started off. But before long, Izuku felt that she was comfortable enough for him to begin kissing her back with a bit more intensity. Ibara hummed, and pulled away from him, I've definitely been missing out. Thank you, Izuku, for everything you do. It's not much of a sacrifice for me, Izuku admitted. Not many men would be as respectful of my boundaries as you have been, Ibara explained. Granted, I understand that you have certain outlets with other women, but not once have you ever pushed me to take things further than I wish. I'm glad, Izuku noted. I've been worried that you might feel pressured or something like that. Not in the slightest, Ibara smiled happily, though, speaking of my boundaries, I think we should end our activities here for today. I hope that is okay with you. That's totally okay. Izuku smiled back to reassure her, I definitely enjoyed myself. Good. Ibara wrapped her arms around him, in a hug this time, because I did as well. Thoroughly. 2 months, 3 weeks, and 6 days since arriving 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 stretched out on the couch, taking the opportunity to relax. It had been another productive, albeit hot day, but their camp was at a point where it should be prepared for the next big rainstorm. Most of the girls had set about lining the walls of the cabin with insulation made of natural materials that Momo had previously identified, while Momo herself had gone out with Izuku to search for dry firewood to store. They sure took their time getting back, 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 smirked to herself, wonder if they took a detour to the love shack. Scooch! Mina announced, and 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 lifted her legs so that her pink friend could wiggle onto the other end of the couch. Setsuna plopped down on Mina's other side, and the girl looked all too pleased with herself with how she wound up squished against 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲's butt. What's taking those two? Mina giggled, you figure they got distracted, she made air quotes to emphasize what she meant. Probably. Setsuna grinned, too bad, that means that the love shack's gonna be occupied tonight. Oh no, Mina whined, whatever shall we do instead? 𝐒𝐭𝐼 glanced at Ибара, but the vine-haired woman merely rolled her eyes and smiled exasperatedly, instead of launching into a lecture about Mina and Setsuna's behavior. You could try keeping it in your breaths, Yui interjected, and 𝐒𝐿𝐼 couldn't help but let out a snort at the quiet woman's unexpected burn. Tried that, Setsuna was undeterred, got pretty boring. Besides, you want to talk, queen of thirst that you are. I have no idea what you mean, Yui replied, I'm hardly thirsty. Girl, Setsuna giggled, I've seen your internet history. Phew, you could show everyone here a thing or two. Ah, yeah, Yui shrugged, that's in private, though. How have you been managing? Mina wondered, we don't exactly have much porn to look up here. I use my imagination instead, Yui replied. Must we be so crude? Ибара finally had enough, but she didn't take her complaints any further. You know Yui, Setsuna teased, she's probably using her wrestling sessions with Greenie as her main outlet. Can't blame her, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 blurted out, then made a squeak of embarrassment and clapped her hands to her mouth. Ooh, Mina bumped her hip against 𝐒𝐿𝐼's butt. What, you two get rougher than what we saw. What you saw? Yui asked. Oh, Mina blushed, well, that is, those two. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 decided to tear the metaphorical band-aid off, watched me and Deku getting busy together, Setsuna. Ибара shouted, Mina. Violating your friend's privacy like that is too far. We weren't violating anything, Setsuna protested, they knew we were watching. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 nodded, but she was too embarrassed to bother explaining further. That's pretty hot, Yui spoke up, I'd be down to watch sometime. Eep. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 replied. Oh man, it was a great show, too, Mina cackled. In case any of you were wondering, Midori is absolutely, positively, thoroughly packing. Packing? Ибара wondered. She means he has a big PP, Yui explained, and Ибara turned a shade of red that 𝐒𝐼 had only ever seen on Deku and herself before. How big is it? Ибara shook her head, but didn't actually tell her friend to stop inquiring. 𝐒𝐼 giggled. Well, I've got no complaints, it's not like we have a tape measure here, Setsuna weighed in, probably about, this. She held two of her hands apart to provide an estimate, and 𝐒𝐼 thought that she might have undershot the measurement a little. The ridiculous discussion around the deku 𝐒𝐼 deeply regretted telling Mina that story came to a halt as Momo reappeared in the entryway, but just Momo, for some reason. The man in question was absent, but whether that was a good or bad thing, 𝐒𝐼 couldn't tell. Where's our boy toy? Mina called out, and Momo turned a nearly purple color, she blushed so hard. Momo dragged the proclamation out to its breaking point, he's out, gathering firewood. Wasn't that what you two were doing? Setsuna grinned a knowing smile. Not so much, no, Momo hid her face behind her hands. I think I made a mistake. Oh no, 𝐒𝐼 sat up, and her change in position opened just enough room between herself and Mina to fit another person. Girl, tell us what happened. She knew that it wasn't like Deku had pushed Momo too far or anything like that, so the only plausible explanation could be that Momo was getting all in her own head again. Well, Momo looked around. Is it okay if we talk about this? In front of everyone? We're all part of the 𝐒𝐻M, Setsuna answered, now or in the future, so, spill. 𝐻M? Ибara shrieked, that is positively uncouth. Not inaccurate, though, Yui weighed in. Anyways, Mina interjected, babe, what's the matter? Well, me and Izuku were, indeed, getting, intimate with one another, Momo began, as she sat on the couch. Ooh. Setsuna turned to stare raptly at her. What base did you get to? Base? Momo was distracted from her story. Like, first base is kissin', Mina began, second is shirts off, third is breeds off, and a home run is, well, going all the way, you know. Oh, Momo blushed again. Well, second, in that case. Were you worried that was too far, too fast? 𝐒𝐼 asked, cutting off Mina and Setsuna's chant of Yamomo's momos, before it could get started. No, the opposite, Momo clarified. I wanted to, run the bases, as it were, but I wasn't sure how to start that process. It's pretty simple. Mina used her fingers to make a gesture of her index finger sliding into her closed fist. You took seked, girl. I know the physical process involved. Momo protested. It's just, I reached down to touch him, and, well, he was hard. Yui bluntly spoke. He wasn't hard. Setsuna wondered. You lost your courage? 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲 asked. Yes, 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲, exactly that. Momo sighed. I panicked, and moved my hand away, so suddenly I actually wound up slapping him by accident. Oh no! Mina yelped. Now he's horrified that he did something wrong, right? No, we talked about it after, Momo grumbled. I explained what happened, and that he didn't do anything wrong, and asked him to take more charge of the situation. Oh, God, Setsuna rolled her eyes. There's no way that Cinnamon Roll would have been able to get things back on track after that. Indeed, Momo agreed. He was very sweet, very careful, and asked me what I liked, what I wanted to do. And Yui leaned forward with rapt interest. I had absolutely nothing to answer with. Momo's head slumped down towards her chest in defeat. Where is Izuku now? Ibara asked. Surely, he didn't leave you after your admission. Oh, no, not at all. Momo looked back up. We talked for a while. He was very understanding. No, he's decided that we do actually need firewood after all, but I wasn't feeling up to assisting him in gathering it. Why didn't you have an answer? Setsuna wondered. I mean, yeah, I get that you won't know what you like during sec itself, but surely you've got some kind of idea. Momo plunged her face back into her hands. Well, Momo, sweetie, Mina tried to help. Maybe you can tell him what you like to do when you're by yourself. I don't know. Momo's voice was muffled. You don't know. 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲 was curious what she meant. Like, Momo, surely you've, spent special time alone, right? Never. Momo sighed, and tossed her head back against the back of the couch. I have no idea how to tell him what I like, because I don't even know what I like. Oh, Momo, babe, Setsuna interjected. You've got to work on that, sweetheart. Yeah, you do, 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲 agreed with her. You've never even touched yourself. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of the soul man in their camp hauling a bundle of firewood through the door. Oh! Izuku almost jumped when he noticed 6 sets of eyes staring at him. Hey, everyone. 6 different greetings echoed through the room as each of the women said hi in their own way. Izuku scratched at the back of his head, clearly aware that there was some kind of dynamic not involving him going on at the moment. I got some firewood. Now, I'm just gonna go train. Yeah, that's it. Training. He practically fled from the room, and Momo released another exasperated sigh. Now he's afraid to hang out with me, she bemoaned. No, it's not like that, 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲 promised. He just doesn't want to make you feel any more awkward. The two of you are such dorks, I swear. You're one to talk, Missy, Mina teased. We all watched you circle around Izuku just like this for years. You're one to talk, too, Setsuna grinned and bumped her shoulder against Mina's. You haven't even told him that you have a real, full-blown crush on him. Well, that's because, Mina trailed off. News to me, 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲 thought, but I'm not exactly surprised. Izuku is basically exactly Mina's type, and now that he's not forbidden for her anymore, well, seems natural that she'd get feelings for him. So, you figure that Greenie is out there blowing off some steam, Setsuna wondered, or just avoiding us 6? Probably blowing off steam, 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲 answered. Trust me, Momo, and all of you, Deku's way more likely to beat himself up over thinking that he pushed someone too far than he is to get frustrated about things not going the way he'd hoped. I'm going to go out there, Yui announced, for training. You're going out there to help him blow off steam, aren't you? Mina teased. Maybe. Yui looked to 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲, as if asking her approval. 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲 just shrugged and smiled. That was up to Yui and Deku, not her to decide. Momo, babe, 𝐒𝐽𝐲 recentered the conversation as Yui left the room. Okay, we need to talk about this. Girl, you've never even touched yourself. I never Momo huffed. I don't know. I always thought it was too obscene, or something. There is nothing to be ashamed about when it comes to knowing oneself, Ibara, shockingly, added. The Lord has provided us these bodies, we might as well appreciate what they have to offer. Momo, darling, Mina added, even Ibara's on board. What do you mean, Mina? Ibara wondered. You aren't exactly the most, open-minded out of us girls. Mina tried to be diplomatic. You might be surprised. Ibara folded her arms across her chest. I will have you know, the Bible itself speaks of the importance of a healthy and enthusiastic love life between partners. Rarely, Setsuna perked up, care to cite the verse for us? As Ibara started to launch into a surprisingly raunchy quotation, Okako thought about how she could possibly help Momo with her struggles. I kind of hope Yui helps Izuku with his. Izuku, he thumped his fists against the training dummy, focusing on delivering strikes that leaned more towards power than technique. Izuku wasn't exactly frustrated, and definitely not with Momo, but he felt all tense and keyed up, and he hoped that some sort of physical outlet would take his mind off things. His time with Momo in the Love Shack, earlier in the day, had been wonderful, but he must have done something wrong, because Momo had gotten all awkward and self-conscious not long after she'd first taken her top off. Izuku had no idea what she was embarrassed about. Much like the other 5 women on the island, her body was spectacular, and while Izuku still wasn't in the habit of comparing anyone's body against someone else's, he had to admit that Momo's melons were pretty much impossible to get out of his head. So big, and yet so perky, he recalled, and the weird tension in his body returned with a vengeance. Her melons are incredible, so why did she get uncertain about if I was actually attracted to her or not? Momo had voiced her fears that she wasn't desirable as a lover, and Izuku had done his best to reassure her without outright saying, "Are you nuts?" But he didn't think he'd quite managed to assuage whatever insecurity was bothering her. All that Izuku could figure was that he must have not done a good enough job of expressing his enthusiasm to be with her. She had mentioned that she wanted him to be more assertive, but he was clearly still being too cautious, too hesitant, and he must have, unfortunately and unintentionally, made Momo feel undesirable in his attempts to make her feel comfortable. You're hitting that pretty hard. A soft voice interrupted his introspection. You okay? Hey, you. Izuku greeted the other black-haired woman in their camp. Yeah, I'm fine. You seem tense, Yui observed, which is fine by me. Wanna fight? Hey. Let's take our sparring to the next level, you proposed. I'm going to attack you now, K. Izuku didn't have time to get another word out before Yui made good on her threat, and charged towards him with her fists up. He barely managed to block her first punch, and just dodged her second strike by a fraction, but he didn't manage to evade the knee she brought up into his midsection. It wasn't a hard enough blow to actually damage him, but he definitely felt it. Oh, it's on now, Izuku thought. When Yui attempted to follow up her knee with an elbow to his head, Izuku parried it with his own arm, then stepped past her too late guard, and hooked his leg around the back of hers. He tossed her to the ground, but Yui landed in a roll just like I taught her. Izuku observed with a hint of pride, and popped back to her feet in a pretty decent fighting stance. Izuku took the initiative and charged towards her, but she sidestepped him quite well, leaving him off balance. When her foot lashed out and caught his own, he took his own turn to roll on the ground, rising back up with his fists held out as he recovered. You're really coming along. Izuku praised her. That was a great trip. I have an excellent teacher, Yu smiled. Let's keep going. She didn't fare quite as well when Izuku got a bit more serious. He dodged past one of her punches, then stepped to her side, delivering a quick light punch to her ribs as he moved, which threw her off enough so that he could move behind her. Izuku quickly wrapped her in a basic chokehold, but he locked his arms together in a way that he was fairly sure he hadn't taught her how to escape from. Harder, Yu gasped. Izuku wasn't expecting that reaction. Harder, Yui insisted, emphasizing each syllable, and she moved her hips back against him. Oh. Izuku realized, oh, God. Their sparring match had quickly turned into something else before he even noticed it, and now Yui's plush but sat nestled directly against his groin. Izuku wasn't quite sure how to reconcile their NTMT positioning with the way his arm was wrapped around her throat, but if anything, Yu seemed to enjoy it. Any doubts he had were erased when Yui started to purposefully grind her butt against his groin, and Izuku let loose a rattling, shaky groan, loosening his grip slightly. I said harder, Yui insisted, and her hands came up to his arm, wrapped it back around her neck. If you're okay with it, that is. Experimentally, Izuku tightened his grasp slightly, and Yui let out a stifled mm. She pushed back into him hard, and started to slide her hips up and down, which, with how his rapidly stiffening PP was nestled between her butt cheeks, started to become more pleasurable than Izuku had expected. Izuku started, and released his grasp on her. Her hips kept moving up and down, and Izuku was absolutely entranced by the feeling of her plush butt surrounding his PP. Even with clothing in the way, it felt almost like a HNDJB, she was just so, as Mina would say, thick. Love shack, Yui insisted, now. He barely had time to react as she dragged him away from the training ground over to the building in question. Once they were inside, Yui pressed herself against him, and started to kiss him passionately. Izuku lost himself in the feelings, her biases squished up against his chest, her tongue sloppily sliding all over his own, her hands tangled roughly in his hair. You should know, she finally explained, I have quite a few 𝐭𝐴𝐽𝐻. Yeah. Izuku wasn't even sure what a 𝐭𝐴𝐽𝐻 was. He had the basic concept down, definitely, but he wasn't entirely certain what his own might be, if he even had any. Choking is one of them, Yui continued. So, yes, what we did earlier was something that I am more than okay with. Oh, Izuku answered, I'm not sure if I'm into that or not. That's okay, you spoke, we can figure that out later. I have plenty of others. Do you? Izuku was curious. Another one I have, Yui guided him back towards the bed, relates to something that Mina said earlier. What did Mina say? Izuku wondered. She said you're packing, Yui explained without making sense, and, if you're okay with it, I wanna see. Packing. She meant that you have a big PP, Yui elaborated, that's another thing I'm into. Oh. That is, Izuku stammered, it's not small. Izuku, Yui clarified, I'm pent up, and I think you are too. If you're not comfortable with it, let's stop now, but if you are, I'll make it worth your while. Izuku still hadn't taken the official next step with anyone but Okiko. Wait, do Setsuna and Mina count? He thought, they touched me a bit, I guess. But it wasn't like he was intentionally avoiding going further with any of the other women, it just hadn't come up. I can't find a reason to say no, he realized. I'm good with it if you are, he answered awkwardly. Great. Yui nudged him towards the bed again, lay down. Izuku did so, and he wondered what was about to happen next. I'm not going all the way yet, Yui explained, but we're going further than kissing. Okay, Izuku nodded eagerly. Yui crawled back on top of him, and despite her earlier words, they started to kiss again. She took his hands in hers, and planted them firmly on her butt. Izuku figured that he was well within her boundaries to grope and squeeze the flesh under his hands, and he'd noticed earlier, he now absolutely confirmed that Yui shared more than just her height with Okiko. Both women had big, bouncy, bountiful butts. Yui sat up, and pulled her shirt off without hesitation. As her melon sprang free, Izuku felt his mouth go dry in awe. No matter that he'd technically seen her topless before when the weather had been way too hot the week previous, or that he'd gotten to this step with several of the other women on their island, he still felt amazed every time he got to see one of the girls exposing herself to him intentionally. It's almost unfair, Izuku thought, every woman on the island is just utterly gorgeous. As his mind became more single-tracked, he noticed that Yui's melons were also on the larger side, firm and round with small, dark nipples. They looked as if they were made to be squeezed. She's gorgeous, Izuku thought, before she descended to start kissing him again. Yui ground her hips against his, you're getting hard. Yeah, Izuku agreed. Good, Yui then proceeded to knee walk backwards, until her hands were at the waistband of his breathes. She met his eyes, and he nodded, then she practically ripped his breathes off. Wow, Yui huffed a breath, okay, yeah. Mina wasn't exaggerating. I like your PP a lot. Yui started to shuffle out of her own breathes, and Izuku thought about raising the matter that she had said they weren't going all the way, but some part of him thought better of it. When she cast her breathes aside, she started crawling back up his body, and Izuku scared in a breath in anticipation when her lower half started to get awfully close to his own. She had a triangular patch of black PBIC hair above her PP, but all Izuku could notice was how pink she was, almost on the same level as Mina. The effect was probably enhanced by her pale skin, but whatever factors went into Yui's appearance below the belt and above, Izuku was absolutely entranced. Yu reached down, and he felt a lightning bolt travel up his spine when her delicate fingers brushed against his almost entirely hard PP. She lifted him upwards, and nudged his legs closer together, so that his entire package, PP and ball both, were presented between his closed legs. Yui sat down on his legs, then moved a bit closer to him, until his hard length rested against her belly. "Look," she insisted, and Izuku saw that the head of his PP reached to her belly button. "You're so big. I can't wait to get you inside me, Izuku." Her hands started to glide up and down, and Izuku let loose a shuddering breath as he realized what she had in mind. "Can you feel how wet I am?" Yui moved her hips against him, sliding her PP over the very base of her PP to demonstrate. "I should mention, dirty talking is another K&K of mine." "I like it," Izuku admitted without hesitation. "Good," she smiled, then lifted her hips to rub her PP up his entire length, before slowly, agonizingly descending, repeating the same process on the way back. Down. Izuku twitched and shuddered under her ministrations. The physical sensations weren't the most intense that he'd ever felt, but the authority with which Yui acted, and the knowledge of how turned on she was, well, it really worked for him. Not that the physical sensations were easily written off. Her skin was so soft, and she was so wet, every motion she made with her hips sent new sparks radiating through Izuku from his groin outwards. Yui hummed, "I don't always want to be in charge. Most of the time, I'm a sub, if you want to know." Sub? Izuku wondered, but he was unable to think too clearly, with her hand dancing over his length, and her PP gliding over the base where her hand didn't reach. "SBMSSV, Yui explained, "I like the other person taking control." "Well, the idea of it. I don't have much experience." "You're doing great, though," Izuku chuckled. "Can I kiss you again?" "Thing absolutely," Yui agreed enthusiastically, then leaned down to smash her lips into his. The motion trapped his PP between their lower abdomens, but Yui's hand didn't stop its motions for a second, and Izuku could feel moisture trickling down to his ball from how wet she was. They continued kissing for a while. When Yui started to jerk him harder and faster, she paired the motions with more aggressive motions of her tongue, until their kisses reached a level of sloppiness that Izuku had never even approached before. She lifted from him, and both of their faces were slick with saliva. "Let me know when you're getting close, okay?" "I'm not far off," Izuku answered. "What are you going to do?" "This," Yui explained, then she bent at her midsection, and showed off her flexibility in a way that Izuku hadn't expected. The very tip of his PP started to slap against the bottom of her BRSTS as she jerked him even more quickly, and the additional source of STMLTN was something that Izuku couldn't resist for long. "I'm dash," Izuku cried out. "Yes," Yu spoke. "Give me your cum, Izuku. Please." He erupted in her hand, his 𝐂𝐿MX an intense one that saw him shoot 4 separate ropes of cum between her melons. Yui smirked with a supremely self-satisfied expression on her face, before she released his PP. Each of her hands did something different now that they were free. Her left hand dipped between her own legs and moved rapidly, while her right slowly trailed up between her BRSTS, as she collected a thick dollop of his cum on her fingertips. Izuku groaned again when she shoved her fingers in her mouth, and started to lick them clean. MMMF. Yui ummed around her own digits, and her legs clasped against his tightly, as she brought herself to an orgasm shortly after him. She sagged backwards, her chest rising and falling very appealingly as she caught her breath. "You taste good," Yui spoke after a short delay. "It must be all the fruit we feed you." "Oh, thanks." Izuku was content to bask in his own afterglow. "I'm looking forward to drinking your cum directly." You said something that, just months before, would have made Izuku short-circuit and descend into muttering. Well, he tried his best at flirting. "I'm looking forward to tasting you." You hummed. "I'd like that too." She swung her legs off of him, and collapsed back into the bed. Izuku and Yui interlaced their hands together in silence, as each of them were content to lie there for a few moments, until they trusted their legs to support their weight again. "That was great," Izuku spoke softly. "I enjoyed it too," Yu replied. "Let's do it again sometime." "Well, Maybe next time we'll F. Maybe. Izuku couldn't help but feel a blush rise at her bluntness. As he laid there, he cautiously monitored himself for any warning signs that he might feel like he'd overstepped, or somehow betrayed Okiko's trust. No such emotions arose in him. Instead, all he felt was a happy, sated contentedness. All his earlier frustrations had disappeared, and when Izuku thought of Momo, instead of worrying about how he'd offended her, all he could think was that he wanted to help cheer her up. I guess it really does help clear my mind, he thought to himself. I'm so lucky to have these girls in my life. All of them. 3 months since arriving Momo 3 months. Momo had a hard time believing it had already been so long that the 7 students had been stranded in Vacationland, but she supposed that with how the days tended to blend together at times, it made sense. With the recent rain, the heat had at least subsided to more manageable levels, but Momo didn't find this entirely reassuring. The fact that this world had seasons of some sort indicated 2 things to her. First, that after rainy season, it was very plausible that winter, whatever form it took, was next on the horizon. Second, that it was possible this world was designed for a long-term stay. While Momo was hardly suffering to spend time with her 6 classmates current or future, she didn't exactly wish to spend the rest of her life isolated from the real world in an illogical pocket dimension. I wonder, she thought, do we even age here? They'd been fortunate that nobody had suffered any sort of grievous injury as of yet, so she couldn't tell whether or not this world had any inbuilt safety mechanisms or not, but it sure seemed as if their other expected biological functions had remained intact. Izuku, can you come here for a moment? Momo asked. Sure. Izuku stood from the couch and wandered over towards her. I want to check something, she explained. Can you kneel in front of me? Yeah, no problem. Izuku seemed confused, but he was compliant nonetheless. Momo was glad that their awkward moment the day before had not led to any lingering discomfort between the two of them. In fact, it felt perfectly natural to idly run her fingers through Izuku's hair. To test her thought, Momo separated one of his locks from the rest of the mass of green curls atop his head and pulled it straight. How long had it been since you got a haircut? She asked, when we first arrived. Izuku pondered her question. A few weeks, I think. Your hair is getting long, Momo observed. I think that means that, depending on how long we stay here, we might start to age. Wait a sec, though. Okiko, having apparently overheard their conversation, made her way over to them. Deku's hair is a little bit long, yeah, but I've seen him when he's gone 3 months without a haircut before. He gets way bushier than he is right now. I wonder if there's some built-in time dilation effect. Izuku started to mutter. It would make sense, if time passes more quickly here than in the outside world, that it may not adhere to conventional chronal mechanics, and instead is driven by a sort of dreamlike logic, just like the climate and ecosystem in Vacationland seem to be. I think what he's saying is, Okiko translated, we shouldn't worry too much about getting old while we're stuck here, unless we wind up stranded for a long time. We shouldn't worry at all. Mina added, as she, too, joined the conversation. Aizawa-sensei can be a deceptive jail, sure, but there's no way that he'd throw us into an exercise where we might actually die if we don't pass. I don't exactly want to test the theory, Izuku hummed in thought, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's also some sort of minor restorative effect here. None of us have gotten sick or injured in the last 3 months, and even strained muscles seem to go away by the next morning. Yeah. I do notice that my quirk fatigue doesn't last as long as it has in the past, Momo agreed. But, then again, the limitations on our quirks don't follow any sort of coherent logic, either. Nothing here does. Setsuna cried out from her seat. It's why it's Vacationland, baby. What happens in Vacationland stays in Vacationland. Well, not all of it, Okiko muttered. Speaking of which, Mina spoke. It's been another month. Ooh, yeah, Setsuna agreed. Momo wasn't quite sure what wavelength they were on, but she certainly had an idea what they were going to say next. It's party time, beaches, both women shouted at once. I wasn't far off. Momo shook her head in amusement. I suppose that there's no harm in cutting loose a bit, just for one night. I'm on drinks. Mina volunteered. I'll round up the other 2. Setsuna replied. Make mine with pineapple. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 was on board quite a bit faster than she had been back when these monthly parties had first started. Mango for me, please. Momo figured she might as well place her own order, lest Mina get creative with the mix. Setsuna reappeared in the main room with Yui and Ibara in tow. With the rain outside, it wasn't like there was much else to do other than hang around the cabin, and before long, the monthly party was in full swing. So, we're all a lot closer now, Mina started. I think it's time we play some truth or dare. Mina, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 touched her hands minus pinkies together in a gesture of exasperation. I know exactly how your dares will go, and I don't think that we're all that close. I would be prepared to answer a variety of truths, Ibara explained, but I do not wish to engage in anything particularly debaucherous beyond that. We can establish ground rules. You sipped her drink. Make sure that nothing gets too out of hand. I think that sounds like a good idea, Momo weighed in, particularly when it comes to dares. I know many of you can be somewhat over-competitive, and if we're playing a party game, the point is to have fun, yes. Yeah, Setsuna surprised Momo by agreeing. Let's say, if you get a dare that you don't want to do, the punishment isn't as severe as usual, it just sways back to truth instead. I don't think that we're that over-competitive, Izuku argued. Remember when you broke most of your fingers to win an argument? 𝐒𝐭𝐴 bumped her shoulder into his. Oh yeah, Izuku nodded, point taken. Furthermore, Setsuna announced, let's all agree that dares can't be overtly SXL, You wound me. Mina crossed her hands over her chest. I'm surprised, Setsuna. Momo giggled, that doesn't sound like you. I can be responsible. Setsuna scoffed, I'm a vice pres too, you know. Wait, Izuku interjected, how are we doing the class presidents thing, when class A and B get combined? Presumably, Yui spoke, it will be settled as all matters of honor are, by dueling. Don't give Aizawa any ideas, Izuku muttered. Yui took another sip of her drink. A strawberry and vodka was not, she decided, her first choice in beverage, but it served as an acceptable enough alternative to the as-of-yet mythical Bloody Mary vodka and tomato juice, which was tragically unavailable in Vacationland. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Mina took a bow as she finished passing drinks around, let's get this show on the road. Basic rules, no askbacks, and everyone has to go once per round before you can pick someone again. Everyone in the room made various noises of assent. Yui herself was no stranger to this game, one of Setsuna's favorites, though she had to admit that she hadn't played it with people in quite this same context before. Her mind kept going back to the time she'd shared with Izuku the day before, and Yui was quickly finding that he featured in her fantasies nearly exclusively at this point. She wasn't exactly concerned by this development, but she was definitely intrigued to see where this new sort of feeling might be leading. Who's up first? Setsuna asked. I volunteer. Yui put her hand up. Okay, Yui, truth or dare? Setsuna grinned excitedly at her. Truth. Setsuna tapped her finger against her chin in thought. What is the most embarrassing hero merchandise you own? Midnight brand fuzzy HNDCFFS, Yui spoke immediately. They feel kind of, inappropriate now. Oof, yeah, Setsuna winced. New rule. Let's try and avoid anything too depressing as an answer, K. Was that depressing? Yui wondered, my apologies. Sure, it wasn't a topic that she wanted to sit around and reminisce about, but the reality, as she saw it, was that the war had claimed a number of lives. Ignoring that those people had existed, had lived, somehow felt even more wrong to her. You, babe, Setsuna chirped, it's your turn to ask someone. Oh, right. 𝐿𝐿𝐿, you started, truth or dare? I might as well go truth too, 𝐿𝐿𝐿 answered. Yui pondered what an appropriate question for the boundaries of this game would be. I probably shouldn't ask, so, how does Izuku feel inside of you? She thought. What's the dumbest accident you've had with your quirk? Yui asked instead. Our quirks are rather similar, and I know I've had quite a few incidents with size. Ooh, let me think about that, 𝐿𝐿𝐿 hummed. I guess it's not a specific, one-time kinda thing, but it always embarrassed the heck out of me when I'd wake up in the middle of the night, floating around the ceiling. Is that why you wear those adorable mittens to sleep? Setsuna cooed. Sure is. Okiko's face fell into a confused expression. Wait, when have you seen me sleeping? It's nothing creepy, I promise, Setsuna giggled. I just checked on you the other night, when we had the second thunderstorm, and I couldn't find Mina. Oh, Okiko nodded. Yeah, that makes sense. Yui tried to puzzle out the social dynamics hinted at in that conversation. It wasn't exactly surprising that Mina and Setsuna might share a bed at times, but it was news to her that Okiko and Mina were, apparently, similarly acquainted. Deku. Okiko made her choice, truth or dare. I'll keep the theme going, Izuku answered, truth. Gonna repeat Set's question. Okiko grinned intently. What's the most embarrassing hero merch that you own? Oh god, Izuku blushed. Can I change my answer to dare? Nope. Mina popped the P in her exclamation with emphasis. You can go from dare to truth, but not the other way around. Izuku muttered something indistinct. It only counts if we can hear your answer, Izuku, Momo giggled. All Might brand Speedo, Izuku answered, more audibly that time. Oh, Lord. Setsuna cackled a laugh. What on earth possessed you to buy that? Let's not take the Lord's name in vain too frequently, Ibara sighed, but didn't launch into any further criticisms or lectures. It was a limited edition. Izuku argued, and it was, like, way less weird before I actually met All Might. Not that I'd go around wearing his face on my junk to begin with, especially now that you can have Okiko's face on your junk. Mina laughed. Mina. Okiko spluttered, come on. Well, maybe he does. Setsuna gave her no mercy. I'm not judging. Could be kinda hot. I don't get it, Momo huffed. Me neither, Ibara added. I think you provided the answer. Setsuna was joking about cum shots. Yui. Okiko turned a practically neon shade of red. What? Yui wondered. That was the joke, wasn't it? Izuku, for his part, raised a shaky finger and pointed to Momo. Truth or dare, he squeaked. It seems as if the first round is for truth. Momo clasped her hands around her drink. So, that is my answer as well. What's the most complicated thing you've ever made with your quirk? Izuku asked a question that would be hard to interpret as a dirty joke, which made sense for him. Well, that depends on how you measure complexity, Momo answered. Certainly, some of the electronic devices that I've crafted would likely qualify, given the details involved in creating circuitry, but my answer would actually be myself. Several people wondered what she could have meant by that. In second year, for one of the tests we had, Momo explained, I created a simple animatronic duplicate of myself. Nothing close to a robot, or anything of that ilk, but a silicone and plastic simulacrum program to walk around and repeat phrases that I commonly use. That's amazing. Izuku cheered. How did I miss that? I remember that exam, Okiko provided. I think that you were unconscious at the time. It was that midterm exam, when you and Tokoyami went up against Aizawa and Cementos. Right? Izuku nodded. Cementos dropped a building on me. Hard to forget that. I still can't believe the essay that you say, sometimes, Setsuna chuckled, dropped a building on me. Do you hear yourself, Greenie? It wasn't a big building. Izuku laughed nervously and took a swig of his drink. Ibara, Momo refocused on the game they were playing, truth or dare. Truth, of course, Ibara answered. I am not the most daring type, so this first round suits me fine. Do you use shampoo? Momo wondered. I mean, for your vines, or is there another product that you require? I do not, Ibara nodded. My vines are self-cleaning to some degree, so for the most part, I simply use my fingers and water to clean my hair. Must be nice, Mina giggled. I'm surprised my hair hasn't gone all Afro-Y yet, with this humidity. On that note, Ibara inclined her head. Mina, truth or dare? Well, I'm normally all about the dares, Mina chirped, but for now, I'll stick with the theme. Truth. I've always been curious, Ibara inquired. Is your physical appearance a result of your quirk? I mean no offense. You are quite striking, but I cannot tell how pink and acid production are necessarily related. I don't think so. Mina shrugged. I don't honestly know for sure, but my dad's pink, and my mom has black eyes like me, so I think it's just random. Interesting. Ibara nodded. I believe my coloration is due to the nature of my quirk, so you can see why I am curious. Isn't it weird, Setsuna joined in, that us greenettes make up the majority here? It would be a plurality, technically, Momo corrected, and green hair is hardly that uncommon nowadays. It's actually more common than red hair, and that shade existed pre-quirks. Still, my point is, Setsuna reached out to ruffle Izuku's hair, green power. Set, it's your turn. Mina laughed, might as well go truth like everyone else, right? You got it. Who was? Mina paused for dramatic effect. You're first. Some people started to roll their eyes, anticipating a particularly Mina sort of question. Favorite hero? Not what I expected. Oh, that's easy. Setsuna smiled widely. Definitely Godzilla. Lizard mutant types, baby. You're a mutant. Mina ped her head in surprise. I mean, I know you have pointy teeth, but I didn't think that counted. We really are the same. I mean, kinda. Setsuna waved her hand in a so gesture. I'm not like your classmate Asui or anything that intense, but I've got a few kind of lizard-like traits. I really don't like the cold, for example. But I'm still warm-bellied, I'm just kind of, lizardy. Ibara groaned as she realized the pun behind Setsuna's hero name. Setsuna made finger guns at Ibara and nodded. I'm surprised I didn't pick up on that. You thought, I definitely noticed her quirk adaptations, but I never really tied it to light lizard mutations. She was enjoying this chance to learn more about her friends, as much as the game itself was really just a diversion. Setsuna, okay, that's round 1. Setsuna cheerfully announced, and, for round 2, I've got a new rule. Since we just did all truths, this time, it's all dares. Who's the first victim this time? I may as well get this over with, Ibara sighed. Oh, I've got you now, my pretty, Setsuna cackled internally. You have no idea what you just walked into, she teased. Ibara, darling, I dare you to swear. Pardon? Say a swear word. Setsuna cackled externally that time. You pick. Anything you want. It just has to be worse than PG-13. Oh, Ibara looked around the room, as if hoping for someone to save her. She found no assistance. Instead, everyone was eagerly waiting to see what she'd come up with. Mina, Setsuna, and surprisingly Okiko all whooped in cheers together. That wasn't so bad, right? Setsuna encouraged her friend. I suppose not, Ibara sighed, though I shall not make a habit of it. Mina. That's me. I dare you to, for the next 5 minutes, not engage in any SXL innuendo. Oh, geez. Mina laughed. You've got some teeth, girl. It's a good thing. Wait, no, can't say that. Setsuna grinned widely, as she was pretty sure that Mina was about to say, it's a good thing I like getting bit, a discovery that they'd both been thrilled to make together. Set. Mina turned back to her. I dare you to take off your shirt. Hold up, Momo protested, we said no SXL dares. It's not. Setsuna answered, with her shirt already halfway off, I'm wearing a BR and everything. She whipped her shirt aside, and sure enough, she was actually more covered than she had been for most of the last month, even without it. See, Momo, babe. Setsuna smirked, perfectly acceptable, right? Yes, of course, Momo grumbled, I'm not trying to be a buzzkill. You aren't. Setsuna reassured her, but don't worry, you'll be the most proper one here. Momo. I dare you to wear my shirt. Setsuna flung the garment across the room, and Momo caught it with a growing blush on her face. Not to be rude, Momo stammered, but I am not so sure that your shirt will fit me. Sure it will. Setsuna giggled, come on, try it on. Momo grumbled, but awkwardly shifted out of her own shirt while staying mostly hidden behind Setsuna's shirt held in front of her and managed to shuffle into Setsuna's shirt. True, she wasn't wrong, really. Setsuna felt her own grin growing wider, but that's half the fun. The clothing they wore in Vacationland wasn't truly sized, per se, but Momo and Ibara had done a pretty good job creating items that fit their respective wearers fairly well. Since Momo was a good 6 inches taller than Setsuna, if not more, and significantly bustier, which turned Setsuna's long-sleeve t-shirt into something closer to a low-cut CRP top on Momo. Goddamn, Setsuna appreciated the sight. That's like cleavage and a half right there. Mina wolf whistled, and Ibara whirled on her. Mina. That counts. Ibara laughed. Finish your drink. But Mina tried and failed to come up with an argument. Ooh, fine. Okiko, Momo had started to turn a pretty decent red color. I dare you to swap shirts with Izuku. Wait, Izuku protested, doesn't this count as my turn too? Sure, why not? Setsuna chuckled. Who knew you had it in you, Momo? The two of you can come up with a dare for Yui together. Okiko and Izuku stared at each other for a moment, then shrugged at the same time, before each pulled their own shirt off. Once they'd completed the swap, Setsuna fell into giggles at the sight of the pair. Okiko was practically drowning in Izuku's t-shirt, which was honestly closer to an oversized dress on her, while Izuku was basically suffocating in Okiko's shirt, which strained to just barely fit across his shoulders. Much like Momo, he had wound up wearing something awfully close to a CRP top, and Setsuna had to admit that he was absolutely pulling it off. The pair came together to conspire about their joint dare for Yui, and Setsuna just managed to restrain herself from audibly making an "aw" noise at the sight. They're a pretty adorable pair, really, she thought, both such innocent little sweethearts, even though they're both utterly terrifying once you consider the power they can wield. Ever since she and Mina had been fortunate enough to join in that not-quite-a-foursome with Okiko and Izuku, Setsuna had been a teensy bit obsessed with the couple. She still wasn't entirely convinced that either of them was her type for anything more serious than some casual fun, a bit too self-conscious, the both of them, but she got a sort of vicarious satisfaction out of watching them be cute with each other. Yui. Okiko called out, we dare you to sing the chorus to your favorite song. Oh, you shrugged, that's all. Without hesitation, she proceeded to launch into a surprisingly awesome rendition of a recent top 40 hit. Who knew that Yui could sing like that? Setsuna wondered, girl, for how little you actually speak up, you should break out those pipes more. She decided to voice her thoughts. Dang, Yui. Setsuna cheered, and gave a little round of applause. You can really sing, girl. I dig it. I don't know much music, you brushed the compliment aside. I just listen to what's on the charts, really. If you ever want a duet partner, Ibara offered. It has been quite some time, but I used to sing in my choir. You nodded. I think I might like that. Maybe karaoke sometime. When we get back? Ibara asked. Or whenever, Yui shrugged again. I don't embarrass easily, I don't need background music. You know, Okiko tapped her fingers against her chin, you kind of remind me of my friend Zu, sometimes. Oh. She's also really brave and outspoken. Izuku jumped in to elaborate, she always says whatever's on her mind, like you do. Oh, you nodded once, decisively, I don't always express myself well, I figure it's best to avoid misunderstandings by simply saying what I'm thinking. You're doing just fine. Momo added in, I'm glad that we've become friends, Yui. Same here. Mina added in, all of us, really. Cheers. She lifted her cup high, to the spectacular 7. Is that what we're going by now? Setsuna took a healthy swig of her drink regardless. We never did come up with a name for our camp. Camp Spectacular just sounds ridiculous, Okiko giggled. Well, let's brainstorm that later. Mina stood up, I'll get us all another round of drinks before the next round of the game. Ibara, she had to admit, this game was proving to be more entertaining than she would have anticipated. At first, Ibara had been worried that it was going to degenerate into Mina and Setsuna and possibly Yui using their dares to push people into performing various lewd acts, but the more adventurous women in their group had been surprisingly well behaved so far. Instead, it seemed to be serving as a genuine bonding experience. It wasn't surprising that, since they'd only had each other for company for 3 months at that point, the 7 students had all become closer to one another. But Ibara was quickly discovering that some of the friendships she'd established were ones that she'd treasure for the rest of her life, whether or not they persisted past their return to the real world. Especially Izuku, her thoughts came awfully close to chastising herself. Ibara knew that she was pushing up against the boundaries of what she would have considered acceptable behavior before she'd arrived in Vacationland, when it came to her relationship with Izuku, but, surprisingly, she found that she simply didn't care about being acceptable any longer. He was a good, decent man in all senses of the word, a true hero, and if it just so happened that he had room in his heart to love more than one person at once. Well, Ibara had run out of arguments as to why this should prevent her from enjoying her time with him. The way that he praised her for all the qualities she valued most about herself, but had always been too fearful of seeming prideful to voice, was, in fact, one of the main qualities which had drawn her inexorably towards him. Instead of complimenting her physical appearance as men had before or her quirk's power, Izuku tended to focus his praise on her work ethic, her willingness to help others, and even her creative pursuits, like her painting. Before the next round of the game started, Ibara took a moment to observe how he interacted with each of the other 5 women. Despite the potential for awkwardness, having heard of the unfortunate incident between him and Momo the day prior, Izuku seemed entirely unaffected by any resentment or fearfulness which might have lingered. He joked with her like she was one of his best friends, which, Ibara supposed, she is, but the way he'd subtly glance at Momo's body when they weren't speaking to one another revealed the fact that he did, in fact, longing her. Self-control is a trait I admire, Ibara thought. With Mina and Setsuna both, Izuku tended to become overwhelmed by their constant stream of jokes and innuendo, but he was neither helpless nor ashamed of his own reactions. He'd joke back with them at times, and would even occasionally manage to make one or both of the pair blush at his comments. It is almost courageous, in a way, she pondered, that he would challenge them in their own arena. When it came to how Izuku treated Yue, he was always patient and understanding with her, and Ibara noticed that the two of them would occasionally lapse into silence in their conversations, but it seemed as if it were a comfortable state, rather than an awkward one. Clearly, he can empathize with her in many ways. Ibara knew that her friend was just as prone to overthinking and latching onto obscure topics as Izuku himself was. Of course, in Ibara's opinion, most significant bond that Izuku shared with any of the women was his attachment to Okiko. Watching the two of them joke around with each other, it was almost as if the pair were speaking a single dialogue. They were so in sync with one another. The observation might have inspired jealousy in Ibara, were the situation any different, but instead, she felt an odd sort of contentedness when she beheld him so comfortable and happy with someone he loved. His feelings for her are undiminished by his feelings for the rest of us, Ibara thought. Truly, can there be a better example of someone with a remarkable ability to love? Though she'd had no idea of it before arriving in this world, Ibara had come to realize that Izuku Midoriya very well may have been the perfect man for her preferences, in many various ways. Including, she had to admit, his powerful frame, the strength that he wields so casually, so incongruous with his gentle demeanor. She could still recall how his hands felt on her chest, how his lips felt pressed against hers. It made her feel something like hungry, though she knew that wasn't the correct name for the emotion she felt. It seemed accurate enough. Now that Ibara was making efforts to be more comfortable with the human, earthly side of her existence, she had come to a realization that a large part of her wanted to claim Izuku, not to take him away from the other women, but to indelibly leave her mark upon him, to mark her ownership over the fraction of his heart, body, and soul which he had devoted to her. Ibara shook her head, and when Mina reappeared before her with a drink in hand, she took a long, deep drink of the beverage. "Gen thirsty, hey?" Mina joked, and leaned in closer. "Don't worry, I feel the same way," looking at Izuku's abs poking out from his shirt like that. "Phew. Aren't you still within your 5-minute restriction?" Ibara protested, weakly. "Nah, the game's not on right now." Mina tapped her nose with a single digit. "I'll be a good girl once it restarts, but for now, I can be as bad as I want." "I suppose that makes sense." Ibara took a smaller sip of her drink that time. "I won't bother you until the game restarts, in that case. Or, you don't bother me." Mina slung an arm around Ibara's shoulders, and almost spilled her drink in doing so. "Sure, I mean, you were a bit much at the start, but we're all friends now. I was awfully judgmental and mean to you and Setsuna." Ibara wasn't quite as willing to forgive herself. "I still regret that." "No point wasting time on regrets," Mina chirped, then leaned over and planted a big, wet smooch on Ibara's cheek. After all, we're in vacationland. Let's live a little. As the pink-skinned woman bounced away, Ibara felt her cheeks heat up in a blush. She swore that they felt particularly hot where Mina had placed a friendly kiss. Mina, all right. Mina announced, this round's a free for all. Real truth or dare, go nuts. Within the limitations we agreed to, Momo, bless her rule-abiding self, added. Yep, all those things. Mina nodded excitedly. Okay. I'm making an executive decision. I'm up first. And, she glanced around the room, searching out a suitable target. Truth or dare? Let's try another dare, the quiet woman answered. Ooh. Mina had just the idea in mind. I dare you to go say something to Ibara that makes her blush even harder than she already is. I'm not. Ibara protested despite the obvious evidence to the contrary. Yui crawled over on her hands and knees, and, as requested, whispered something into Ibara's ear. Ibara went bright red and made an adorable yeep noise, and Yui smirked as if she were entirely too satisfied with herself. Oh man, Setsuna called out, what did you say? That's one heck of a reaction. Not telling, Yui stuck her tongue out, that defeats the point of the dare. No it wouldn't, Mina argued, you just had to say something, not a secret. Newt telling, Yui said in a sing-song voice, which was, as before, surprisingly pretty and melodic. Setsuna. Truth or dare? Oh, dare me, baby. Setsuna whooped. I dare you to give us a muscle show. Yui grinned, a surprisingly goofy expression on her. Really flex those guns. Oh, yeah. Setsuna practically leapt to her feet. Check these bad girls out. Mina was, as always, quite impressed by Setsuna's biceps. They weren't the biggest on the island, but it's impossible to compete with Midori on that front. But for her otherwise petite frame, Setsuna was veritably packed with muscle. I'm probably the third-place runner-up, Mina thought. More of my muscle is in my legs, but I've got some guns of my own. Setsuna really made a show out of it, as she struck a series of bodybuilding poses which looked oddly familiar, somehow. Wait a sec, Okiko piped up, those are All Might's poses. Ha ha ha, Setsuna did her best to imitate their teacher's signature laugh. I am here. To flex. Deku. Okiko squawked excitedly, do the thing. The thing, he sounded confused. The impression thing. Mina took a glance at her cup. Okay, might have mixed that last round a little strong. Meh, we're all having fun. Izuku put his face down into his hands, and made some gestures as if he were miming putting a mask on. When he looked up, it was absolutely eerie how closely he resembled All Might, as he'd somehow managed to contort his face into a nearly perfect recreation of the former number one's classic grin. Whoa! Setsuna dropped her pose. That's downright impressive, yeesh. You know, Momo interjected, at times, I almost wonder if Shoto was onto something. Oh, don't start that again. Izuku deflated, and his features became the slightly baby-faced ones that Mina was more familiar with. I've met my dad, but he's a real person. What's that again? Ibara wondered. In our first year, Momo explained, our classmate, Todoroki, had a running theory that Izuku was All Might's secret love child, of all things. I can't see it, Yui hummed in thought. His quirk is nothing like All Might's. Versatile psychic powers aren't the same as super strength. Izuku chuckled awkwardly. Yeah. Anyways. The game. Right. Setsuna stared Izuku down, as the only two people standing. Okay, mean and green, truth or dare? Dare. Izuku looked as if he regretted his answer immediately. Oh, heck yes, Setsuna whooped. You and me. Plank off. Let's go. Izuku's confusion was evident enough to make Mina giggle. She wants you two to show off your abs, she explained. Get to it, Midori. Both of you. No quirks. The pair got into matching plank positions, each of them rigidly holding their bodies upright off the floor, and Mina had to admit, the way that each of their torsos flexed and their abs practically popped sure did something to her. I wonder if Set decided who gets the first turn with Izuku yet, she wondered, or if we're gonna share. The idea of watching those two muscular babes going at it with each other was all sorts of distracting to Mina. The seconds dragged on into minutes, and yet neither Izuku nor Setsuna showed the slightest signs of flagging. Feeling the burn yet, Greenie? Setsuna taunted. I can do this all day, Izuku confidently replied. Phew, boy, I sure do dig the cockiness he's started to show off now and then. Mina knew that she was getting herself way too deep into something that technically hadn't even started yet, but, well, a large part of her had already started to plan out a life with both Setsuna and Izuku featuring prominently in it. So, I'm a romantic, she thought, so what? You can do it, Deku. Okiko cheered. They certainly have stamina, don't they? Momo observed. Their dedication to physical fitness is inspiring, Ibara nodded sagely. They're both very strong, you hummed. Okay. Mina came to a decision, this is too easy for them. Yui. Okiko. Both women, fittingly, for what Mina had in mind, made similar noises of confusion. One of you go sit on each of their backs. Mina ordered, the two of you are basically identical, so it'll be just as hard for both of them. Spirit of competition. The brunette and black-haired women looked at each other, then shrugged in practically perfect parallel, and meandered over to the planking pair. Sure enough, Okiko chose to sit on Izuku's upper torso, while Yui planted her but on Setsuna's back. Almost a little envious, Mina thought, that's a whole lot of but between those two. The added weight didn't seem to do much to hamper the endurance of either Izuku or Setsuna, which tempted Mina to command Ibara and Momo to join in the fun. Just as she was about to give the order, however, Setsuna craned her neck towards Izuku and muttered something, then Izuku suddenly collapsed to the ground. Ha! Setsuna cried, I win. She showed off her strength once again by managing to crawl to her knees and then stand up with Yui clinging to her back the entire time, while Izuku and Okiko had fallen to the floor in a giggling heap. Okiko, Izuku asked between bouts of laughter, truth or dare? Okiko thought about it, truth for me. Izuku he pondered what truth he could ask Okiko that would still fit within the rules of the game they were playing. After he'd just had her but pressed against him even though his back wasn't exactly an erogenous zone, Izuku had a hard time thinking of anything but somewhat inappropriate questions. I might as well push that boundary a bit, Izuku thought, we're all having a good time. For your truth, I want you to tell us, he dragged his question out for dramatic effect, in your opinion, who the sexiest pro hero is. Oh, that's easy, Okiko giggled, Creati, obviously. Momo spoke in response, as she turned a deep red. Not exactly what I was expecting, Izuku thought, but not all that surprising, either. No fair. Mina protested, Momo's not a pro hero yet. But she will be, Okiko laughed off the counterarguments, and seriously, have you seen Momo? Okay, yeah, fair, Setsuna nodded. Oh, totes, Mina agreed. You all. Momo hid her face behind her hands, you're being silly. I appreciate the compliment, Okiko, but don't be ridiculous. I don't think she's being ridiculous, surprisingly, spoke up. With her quirk, Momo's almost guaranteed to rank top 10 at some point after she goes pro, and with that body. Yeah, she'll win a few sexiest hero awards. I do have to protest, Ibara interjected, not about Momo, but about those awards, they're awfully objectifying, a hero's appearance has nothing to do with their ability to save people. Oh, yeah, they're sexist AF, Setsuna chimed in, like, you all know I'm not biased for or against any kind of person, so it's downright ridiculous that it's always different female pros who win that title, instead of, say, Hawks or Fat Gum. Fat Gum. Momo squeaked, I've interned with him. I'm not sure I see what you mean with him, Yui added. Oh, he's got all sorts of daddy energy, Setsuna nodded to herself, and Izuku found himself lost. Seriously, I bet you that he'd be near the top of polls among female hero fans. Maybe that's why the sexiest hero voting is so messed up. Mina tapped her finger against her cheek in thought, it's a bunch of lonely hero takers who submit the most votes. No offense to Izuku, of course, Okiko smirked. Hey, Izuku mimicked being mortally wounded, and crossed his hands over his chest. Oh, yeah, Midori, Mina bounced over and pulled him into a hug. Don't get me wrong. You're the good kind of hero nerd. We should have saved that to ask Setsuna as a truth, Yui said. Oh right, the game. Mina smacked her forehead with an audible whop. Whose turn was it again? Mine. 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲 beamed. Mina, truth or dare? Dare me, babe. Okay. 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲's grin turned a little bit sinister, and Izuku couldn't help but shudder a little, knowing what that usually meant. I dare you to spend the rest of the round sitting on Deku's lap. Phut. Mina snorted a laugh. That's not even a challenge. Izuku didn't even have time to think before a whole bunch of but was planted firmly in the middle of his lap. Hey, Midori. Mina craned her head back to look up at him. Guess we're gonna be all snuggly for a bit, aren't we? I guess so, Izuku chuckled, and idly rested his hand just above her hip. New rule. Mina shouted all of a sudden. Since Midori's the only boy, he has to go twice per round. What? Izuku spluttered. How's that fair? It's Newt, Mina sang. So, babe, truth or dare? Izuku had a pretty good idea of how things were going to go if he picked dare, and he didn't want to frustrate Ibara and Momo by disrespecting the rules they'd agreed to that badly. Truth. Okay. Mina smiled at him. You've got to tell every girl in the room why you think they're pretty. And no cheating and saying I admire your heroic spirit. It's got to be physical features. Also, no repeating. Izuku felt himself start to stammer, then cut off that particular bad habit. This actually isn't that hard to answer. I've already told you. He met Mina's gaze. Your eyes are gorgeous, Mina. The pink girl turned slightly purplish and broke into a big, wide smile. Which reminds me. Setsuna, Izuku called out across the room, you've got a really pretty smile. Really? Setsuna looked surprisingly bashful all of a sudden, even with my pointy teeth. They're part of what makes your smile yours, Izuku explained, but it's also how big you grin when you get excited about something. Towing the line there, mister, Mina wiggled her hips on top of him, and Izuku found it difficult to complain about that sort of punishment. 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲, Izuku met her eyes. I think you have really cute cheeks. I'll say. Setsuna whooped. Girl is fat with a P. I meant on her face. Izuku was caught off guard. I think it's really cute how you always have a bit of a blush. Oh, 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲 brought her hands up to said adorable cheeks, and nearly wound up floating herself into the air. You. Izuku turned to the next girl in line. I really like your lips. It's cute how, pouty they are. He wasn't sure if he got the phrasing of that right, but the way that the aforementioned lips quirked up into a wry little smile made Izuku feel that it was the right kind of compliment. Ibara, Izuku felt his confidence growing. I know it's kind of cheating, because it's your quirk and all, but I like your hair. It really suits you, and I like the way that you braid it sometimes. Oh. Ibara's face colored a little bit. Thank you, Izuku. It is, indeed, part of me, so I think that you're obeying the spirit of the law with that answer. Great. Izuku smiled widely, then turned to the final woman he had to compliment. Momo, it'd be easy, if against the rules, technically, to say how much I admire her intelligence, or her willpower, or the way that she gets all excited when she gets to talk about a subject she knows a lot about. Izuku recalled the conversation that he and Momo had shared the day before, when she'd made a few references to not believing that she was desirable. He could stick to mostly innocent territory as he had with the other women, but he didn't think that that was what Momo was hoping to hear. Izuku didn't even have to act the sudden stammer that emerged in his voice. I'm a really big fan of your figure. Oh. Momo brought one of her hands to her mouth. Izuku felt his own blush starting to appear. You're tall, and you have long legs, but you're really, curvy, and you really look good in that shirt right now. Momo glanced down at herself as if she just remembered that she had melons, then looked back up to Izuku with a surprised expression, one which quickly melted away into a happy, self-satisfied smile. Woo! Setsuna cheered. The boy's got eyes. Because he's absolutely right. Got 'em. Mo, you are stacked and a half. I protest your word choice, Ibara added. But, though you may not match my preferences, Momo, I think it is fairly evident that you are a particularly statuesque woman. You've got great melons, as blunt as ever, joined in the compliment train. Momo, babe, Mina called out, as a certified bisexual disaster, all I'm gonna say is, gimme the word, and girl, I'll be ready for you in an instant. See. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 piped up, we all think you're gorgeous, Momo. Izuku didn't miss the way that 𝐒𝐭𝐴's gaze, in particular, had been absolutely glued to Momo the entire time that everyone else was complimenting her. I'm not even that good at this whole thing, he thought, and I've managed to figure it out before you have. You're all? Momo's blush was threatening to turn nuclear, very kind. Thank you, all of you. Izuku felt content with how the impromptu team project to help Momo's self-esteem had turned out. All the women here, Izuku thought, they're all gorgeous, sure, but they're also all just such great people. He still found it hard to believe just how much he'd lucked out. So, Mina leaned back into him, who's next? Oh yeah, Izuku remembered that they were, in fact, in the middle of Truth or Dare, Ibara, Truth or Dare. I would rather go with Truth, please, she answered. Izuku pondered what he could ask that wouldn't spoil the mood, but wouldn't seem like he was trying to guide the conversation down a certain path. What's the most surprising thing about you? How so? Ibara clasped her hands in front of herself. I mean, like, Izuku explained, what's something about you that the rest of us might not expect? Oh. Ibara reached her hand to her head, and screwed up her face in concentration, probably this. She pulled a long, almost dagger-like thorn out of her hair, and with a flick of her wrist, threw it across the room in an instant, where it embedded itself in the wall opposite her with a heavy thunk. Dude! Setsuna cried out, that's fing badass. You know how to throw knives. Yui wondered. I do, Ibara confirmed, it was a hobby that I picked up by chance, but I seem to have something of a talent for it, though it may not be the most heroic skill to possess. What are you talking about? 𝐒𝐭𝐴 asked. I can think of, like, 19 different times when it would have come in handy so hard if I knew how to throw knives. Me too. Izuku added in, lots of heroes use knives, Ibara, there's nothing unheroic about that. Hell, Aizawa constantly carries a giant butt knife. Izuku knew this all too well, he'd literally be dead several times over if he didn't. Well, I'll keep this in mind, Ibara smiled uncertainly, when we're back in the real world, back in heroics training. Perhaps I'll develop a new super move. Yeah you will. Setsuna cheered her friend on. Seriously, girl, I'm impressed. My thanks, Ibara hummed in thought, but, returning to our little game, Momo, Truth or Dare. Oh. Momo had, apparently, spent the last several moments entirely consumed by her own blush, Dare. Very well. Ibara looked across the room for a moment, then back to Momo, I dare you to go sit in 𝐒𝐭𝐴's lap for the rest of the game. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 made a surprised noise and clapped her hands to her face, then proceeded to start floating lazily through the air as she activated her quirk on herself. I thought it was unfair that Izuku was the only one so constrained. Ibara almost seemed as if she knew exactly what she was implying, so, unless you object to this, Momo, that is your challenge. Oh, no, Momo stammered, that is, I'll do it. After Setsuna reached up to retrieve 𝐒𝐭𝐴 from midair and she came back to her senses somewhat, the two women arranged themselves into an uncomfortable-looking at first position on the couch, but within seconds, they'd basically molded around each other. That's pretty much what I expected. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle under his breath. Something funny, Midori? Mina asked from on top of him. No, Izuku answered, just having fun is all. Good, she gave a little unnoticeable to anyone else, hopefully shake of her hips while replying, because I'm having fun too. The next round was left forgotten as different people throughout the room got caught up in their own conversations, and Izuku decided he'd take the chance to cut loose a bit more than he usually would have. He had not one, not two, but 3 more drinks over the rest of the evening, until he was good and proper drunk, not so badly that he was intoxicated, really, but enough that he definitely felt giddier than he could explain by a good mood alone. Some of the women had basically kept pace with him, including Yui, who called it a night not long after the final round of Truth or Dare ended, and Setsuna, who wasn't far behind her classmate. Ibara was the next to go to bed, and Mina finally removed herself from Izuku's lap, where she'd kept returning to, even though the game was pretty much over, stretched, and padded off to Setsuna's room. Ibara rolled her eyes, but also smiled at the same time. It was hard to imagine that anything inappropriate was going on in there, considering that Setsuna's snores were audible even in the main room of the cabin. "I believe that I'll take inspiration from Setsuna," Ibara announced. "Good night, everyone. I quite enjoyed myself, thank you." "Night, Ibara," Izuku called out. Shortly after, Okuko wandered over. He'd been idly keeping an eye on her and Momo during the wind-down of their party, and had noticed that neither woman had drunk nearly as much as the rest of the partiers. Evidently, they planned to address that deficit, at least in part, as Momo had wandered to pour a pair of cocktails. "Hey," Okuko spoke softly. "Hey, gorgeous," Izuku replied. "I was thinking," Okuko leaned in closer to him, "do you want to go to the Love Shack later?" "I'd love to," Izuku answered honestly, "but, I hate to say it, I think I've had a bit much to drink." "Oh. Yeah," Izuku nodded, "I'll be okay and all, it's just, I'm getting pretty sleepy, I think I might have to call it a night pretty soon." "Echich," Okuko pouted, but it was clear she was just teasing him. "You'll have to make it up to me later, you know." "I absolutely will." Izuku leaned up and kissed her softly. "Besides, I think you and Momo need to have a chat, yeah." "Oh, right," Okuko nodded. "I suppose we do, yeah." "Good night." Izuku gave her a quick peck, before he announced his intentions more loudly. "I'm pretty wiped." "Good night, Momo, I'll see you tomorrow." "Good night, Izuku." As he crossed the room, Momo also leaned in towards him, and he gave her a kiss in turn. "Sleep well." Izuku was pretty sure that he was going to sleep great. It had been a fantastic evening, and he felt assured that Okuko and Momo were going to sort out the obvious vibe going on between them that, apparently, neither woman had even noticed, let alone addressed. "Okuko, so, you feeling better than yesterday?" Okuko asked as she sat on the couch across from Momo. "Yes and no." Momo sipped her drink. "I'm certainly a lot more cheerful, definitely, but the concerns I have still seem to be lingering a little bit." "Have you thought about," Okuko broached the topic, "you know, figuring yourself out a bit more?" "I have," Momo admitted, "but, well, I'm still quite nervous about it." "What are you nervous about?" Okuko wondered. "I'm aware, from our SXL education classes and all," Momo explained, "that some women have a difficult time reaching 𝐂𝐿MX at all. What if I am afflicted with such a condition? I would hate to think that I try, only to discover that, well, I can't." "Well, there's really only one way to find out," Okuko reassured her, "and even if it turns out that way, I mean, it's not like you couldn't enjoy yourself, you know." "I'm not sure I do." "The whole point of having fun," Okuko stumbled over her words, "is that it's having fun. As long as everyone's on the same page, there's no wrong way to do it, right?" "Well, yes," Momo fretted with a lock of her raven hair. "But, well, I worry that if I do take that step with Izuku, and I don't enjoy myself as much as someone else might, that he might take it personally." "Yeah," once again, Okuko shook her head, "there's no way of knowing unless you actually try it. I'm not trying to pressure you, Momo, but it's not like this is an assignment you can fail, you know." "It kind of feels like it," Momo grumbled. "Okay," Okuko came to an, admittedly, somewhat impulsive, decision. "In that case, come with me." "Aye. We're going to the Love Shack," Okuko explained, "and we're talking this out in as much detail as we have to. If you're feeling like this is an assignment, then I guess I'm gonna be your teacher." "Oh, Momo nodded. "Yes, I think that might be helpful. Thank you, Okuko, for listening to my concerns like this. And for being so willing to help. And for sharing your boyfriend." "Hush, you," Okuko giggled. "You know how I feel about sharing, very much in favor. Now, come on, let's go." As the two women made their way outside where the rain had mercifully let up for a bit, Okuko took stock of her own status. She definitely wasn't drunk. "I'm more than a 2-drink drunk," she thought, but she could admit that she felt a bit more open, less nervous than she usually would. It helped her to feel more confident about the lessons that she was going to try and teach. Okay, so, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 spoke as they entered the other building, give me the lowdown, girl, have you ever tried anything? Is there any kind of starting point that you know you can work with? Honestly, I haven't, Momo sighed. Even now, the thought just makes me feel nervous, more than anything else, like I might somehow screw something up. But you know the basics, right? 𝐒𝐿𝐴 hummed in thought, like what you said earlier about some women not being able to get off, that's true and all, but more importantly, every woman likes something different, yeah. That only makes it more confusing. Momo whined, I have no idea where to even start. You know the basic anatomy, right? Of course. Well, think of that as a starting point, maybe. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 suggested, like, some women really like their CLT played with, but others are too sensitive, you know. Try that out as a starting point, and you might at least figure out what you don't like. Which are you? Momo blurted out, wait, no, forget I asked that. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 burst out into laughter. Momo, babe, we're talking about how to get off, she clarified. You can absolutely ask me any questions you think of, okay? I'll try to keep that in mind, Momo frowned, and 𝐒𝐿𝐴 could tell she was doubting herself. For me, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 explained, I don't like a lot directly on my CLT to start off. She recalled her initial explorations with Deku, but once I'm good and ready. Phew, yeah, the extra STMLTN is really nice. Extra. Oh, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 blushed, but continued speaking anyways. When me and Deku are having sex, it really works for me if he, well, uses his fingers at the same time as his, you know, inside me. Oh my, Momo blushed in response, that sounds quite nice, actually. There you go. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 cheered, see, that's a start. But how am I going to take that step, Momo argued, if I'm too nervous to even handle the usual progression? That is, if I'm too anxious about FLY, how would I proceed directly to secretary? Well, that's why you need to get past that roadblock, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 nodded, half to reassure Momo, half to reassure herself. If you can get yourself off, won't all this suddenly become a lot less scary? It would, Momo agreed, but, well, that first step is a big one, isn't it? Just experiment a little, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 insisted, that's really all I can suggest. Since everyone's different and all, I can't just tell you what to do, I would if I could. If only we had the internet here, Momo grumbled. I imagine researching reference material would be of assistance in this matter. Well, I guess I could just show you, 𝐒𝐴 spoke without thinking. A moment passed between the two women, as they each realized what 𝐒𝐴 had just said. Momo paused, as she weighed the words in her mind, and 𝐒𝐴 wished that she could float herself away, would you? I mean, 𝐒𝐴 fidgeted with her hands, I guess so. I offered and all. They stared at each other for another few moments, before they both broke eye contact at the same time. I'm gonna get on the bed, then, in that case. 𝐒𝐴 tried to make it less awkward. Oh, right, yes, that sounds logical. Momo nodded way too many times, as if she could somehow shake away the tension by moving her head. Yeah, so, 𝐒𝐴 plopped down on the bed in the middle of the love shack, then dropped her hands to her waistband. I'm gonna take my breathes off. Momo cautiously sat at the end of the bed, a respectful distance away from 𝐒𝐴. 𝐒𝐴 took a deep breath, then removed her breathes. Can't stop now, she insisted to herself, this is to help Momo out, after all. So I usually start like this. 𝐒𝐴 tried her best to ignore how wide Momo's eyes had gone, as she trailed her hand down between her own legs. 𝐒𝐴 glanced away from her friend as her fingers slowly trailed up from the middle of her sec, up, and against her CLT. She took a shuddering breath, entirely too full of nervousness, as she repeated the gesture in the opposite direction. You don't have to, Momo breathed, if this is too weird for you. No, I want to help you, 𝐒𝐴 insisted, just, keep watching, okay? She focused on the sensations she felt from her body, rather than the twitchy nerves that her mind experienced, as she continued to slide along the entrance of her secretary. 𝐒𝐴 recalled the last time that her and Izuku had gotten together. She called the images to mind to help get her in the mood. His strong arms wrapped around me, she remembered, the weight of his body pressing down on me as he filled me up, the way that he cried out my name as he came. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 felt warmth beginning to pool in her belly, and realized that her fantasizing was working. Right, so, she explained, I'm starting to get wet now, so, I'd usually move on to something a little like this. She delicately spread herself open with her index and ring fingers, then ran her middle finger along the very edge of her entrance. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 couldn't help but shudder at the sensation, and she noticed that she wasn't merely wet, but downright soaking. This is what I do next. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 glanced quickly in Momo's direction, felt heat rise at the back of her neck at the way her friend was staring between her legs, and then did her best to shove her nerves aside. She pushed the very tip of her finger inside herself, and let loose a tiny, quiet gasp at the feeling. Oh, wow, Momo gasped. I like starting slow. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 did her best to stay focused. Some girls might go faster than this, so, don't assume this is the only way. She slid her finger a bit deeper. But, this is what feels good for me. When her finger had reached all the way to the base of her palm, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 curled it inwards, and stroked against the sensitive bundle of nerves at the front of her secretary and, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 muttered, not everyone feels good from this, but I really do, yeah. Momo was nowhere near as eloquent as she usually was. Now I'm, ready for more. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 slowly slid her finger most of the way out of herself, and lined up her index finger beside it, so, yeah. She plunged her digits inside herself. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 threw her head back, half to avoid being conscious of the way Momo was staring at her, and half out of genuine pleasure. Why don't you try? 𝐒𝐿𝐼, once again, spoke before she took the time to think about what she was saying. Okay, Momo agreed, and when 𝐒𝐿𝐼 looked back up, she saw her friend taking off her own breathes. God, her legs are long, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 thought, as she continued to slowly pump her fingers back and forth. She watched with surprisingly rapt attention as Momo's fingers reached hesitantly downwards, then stroked along her own, perfect, FPP. Oh, Momo! Breathed, that feels nice. Keep doing it, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 suggested, don't go too fast if you aren't ready for it. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 realized that she'd been steadily fingering herself the entire time. She'd somehow managed to forget as she watched Momo exploring her own body. It was like this, right? Momo inquired, as she spread herself open in front of 𝐒𝐿𝐼. Yeah, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 huffed. Go slow, delicate. Like you're, playing piano. Pianissimo. Momo spoke a word that 𝐒𝐿𝐼 didn't recognize but sounded appealing all the same. Then 𝐒𝐿𝐼 watched as Momo's long, elegant finger traced over her entrance. Oh, wow. Yeah. Yes. Momo agreed. I think I was worried for no reason. A few moments passed in relative silence, with only the sounds of the two women's breathing getting increasingly heavier echoing through the room. When I want to come, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 explained, that's when I'll start playing with my CLT. She slowly slid her fingers out of her dripping secretary. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 began to find the angle a bit frustrating, so before she committed to the finale, she sat up and knelt at the head of the bed, spreading her legs further apart. I don't know how you'll be, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 continued, but I like back and forth motions, and pretty fast. She planted the tips of her fingers, fully enjoying the soft pads that her digits ended in, firmly against her CLT, and started to rock her wrist back and forth. I'll try. Momo imitated the gesture, and 𝐒𝐿𝐼 became increasingly conscious of just how far the shirt Momo was still wearing was riding up on her torso. Momo's motions were certainly eager, but in her own enthusiasm, she was setting herself up for failure. She moved her hand quickly to start, clearly became overwhelmed, and then returned to light, almost teasing touches against her own secretary. She's managed to figure out how to edge herself before she got MSTRBTN down. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 found the realization oddly interesting. She's getting there, though. Slower, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 commanded, but steady. It's not a race, you gotta build up to it. Momo listened, and the movements of her hand became steady for a bit, but then started to increase to a frenetic pace almost immediately. I'm not doing it right, Momo whined. It feels good, then it's too much, but then it's not enough. You're impatient, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 hummed. Try and keep a steady pace. I don't know what I'm doing, Momo protested, and started to look as if she was going to abandon her task. Momo, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 spoke her name with authority, don't give up yet. You're doing good. like I said, you've got to be patient. I don't know how I can't manage this. Momo lifted her hand. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 reached across the bed and grabbed Momo's wrist. You're almost there, she instructed, and pushed Momo's hand back down between her own legs, slow. Steady. Like this. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 pulled Momo's wrist up a bit, then pushed it back down a moment later, imitating the motions that she was still performing with her own hand, on her own CLT. By guiding Momo's hand like that, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 figured that she could help her friend reach her peak. Oh, Momo gasped, I felt something. Yeah. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 continued to steadily glide her fingers against herself, as she watched Momo approaching what was almost certainly the first orgasm she'd ever experienced. I'm glad I could be here for this, she thought. Momo started to try and increase her pace again, but 𝐒𝐿𝐼 tightened her grip on the other woman's wrist, and forced her motions to remain steady. Slow, babe. 𝐒𝐿𝐼's breath hitched in the middle of the sentence, as she felt the first shocks of an approaching orgasm spark through her core. Just keep at it, okay? Something's happening, Momo whined. It feels really good. Keep doing exactly what you're doing, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 gasped, and her grip on Momo's wrist loosened. I think, Momo huffed a breath, and her hand flew away from her sec, and instead latched around 𝐒𝐿𝐼's wrist, just as 𝐒𝐿𝐼 had held her earlier. The movement led to an entirely unexpected result. Momo wound up pushing 𝐒𝐿𝐼's hand downwards, and 𝐒𝐿𝐼 realized that her fingers just brushed against Momo's CLT. F it, she thought, I can't leave her hanging. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 curled her fingers upwards, and pressed her fingertips against Momo's CLT with steady, gentle pressure, then rocked her hand back and forth. She was dimly aware that she was now performing the same motions on both of them at once, but 𝐒𝐿𝐼 lost herself in the moment, far too close to her own orgasm to worry about what this could have meant. Momo started to make sounds that bordered between mmms and wails, and her hips pressed forwards towards 𝐒𝐿𝐼's hand. That's it, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 reassured her, you're gonna come. 𝐒𝐿𝐼, Momo gasped, and then flung her arms around 𝐒𝐿𝐼's neck and made a high, delicate and yet desperate noise, her legs tensing around 𝐒𝐿𝐼's digits. A lightning bolt of pleasure struck 𝐒𝐿𝐼 directly in the spine, and she felt her own legs quivering as her orgasm overwhelmed her. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 swore that her vision blacked out for a second. Her 𝐂𝐿𝐼𝐽 was more intense than she'd ever managed alone on any occasion that she could remember. The only times I've come that hard was when I was having sex with Deku, she thought, hazily, as she felt like she was on the verge of a realization. Well, I guess I'm not technically alone right now. The two women detached from each other, and stared at each other for a moment, before they both broke into happy giggles together. See? 𝐒𝐿𝐼 insisted, I told you it wasn't going to be that scary. You were right, Momo nodded. I was, in fact, being silly. Thank you for, helping me with that. Oh, yeah. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 remembered what sort of help she had just provided. I was, happy to. Momo hummed, and then went quiet for a while before she continued speaking. I had a thought, yeah. I'm going to be selfish once again, Momo explained. I think, when I wind up going all the way with Izuku, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 felt her heart racing. Can you help me with that too? Of course, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 agreed eagerly. Why does that idea sound so thrilling? 𝐒𝐿𝐼 wondered. I guess I'll figure that out later. 3 months and 3 days since arriving Izuku it rained, then it rained some more, and then, shockingly, it rained even more. Izuku was pretty sure that he was at least 50% mud by total weight by the time that he finished filling in the various trenches that had collapsed, dug new ones, and started trying to figure out some way to drain water out from the base of the walls around their camp. If it keeps up at this rate, Izuku looked to the hill within the walls of their camp, which was the much smaller cousin of a small mountain behind it. I'm going to start getting worried about mudslides. He rolled his shoulders, and dug his shovel back into a spot between 2 of the tree stumps making up their walls, splitting through a chunk of clay which was causing water to pool up instead of draining outside. It was dirty, tiring work, but Izuku was happy to volunteer for it. Not like I'm doing the bulk of the work, anyways. Just as she'd been helpful in first digging out their drainage network, Ibara was an absolute lifesaver. Let's hope that title isn't literal just yet, when it came to performing emergency repairs. She'd gone back and forth between the nearby mountain and their camp all day, hauling back loads of gravel and stones to fill in the new trenches they'd dug, so that they wouldn't collapse into muddy mires. Izuku wandered over to one of the piles of gravel, and took a shovel load to the wall, where he filled in the gap that he'd just created, which had formerly been filled with clay. His task completed, for now, he propped himself up against the handle of his shovel, and wiped a mixture of sweat, rain, and mud away from his brow. "I'm beginning to tire," Ibara announced, as she approached him. "Are we just about done, do you think?" "I think we've done all we can for today," Izuku confirmed. "If it keeps raining this hard, we might honestly have to consider relocating, but for now, the ground here should stay relatively stable." "I'm hoping." "I will pray that it remains so," Ibara nodded. "Are there more tasks awaiting us tomorrow?" "I'll need to talk to Momo," Izuku shrugged. "I'm really not much of an engineer. When it comes down to it, I'm really just a guy with a shovel." "The only knowledge I have of soil topography relates to gardening," Ibara noted. "I'm hardly an expert myself." "I'm just thankful that you've still got your quirk," Izuku hummed. "Without your help, there's no way I could have managed to do this myself. We might have had to abandon our camp already." "Then I am equally as thankful that I've had the opportunity to help," Ibara smiled tiredly. "But, truth be told, at this moment I'm most thankful for the fact we're done." "How are your vines doing?" Izuku asked. "They're getting tired," Ibara confirmed his suspicions. "My neck's getting a bit stiff as well. Far be it for me to complain for complaining's sake, but I suspect that my productivity is about to drop off substantially." "Well, let's get inside, and rest up in case we have to do more tomorrow," Izuku nodded to himself. "We absolutely aren't going inside." Ibara shook her head as if he was being amusingly exasperating. "We're both filthy, Izuku. We need to cleanse ourselves first." "Ah, right, he kept forgetting about that. I guess the hot springs would be nice right now. Would you like to go first?" You know," Izuku gestured vaguely, "would you like the first turn in the hot springs before I get in them?" "Why would we take turns?" "Because, well," Izuku thought it was fairly self-explanatory. Bathing usually involves getting naked. "And?" "Oh," Izuku muttered as his train of thought derailed. In that case, Ibara smiled, as she reached out to take him by the hand, his shovel left standing upright in the dirt and entirely forgotten. "I shall lead the way, him." Instead of replying verbally, Izuku nodded eagerly. They walked side by side to the hot springs, idly passing the time with casual conversation. "I think a shower makes more sense," Ibara spoke as they approached. "We're both rather muddy, definitely." Izuku would have agreed to DMN near anything. Setsuna had discovered another benefit to the hot springs the other day, a little alcove hidden away to the side of the path leading up to the springs proper, which had a constant stream of warm water flowing from its ceiling. It was a passable imitation of a shower, and it sounded absolutely ideal to Izuku in that moment. The pair tossed their raincoats aside as they entered the alcove, then Izuku fidgeted a bit, always a bit nervous whenever he took a new step with one of the women in his life. "Before I undress," Ibara seemed nervous too, her hands clasped tightly in front of her. "You should know, I am not quite like other women." "How do you mean?" Izuku hadn't noticed anything physically different about her, not that he'd seen all of her, granted, and so couldn't figure out what she might have been getting at. "My quirk," Ibara answered, "is not only on my head." "Oh," Izuku scratched at his own hair, then winced when his hand came away muddy. "I don't think that matters." "We shall see." Ibara took a deep breath, then pulled her robe off in one motion. "Ah, I get it." Izuku realized what she meant. Between Ibara's legs, a small patch of vines nestled atop her PBIC bone. Her quirk clearly affected all of the hair she grew. It didn't bother him at all, though. If anything, Izuku actually thought it was kind of hot. "You're appealing," he voiced a slightly edited version of his thoughts, and Ibara colored prettily with a blush. "And you're overdressed," Ibara reminded him. "We're here to shower, after all." She had been nervous to disrobe completely in front of Izuku, but his words reassured her, to say nothing of the outright awe with which he looked at her. With her reminder that he, too, needed to undress in order to shower, Izuku hurriedly excitedly even pulled his muddy shirt off and tossed it aside. then hopped out of his breaths, quite literally, jumping on one foot to remove them, before they met the same fate as his shirt. "Toss our clothes into the water too," Ибара reminded him, "there's no point washing up if we just get dirty again." True, they'd have to walk back to camp in wet clothes, but given the persistent, heavy rain, that was basically a given. At least this way, their clothes would be warmed by the waters of the hot spring a little bit. After Izuku carried out her request, he turned to face her again, a bashful expression on his face. "Come here," Ибара commanded, and reached out for his hand. She pulled him closer to her, then turned to shove him under the flowing stream of water coming from the ceiling, guiding him into place so that the dirt and muck from the day's work started to wash off of him. She reached for a bar of soap stashed in a little cubby, then worked it between her hands until it produced a thick lather. Ибara stepped behind Izuku, and started to rub her hands into the muscles between his shoulder blades. And what muscles they are! Now that she was being more honest with herself and her own desires, Ибara had to admit that it was a significant bonus that not only was Izuku a kind and gentle man, but also exceedingly pleasant to look at. The thin or not-so-thin lines of scars which crisscrossed his torso spoke to his devotion towards heroic pursuits, but the lean, powerful muscles that these scars sat on top of were a much more obvious demonstration of his dedication. "Turn around," she spoke, after she'd spent a while appreciating his back and shoulders. Izuku did, and she moved even closer to him, so that their faces were mere inches apart while she worked soap into his thick pectoral muscles. "I don't mind, you know," he spoke uncertainly, "the thing you were worried about. It doesn't bother me at all. I think it's kind of neat, actually." Really, she wondered, it isn't unappealing that I'm almost more like a plant than a woman. She glanced down between their bodies, then blushed as she got an entire eyeful of Izuku's manhood. As they stood this close together, Ибara realized that while he was taller than she had proportionally longer legs than Izuku, which meant that their lower halves lined up almost perfectly. "You're a gorgeous woman, you know," Izuku complimented her, "and I actually think your, vines, are kind of dash." He clearly cut off whatever words he'd been about to say. "Oh." Ибara was intrigued. "Kind of sexy," Izuku blurted out, "sorry if that's too much." "Izuku," Ибara laughed airily, "I've just invited you to shower with me. I'm not going to be offended if you decide to tell me that you find me sexually attractive." "Oh," Izuku smiled, "in that case, yeah, you're, super pretty, and I think that your vines kind of add to your overall look." Super pretty wasn't exactly the sort of statement that was inherently charged with sexual energy, but for Ибara, inexperienced and somewhat conservative as she knew herself to be, it did the job quite well. She leaned in to close the final few inches between them, and reached out to clasp each of Izuku's hands at his wrists. Ибara enjoyed the feeling of control that she had over such a strong, powerful man like Izuku, as she planted a kiss against his lips, while at the same time, she guided his hands to lay on top of her rear end. The way that he helplessly followed her directions and placed his palms exactly where she wanted sent another flush of heat up her spine. "Tell me more," Ибara requested, as she scared in a shuddering breath, feeling her bare chest against his own for the first time. "Well, you've got great legs." Izuku then squeezed her bottom, which sent a flood of heat radiating up her spine, and, it turns out, a great butt, too. "Thank you," Ибara kissed him again. "I enjoy hearing these sorts of things, I've discovered." She became aware of something stiff poking against the inside of one of her thighs. Ибara leaned into the sensation, which made Izuku squirm against her. "Oh," she realized, "I know what's touching me." "Is that because of me?" she teased, and closed her legs a bit tighter, so that Izuku's manhood was pressed between her legs without being angled so that it could go between her legs, so to say. "Absolutely," Izuku responded eagerly. "Like I said, you're gorgeous, and, yeah, you're sexy too, so, Ибara decided to try something. She focused her quirk lower than she usually would, and in doing so, extended some of the tiny vines which sat between her own legs, above her womanhood, until the tips of these miniature vines reached long enough to delicately trace over Izuku's length. "And you still find me sexy," Ибara sought to confirm her theory, even with this. She felt Izuku's manhood become even harder in her grasp, until the top side of his member pressed up and against her own secretary. Ибara gasped at the feelings, both the physical sensation, and the knowledge that he found her quirk-changed anatomy very appealing, indeed. "Oh, goodness," Ibara smiled. "You have a bit of a thing for quirks, don't you?" "Uh-huh." Izuku nodded dumbly, and it was clear that all of his usual analytical focus was entirely absent in that moment. "I really like quirks, I guess." Ibara thought about this. "I'm afraid I don't want to go much further than this tonight. I do not wish to frustrate you, or leave you feeling abandoned, but I suppose," she tilted her hips forward, and both of the pair scared in a breath at the same time as her sek glided against Izuku's stiff manhood, held in place by her lower vines. "Yes, I should stop here." She hesitantly released him, drawing her quirk back to its normal, short-cropped length. "But in the future, I think I would be very willing to explore this with you." "I'm looking forward to it," Izuku smiled, and Ibara almost cast her earlier boundary aside entirely. She was so overcome by the feelings of support and safety practically radiating from Izuku. "He never pushes me to go further, never chastises me for teasing him or reacts by pouting and sulking when we cannot be as NTMT as he would like. None of the dangers of SXL relationships that I'd been warned about are an issue with him. Let's get you washed up, too." Izuku took the bar of soap from her hands and calmly started to work his fingers into the muscles of her back. Even though the action pressed them tightly together, chest to chest, Ibara felt no fear that he'd use their positioning to his advantage. "And he gives darn good massages." She happily relaxed into his hands. "That's a definite bonus, too." 3 months and 5 days since arriving, Mina. "I'm telling you," Mina insisted, "it's that exact mindset that this place is supposed to fix." "I don't understand," Momo argued. "Why would we not want to prepare for the trials we might face ahead of time?" "Well, look at it this way," Mina proposed. "We got pretty comfortable after we first arrived, right? Then the heat shows up right away, makes us all sweaty all the time. Once we got used to that, started treating it as a summer vacation, then it starts raining. This place wants to keep us on our toes, so obviously, it's meant to teach us how to think on our feet." "Those just sound like seasons to me," Okiko hummed. "I don't disagree, not exactly, but I think that there's got to be more to the lesson than just think fast. You know, considering everything else we've already been through." The trio of women were, once again, trying to puzzle out whatever Aizawa-sensei had in mind when he'd put this bizarre exercise together. It was just the 3 of them. The other women were out gathering food, and Izuku was busy with something or other, attempting to solve the inscrutable mysteries of their teacher's logical ruses. Whatever he intended, Mina thought with an internal chuckle, it probably wasn't to turn this place into Hookup City. Who knew that Izuku had it in him to handle the attention of 6 women at once? "Wait," Mina realized, "do you think this is all about Izuku?" Okiko made a confused noise. "Like," Mina started ticking off funny little details on her fingers. "He was the only single dude left in our class, he got put in a group with all the single ladies." She waggled her eyebrows at her own reference to classic music, "and now we're all kinda sorta sharing him. Do you think Aizawa-sensei was trying to help a bro out?" "I rather doubt that Aizawa would have engineered an entire exercise simply to help Izuku find love," Momo disagreed. "Though, perhaps, he put Okiko in this group due to that reasoning. You guys." Okiko protested. "Why'd it have to be me? If Aizawa-sensei was really scheming like that, then it could have been Momo that he put in this group intentionally, or maybe even you, Mina." "Even me?" Mina teased. "Why would that be so surprising?" "Because you were the loudest voice shipping Okiko and Izuku together for several years." Momo raised a single eyebrow, a gesture that somehow looked elegant on her. "Well, now Chako's the one shipping you and Midori together," Mina harumphed. What should we call that?" "Momodoria. Yaoidori. Mozuku. Izumomo sounds cuter," Okiko provided, and their tall classmate managed to turn an impressive shade of pink with the intensity of her blush. "Don't think you're exempt from this," Momo cried. "You're crushing just as hard as either of us, Mina." "Yup. But not just on Midori. They're set too." Mina wasn't hesitant to admit this to herself, even if she wasn't quite sure how to act on half of her feelings just yet. "Yeah, but Mina's a bit more complicated," Okiko hummed. "She's kind of got a girlfriend and all, so it's a bit different than the other girls." "Is it?" Momo asked, and 𝐒𝐭𝐻 blushed for some reason. That's new. Mina wondered what that was about. Well, still, Mina's with one person already, and Deku eventually, 𝐒𝐭𝐻 giggled, lucky you. Mina joined in the giggling. I am pretty lucky. But we all are, really. What would you call that? Momo wondered, in poly terms, that is. I think, from what you has said, 𝐒𝐭𝐻 pressed her fingers together, it'd be a V. Or is it a triangle? Setsuna likes Deku too, right? She's definitely not opposed, Mina mumbled, but I don't think she's exactly crushing on him, not yet. Ooh, Momo put her hand over her mouth. Does this relate to your, watching? They did more than just watch, 𝐒𝐭𝐻 smirked. Both of them, held Deku in place while I, finished him off, you know. Like, restrained his body. Just one part of it, Mina sang. Oh my, Momo giggled, wait a minute. 𝐒𝐭𝐻, do you know how far Izuku has gone with Ibara? They showered together the other day, 𝐒𝐭𝐻 shrugged. Not much further than that, I think. I don't exactly interrogate him about what he gets up to, I just like hearing about it, like you want to hear about it, Mina clarified, or you like hearing about it. The second one, 𝐒𝐭𝐻 blushed. Ooh, you're a bit of a V-wire, aren't ya? Mina teased. Well, that is excellent news, Momo blurted, before she blushed deeply once again. 𝐒𝐭𝐻 made an eep noise, then covered her face with her hands. Okay, Mina was too curious, what's going on with you two? I feel like there's a secret you're keeping. The two other women glanced at each other, blushed and looked away, then locked their gazes again, before nodding in sequence. Momo's asked for some help, 𝐒𝐻 explained, when, her and Deku hit a home run, I believe the analogy was, Momo jumped in. So, of course, I volunteered, 𝐒𝐻 continued, I guess that makes me a pinch hitter. The umpire. A base runner. The catcher. Wait, no, that'd be if I was on the other team. Sounds like Momo's the one who's gonna be catching, Mina cackled. Sounds fun, though. I still haven't figured out my own plan for, running the bases. No. 𝐒𝐿 shuffled a bit closer, what's holding you back? Set, Mina answered, not like, holding me back, that's not the right way of putting it, I just haven't figured out who gets the next turn. Turn. Momo wondered. Well, obviously, Charco had to go first, Mina explained, then, just as obviously, you'd be second, Momo. Why is it obviously me second? Momo gasped, oh no. Am I holding back everyone else, by, squatting on third base? Third. Mina leered, you've gone a bit further, have you? Second. Momo clarified, I fear I'm losing track of the baseball metaphor. It does make sense that you'd be second in line with Deku, 𝐒𝐻 giggled. I'm not too worried about the whole batting order, personally, but you and him have a deep bond, Momo. Well, so do the rest of you, Momo muttered. Anyways, isn't it a bit silly that we're sitting around discussing Izuku when he isn't even here to join the conversation? Where is Midori, anyways? Mina wondered. Oh, he's off clear in his head, 𝐒𝐻 answered. Like, literally, not, she mimed jerking off, and Mina cackled in laughter. He said he wanted to do some thinking about this whole island. I think he's wondering about the same stuff that we were. Right, I almost forgot we were discussing that, Momo nodded. We really are no closer to figuring out the purpose of this exercise. It's more fun to talk about boys, Mina grinned. Well, boy, singular, really. I don't blame you for getting distracted. Why don't we talk about a girl, instead? 𝐒𝐻 turned to Mina with an evil smirk on her face. How are you and Setsuna doing, anyways? Oh, we're great. Mina bounced in place. It's not a relationship, but we're on the same page, and she's so much fun to hang out with. Have you too? 𝐒𝐻 started. Hit a home run. Does that even count the same with two girls? It definitely counts, Mina nodded. The metaphor's a bit different, maybe. But any way you count it, yeah, we've run all the bases. What's it like? 𝐒� looked utterly fascinated. I mean, I saw her playing around with you when the four of us were in the love shack together, but is there more that you two do? You sound almost curious, Charco, Mina purposefully made her most lecherous expression, want me to show you a thing or two about girl on girl. Predictably, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 turned red and waved her hands around in the air, but, very intriguingly, she didn't actually deny Mina's suggestion. I presume, Momo hummed, and Mina noticed she was blushing a bit too. It's much the same, minus penetrative secretary. Well, kinda. Mina gestured with her index and middle finger. You can sort of use your hands instead of a PP, eh? 𝐒𝐿𝐵 mumbled something indistinct that sure sounded like not big enough. Other than that, there's a lot more all involved, Mina continued to explain. It's kind of the main act instead of FRY, but it doesn't have to be. It's basically the same as doing it with a guy, but it's also totally different. I don't really know how to put it. A lot more melons involved, presumably, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 giggled. Oh, totes, Mina smirked. There's all sorts of fun ways to squeeze up against each other. When you've both got the same kind of body, how do you decide who goes first? Momo wondered. Hey. When you're, or performing the main act, as you put it, Momo clarified, how do you decide who pleasures whom first? That's one of the funnest ways to get all close. Mina noticed her own voice starting to become husky. You can do it to each other at the same time, babe. Oh my. Momo trailed off and turned positively neon. To the side, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 made little squeaking noises and hid her face behind her hands. It's kinda cute that they're so curious about this, Mina thought. Also, it's nice that they're supportive and not weirded out. Not that they would be, they're both great people. But even more than that, they're actually showing interest in my love life. Mina counted herself lucky to have two of her best friends with her in vacationland like this. The same day he looked down at the camp below, and smiled as, even from the distance, he saw their flag waving proudly at the top of its hill. Since the rain had let up to a mere light drizzle, Izuku had decided that he should scope out the small mountain above said hill, and he hadn't exactly been thrilled at what he'd found. We're right in the path of a possible mudslide, he thought. Maybe if we reinforce the walls on that side. Or should we build some sort of plow that might split the path of sliding debris? Izuku took a deep breath, held it for a few seconds, then exhaled it all at once in a heavy sigh. He closed his eyes and focused on his breathing. Izuku had sat down in a little clearing at the top of the tiny mountain, his legs crossed underneath him. While he'd never exactly be an expert in the field of meditation, Izuku had learned how to center himself, at least, and he thought that given his building anxiety about the future of their camp, he might as well put those skills into practice. Izuku went through the various steps of clearing his mind, relaxing his body, focusing on nothing but the steady in and out of his breaths. After a few moments of this, the world fell away from him, and he reached into the realm within one for all. As before, the shadowy home of the vestiges was blocked by a glowing purple wall, and Izuku was somewhat confused to discover that it seemed as if the barrier had grown thicker, somehow. He tried to call out, but, like when he'd first stepped into the realm, found that his voice was muted. I wonder why it is, Izuku pondered the meaning of this, that Vacationland has basically recreated the state I was in back in my first year at U. He saw movement on the other side of the wall, and squinted to focus, as if the gesture meant anything within a metaphysical quirk dimension. Izuku recognized the form of Daigoro Banjo on the other side, hard not to, even if is fuzzy and indistinct, there's no mistaking that silhouette, and placed his hand against the wall of energy, trying to reach out to one of his predecessors. The vestige of Daigoro gesticulated wildly, then, even with the smoky vagueness of his body, clearly made a thumbs-up gesture with both hands, and Izuku was left with the impression that the fifth was grinning widely at him. He always did get on my case about not trying to be a pillar by myself, Izuku recalled. I guess he'd probably approve of my relationships, plural. Izuku still had a hard time wrapping his head around that fact, at times. He'd mostly moved past the stage of disbelief that there might be more than one woman who was interested in him, and now resided somewhere in the territory of, how is it even possible that they're all willing to be with me at once? I wonder if it means anything that there's 7 of us on this island, and 7 vestiges of past wielders. Izuku wouldn't have put it past Aizawa to have designed the group around Izuku himself, considering how many of Izuku's secrets his teacher knew. Maybe that's my test while we're here. Izuku pondered, revealing the truth of one for all to some trusted classmates. Other than Kaken and Todoroki. Wait, am I sexist? Izuku couldn't help but leap to his next conclusion: the only people I've trusted with the secret, except for Mom, of course, are all men. Maybe the lesson I was supposed to learn is that women are just as capable as heroes. But I knew that already. Though the thought may have originated mostly from his tendency to find flaws in himself that nobody else would have ever noticed, Izuku had the feeling that this worry might have had a little bit of truth behind it. Logically, he knew that he wasn't actually sexist in his tendencies, but he'd certainly come a long way with being more comfortable around women, specifically women who are attracted to me during his time in Vacationland. I can't ignore the possibility that Aizawa built some kind of condition into this exercise based around my self-esteem. Izuku wondered, as he watched Daigoro's vestige fade back into the world of One for All. After all, if I'm going to be a top hero one day, I can't exactly fall apart into a stuttering, blushing mess any time a pretty girl talks to me. Daigoro was replaced by another familiar person, as Nana Shimura's smoky body appeared next to the purple wall of energy. Izuku smiled. The seventh wielder had been, perhaps, the closest to a true mentor to him out of all his predecessors, as much as the title could apply to someone who was basically a ghost that lived in Izuku's quirk. She'd always been on his case about his self-effacing tendencies, and Izuku was pretty sure that she was happy for him for purer reasons than Daigoro would be proud of me, and the progress he'd made in developing something kind of like confidence. Nana stepped closer to the barrier, and cupped her hands around her mouth, before pressing directly against the wall. Izuku leaned towards her, as if physical distance mattered in the vestige world, and listened carefully for what she might have to say. "You deserve this," he heard the words, muted as they might have been, and felt a smile form on his face. Nana had been such a great hero, and the fact that Izuku lived up to her legacy in the smallest amount was something that he might have admitted to taking pride in. The vestige realm started to melt away, as Izuku returned to the real world, well, real enough, that is, and became aware of his body once again. Maybe I have to feel that I truly deserve the love, or affection, or whatever you want to call it, he thought, that the girls feel towards me. He'd already grown used to the fact that he had feelings, of different kinds, for each of the women in Vacationland. His relationship with Okiko was self-explanatory, as was the deep respect and admiration he felt for Momo, but as much as he hadn't known the other girls as well before arriving in this world, Izuku knew without hesitation that he'd forged bonds that he sincerely hoped would last well after the exercise ended. Mina's unbridled optimism and enthusiasm always brought a smile to his face, as did Setsuna's sense of humor and passion for her favorite topics. Ibara was a source of steady, calm support, while Yui could match his own passion for quirks and always bolstered his self-esteem whenever they talked about heroism. None of the 6 women were exactly the same as any of the others, but each brought something into his life, to the extent that Izuku had no idea how he'd lived without them. He felt his spirits lift a bit as he started descending the mountain and heading back towards camp. Even if they had to face new challenges from the environment, he was confident that, with such amazing people by his side, they'd manage to triumph over any trial. "The same day, I still don't understand why there's no tomatoes," Yui complained. "Perhaps that is intentional." Ibara wondered, as she carried a vine full of various fruits. "I know that they are your favorite fruit, but I wonder if this world is meant to broaden our horizons." "Sure sounds like Izuku's been broadening your horizons," Setsuna joked. "Why, I bet that soon, he's gonna stretch those horizons wide open." "Must you be so lewd?" Ibara protested, though she didn't deny it. "I think he'd be a big stretch for any of us. You figured the topic was fair game, he's got a huge PP. Man, I'm almost feeling left out," Setsuna chuckled. "Who would have thought that the two of you would have gone further than I have so far?" "What are you implying?" Ibara huffed. "Nothing bad, I promise," Setsuna grinned. "Just, you know, I'm not exactly the shy type. I've got a reputation to uphold, don't I?" "I'm sure you'll live up to it," you nodded. "There's a number of things I'm curious to try, myself. I may have to come to you for advice." "Circling back, though," Setsuna hummed, "I think Ibara might have a good point. This place does seem like it's kind of meant for us to have new experiences, doesn't it? Whether it's the whole wilderness survival aspect, or relationships, or getting down to business with Studley Greenbean, you know. I rather doubt that this exercise was meant to lead to NTMT relationships," Ibara argued, that is just an unexpected benefit, to my eyes. It can't be coincidence that all the single people wound up in the same group. Setsuna raised a good point. I don't think it's all about Izuku, look at me and Mina, after all. But I wouldn't be surprised if his teacher has a soft spot for him, figured that he'd just throw the boy into a situation with a bunch of babes, and whatever happens, happens. I think it was probably meant as a team-building exercise, you said. It just happened to turn into a HM building scenario. I still don't like that term, Ibara whined. I've already had to adjust a lot of my worldview to accept the polyamorous nature of our arrangement. I don't think it's fair to describe it in such loaded terms. I mean, it's not the wrong thing to call it, Setsuna nodded to you, but I also see your point, Baba. Baba. I've been into nicknames lately, Setsuna grinned toothily, gotta keep myself amused somehow, yeah. What's mine? Yui wondered. Setsuna paused in thought, and tapped a finger against her chin. I'ma call Yui from now on. Why? Because you've got a big old butt, Setsuna cackled. Oh, I get it, you smiled a bit, like my name, combined with but. Nailed it, girl. Why are you so invested in bottoms? Ibara giggled. I'm not criticizing you, I suppose I just don't see the appeal myself. Well, I mean, butts are great, Setsuna shrugged. It's probably a bit different because I'm bi, but I just can't get enough of a big, biteable butt. One that I really want to sink my teeth into, you know. Mina's got a pretty nice butt, Yui agreed, and I like looking at Izuku's. Have you been holding out on me? Setsuna bounced over to sling her arm around Yui's shoulders. Are you a fellow appreciator of the butt, regardless of gender? I dunno, Yui answered honestly. I've watched some girl-on-girl scenes before, but I usually prefer guy-on-girl. That's something. Setsuna smirked. I mean, no pressure to come to a decision now or anything like that, but who knows? Maybe you're not as straight as I assumed. If I'm not, Yui thought about it for a moment, I think I still lean to the hetero end of the spectrum. Sure, I like looking at butts in general, but I'd rather think about PP when I'm fantasizing. I am lost, Ibara sighed, with a rueful smile on her face, surrounded by sinful conversations, and women who are obsessed with posteriors. Well, what's your favorite feature? Setsuna turned the tables on Ibara. What do you like most about Lean and Green? His arms, I think, Ibara answered, and Yui was pleased to see how much more open she'd become. I like his musculature in general, but that's not the only feature of his I find appealing. I like muscles too, Yui added. His are very, very nice. Yeah, no argument from me, Setsuna chuckled. I can kind of see the appeal of having a big, strong man like him holding you down, Baba. Ibara seemed to ponder the idea. No, I don't think I wish to be held down by him. Oh, you want to watch him using his muscles to be heroic. That's certainly nice, but I don't think that's what I imagine, either. Ibara blushed a bit. I find it somewhat intoxicating when I can guide his actions, when he moves in the way that I wish for him to despite all his strength and power. Girl. Setsuna's grin went absolutely wild. Now you've been holding out. You're secretly a dom. What? Ibara raised an eyebrow in confusion. A DMNT woman, Yui explained. I still think I'm missing something, Ibara admitted. You like being in control. When you're getting busy, Setsuna elaborated, try this on for size. Imagine holding Izuku down and making him literally beg to pleasure you. How's that idea work for you? Oh, Ibara turned a deep red. Yes. Very yes. That's hot, Yui reacted, and Ibara's blush got even deeper. I think I'm more on the switchy side myself, Setsuna continued, as Ibara shook her head rapidly to try and clear the thoughts that must have been overwhelming her. I like biting and a bit of rough stuff, but I don't want one person to be in control the whole time, personally. I'm definitely a sub, you saw no shame in admitting this. Izuku might actually be a bit too nice for me, but I'll have to try some more things to decide. Too nice? Ibara wondered. His gentleness and restraint are exactly what I find so appealing. As a partner, sure, I'd like that, Yui shrugged, but in bed. I want someone who's not afraid to beat me up a little bit. Beat you up? Ibara frowned. That doesn't sound very pleasant. Think of it like this, Setsuna explained, you get hot and bothered at the thought of tying Izuku up and having your way with him, right? Well, you is the other way around, she wants to be the one who has a way had with her. I guess that's about right, you confirmed, not exactly how I'd phrase it. I wonder, though, Setsuna continued, Izuku's a sweetheart, absolutely, but you two have got to remember what he gets like when he's in a fight. Boy practically goes feral. I bet you could coax him into unleashing some of that side with you, Yuti. I think I'm over that nickname, you grumbled, it sounds silly when you say it like that. Setsuna whined, but I'm just going to come up with something twice as embarrassing. I would rather stick with, Baba, Ibara interjected, rather than risk you coming up with something worse. Well, when you say it like that, Setsuna grinned, now I've got to work extra hard to do exactly that. Ooh. Ibara threw her arms up in mock outrage, the insults that I suffer. Setsuna's lucky that Set is such a convenient nickname, you provided her opinion, Suna isn't bad either. I'd probably come up with, I dunno, lizard butt or something. Well, at least you're looking at it, Setsuna posed to stick her butt out, then yelped when Ibara immediately swatted her butt, harder, baby. Ooh. Ibara blushed all over again, you're impossible. That's what you love about me, Setsuna sang. We do have a balanced dynamic, us three, you observed, I like hanging out with you too. Your company is always pleasant, Ibara smiled, which is more than I can say for this horrible imp who persistently harries us. If I'm so awful, Setsuna teased, tie me up, baby, really punish me. That sounds kind of fun, Yui thought, your vines are basically, like, built-in BNDG. Yui. Ibara hid her face behind her hands, don't gang up on me like that. Yeah, sighs Queen, Setsuna flashed a lecherous smile, Baba can only handle one sub at once. Sighs Queen. Because of your quirk, Setsuna explained, and how much you talk about Izuku's big PP. Oh. Yui smiled, I like that. Nu, Ibara whined, as the trio finally re-entered the camp, I am beset by temptresses. At least you admit you find it tempting. Setsuna smirked, and helped Ibara to start unloading their harvest of the day. Being honest with yourself is good, Yui confirmed, as she, too, joined in the task. I'm glad my friends are here with me, Yui thought, it would be very lonely if I didn't have these kinds of moments. 3 months and 1 week since arriving Momo, there had been a lot on Momo's mind over the past week. The first, and most pleasant matter occupying her thoughts was her recent pursuit of, self-exploration. She had conclusively determined that her previous fears were actually completely unfounded. While it had taken her a bit of time to learn the specific pace that she liked, Momo had also discovered that, if anything, it was actually all too easy for her to bring herself to a peak. She had indulged herself quite a bit on various nights, as she summoned images of her favorite romance novel, the Lord, the Lady, and her chambermaid, to aid her pursuits. It had been easy to start imagining Izuku in place of the titular Lord, a green-haired man with a noble, though guarded personality, but Momo had recently discovered that she had started to picture the chambermaid somewhat differently than her past fantasies. The chambermaid is starting to appear as a short, brunette woman, with pleasant curves. Momo wasn't blind to what this implied. She could have written off her experience with Okako as friends helping each other out or something of the like, but her recollections of that night a week ago sent her heart racing, a pleasant heat coiled in her belly whenever those images crossed her thoughts. Just like the romance novel she'd enjoyed so thoroughly as a girl, Momo started to suspect that the relationship, that she was on the verge of entering fully, was not going to be a scenario where one man took 2 women as lovers separately, but rather, one where 3 people were involved with each other in a complex web of different dynamics. Momo found the thought absolutely thrilling. The next and almost as pleasant thought that she had on her mind was this aforementioned entrance to a relationship. Momo had decided that it was well past time for her to go all the way with Izuku, as the recent revelations of how much pleasure her body could give her were starting to leave her feeling somewhat unfulfilled. My fingers alone won't be able to live up to him. Momo felt herself growing warm with the thought, not that it'll be just him. As the evening drew to a close, Momo kept a careful watch on every person in their cabin. Setsuna called it a night fairly early, which was becoming more routine for her in the cooler weather, and Mina wasn't far behind. Momo couldn't help but picture what activities the pair might get up to, ones that were significantly less innocent than the cuddling that they'd actually be engaging in. As the crowd grew thinner, Izuku and 𝐭𝐼𝐸 got a bit more blatant about their intentions while cuddled up on the couch together. From the corner of her eye, Momo caught Izuku taking a healthy handful of 𝐭𝐼𝐸's rear end at one point, and she grinned and wiggled back into him. Soft curves wrapped around hard muscle, she thought of the pair, what a glorious sight. Ibara was the next to go to sleep, and as Yui and Izuku got caught up in a conversation about the hero Edshot's quirk, Momo made her move when 𝐭𝐼𝐸 got up to stretch her legs. "Hey," Momo began, "want a drink?" "Oh, sure." 𝐭𝐼𝐸 agreed, and the pair wandered over to the bar where they kept such supplies. "So," she whispered, "what's up?" "I think," Momo felt a blush rising, and fought off her urge to try and compulsively plan everything. "I think tonight's the night." While she had done her best not to be too Momo about the idea of having her first time, there were certain ideas she had that she was very much looking forward to acting out for real. The primary focus of this fantasy was that Izuku would be somewhat surprised by her presence. She wanted to see his reaction to seeing her near Lindy in the bed in the love shack, to commit that moment to her memory so that she could call upon it whenever she felt particularly needful. "Ooh. Okay." 𝐭𝐼𝐸 readily agreed. "How were you thinking of doing this?" "When Yui goes to bed," Momo explained, "I'm going to sneak out to the love shack. If you and Izuku would join me shortly after. There's something I want to prepare, it shouldn't take long." "Of course." 𝐭𝐼𝐸 beamed a smile, and Momo felt her heart flutter. "I'm on it." As it turned out, Yui didn't have the stamina to keep up with Izuku's in-depth analysis, though the dark-haired woman certainly tried her best, and when their conversation drew to a close, Yui sleepily waved goodnight to everyone, then padded off to her bedroom. "No time for thinking, just doing," Momo reminded herself. "Deku, sweetie," 𝐭𝐼𝐸 asked sweetly, "would you mind topping me up?" She passed her intentional-alike drink to him. "Fix yourself a little something too." "You got it." Izuku cheerfully agreed. "Anything for you, Momo?" "I'm good, thank you," Momo replied. As soon as Izuku turned to the bar, Momo stood on slightly shaky legs and snuck out of the cabin. She held her raincoat over her head as she made the short walk to the love shack, and once she entered, she took a deep breath to calm her nerves, then stripped her clothing off completely. "Okay, this should be simple, you can do this." She strained her quirk, and triumphed when, after a brief delay, she managed to produce exactly the items she was thinking of. "Izuku, I guess Momo went to bed." Izuku hadn't even noticed the raven-haired woman say goodnight, but he wasn't overly troubled by this. Not only did he trust that Momo would have mentioned it if she were upset by something, but it was also difficult for him to be too concerned about anything other than the way 𝐭𝐼𝐸 kept pressing herself up against him. "Here's your drink," Izuku smiled, and sat back down on the couch. Since they were alone, he felt more comfortable being open about his affection, as he planted his hand firmly on 𝐭𝐼𝐸's thigh, and idly ran his thumb over her smooth skin. "Thanks." 𝐭𝐼𝐸 leaned over and gave him a quick smooch. "Sue, I've been thinking, you've been working hard lately, haven't you?" "I'm just trying to make sure that we're all safe," Izuku hummed in thought. "I still don't like the odds of a mudslide happening soon, but hopefully, some of those reinforcements should stand up to one." "You're so sweet," 𝐭𝐼𝐸 grinned at him. "You put so much effort into protecting us, it's adorable." "I know you can all take care of yourselves." Izuku hoped he didn't seem patronizing. "But, you know, I just figure that I might as well help if I can." "That's what's so great about you." 𝐭𝐼𝐸 kissed him again, and this time, the motion lingered, her plump lips mashed against his, and her tongue gently swiped over his bottom lip. "You're just so great." "You're great too." Izuku shifted a bit closer to her, lifted her legs so that he could slide his own underneath. "Why'd you ask, anyway?" "Well," 𝐭𝐼𝐸 smirked knowingly, "I was thinking, since you've been working awful hard and all, it's well past time for you to get a reward." "Ooh." Izuku felt a thrill race through his chest at her words. "What kind of reward?" "You'll see," she giggled melodically. "I think we should finish our drinks first." Izuku had to remind himself not to actually chug his beverage in his enthusiasm. He hadn't mixed either of them a strong drink by any means, but he still wanted to appreciate those faintest hints of a warm feeling in his belly. He also wanted to take his time to appreciate 𝐒𝐿𝐼's legs under his hands. He couldn't get over how soft she was, yet the hard muscle underneath was also plainly evident. "You should know," 𝐒𝐿𝐼 teased, "I've got a little surprise for you tonight, is that so?" 𝐒𝐿𝐼 squeezed her leg a little tighter, and she wiggled happily against his touch. "I'm looking forward to it." "Good, because it's about time." 𝐒𝐿𝐼 kissed him once again, then stood to her feet. "Come on, mister, we should get over to the love shack." "Lead the way," 𝐒𝐿𝐼 confirmed as he, too, stood up. "You just want to look at my butt as we go over there," 𝐒𝐿𝐼 giggled. "Guilty," 𝐒𝐿𝐼 grinned, "but can you blame me? You, Miss Uraraka, have a fantastic butt." He reached down to take 2 solid handfuls of said spectacular but to emphasize the truth behind his words. So big, so bouncy, he appreciated, but nice and firm at the same time. He honestly lost himself in the experience as he focused solely on kneading 𝐒𝐿𝐼's butt in his palms. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 purred, "As nice as this is, we can do something even more fun once we're over there, right?" 𝐒𝐿𝐼 stumbled a little bit as he followed behind her, eager to see what she had in mind. The pair quickly tossed raincoats on, then made their way outside into the rain. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 was almost a little disappointed that he couldn't, in fact, watch 𝐒𝐿𝐼's butt as she walked ahead of him, but he was pretty sure that he'd get over it as soon as they got inside. Let's not forget, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 walked over and flipped the sign on the front of the shack to occupied. "Now, get in there, mister." 𝐒𝐿𝐼 opened the door, and as soon as he stepped inside the love shack, his jaw dropped. Momo was posed on the bed in a set of red lingerie, every inch of her curvaceous figure highlighted and exposed by the tiny BR and equally minuscule panties she wore. She always looked stunning, but in this outfit, 𝐒𝐿𝐼's brain short-circuited, and he couldn't do anything but stare with outright awe at the sight in front of him. Her long legs were bare, and the way the thin red material clung to her emphasized the gentle curve of her hips, to say nothing of how her BRSs stood out, firm and perky, despite receiving next to nothing in the way of support from the lacy garment she wore as a top. Incredible, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 thought, and he was sure his face betrayed the feelings he felt. "Surprise," 𝐒𝐿𝐼 giggled behind him as the door swung shut. "This is what we had in mind." "Hey," Momo spoke quietly, "I take it you like my outfit?" "Yes, yup, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 ran through every confirmation that his BLD-starved brain could manage. "I like it too," 𝐒𝐿𝐼 muttered huskily, as she reached up to take his long-forgotten raincoat off. "Come on, Deku, get into bed." 𝐒𝐿𝐼 hadn't exactly forgotten that 𝐒𝐿𝐼 was also there, but it took him longer than it should have to realize the implications of her staying in the room with him. "You?" 𝐒𝐿𝐼 stammered. "You, both?" "Yes, 𝐒𝐿𝐼," Momo giggled, "both." "Oh, God," 𝐒𝐿𝐼's mind whirled as he stumbled towards the bed, 𝐒𝐿𝐼's hand gently guiding him the entire way. "How did I get this lucky?" "So, how are we doing this?" 𝐒𝐿𝐼 asked as he lifted his arms above his head, allowing 𝐒𝐿𝐼 to remove his shirt. He was glad that he had the tiniest amount of experience with a THSM, if making out with Setsuna and Mina at the same time counts, which calmed his nerves a little bit, but he had a hard time even really remembering that 𝐒𝐿𝐼 was there. He was so focused on staring at Momo. "This is Momo's night," 𝐒𝐿𝐼 explained, "so I don't mind if you pay your attention to her, Kay. I'm just here to help." "It was my request," Momo added, "for 𝐒𝐿𝐼 to be here. I can tend to get somewhat in my own head about these things, which, I believe, is a tendency we share to an extent, 𝐒𝐿𝐼." "A little bit," he joked. I'm definitely okay with this. Just to be clear, I'm just a little surprised." The two women giggled as they shared a conspiratorial look between each other. "Good." Momo smiled. "I was hoping that it would be a pleasant surprise." 𝐒𝐿𝐼 nodded eagerly. He wasn't going to be forgetting the sight that he'd seen when he'd first walked into the love shack anytime soon. "Take your breathes off, mister." 𝐒𝐿𝐼 leaned over to kiss the side of his neck. "Don't leave a lady waiting, especially when she's dressed like that." "Do you like my outfit?" Momo asked, and 𝐒𝐿𝐼 could tell that she was fighting the urge to fidget nervously. "A lot, yeah," 𝐒𝐿𝐼 confirmed, as he hopped out of his breathes. "You're absolutely gorgeous, Momo." "I'm almost a little envious," 𝐒𝐿𝐼 teased, "of you, Deku. Now show our girl a good time." She swatted his butt and pushed him into the bed. Izuku did his best not to literally fall into bed, as instead, he crawled on his hands and knees towards Momo's prone form in a way that he hoped came off as vaguely stuck, and let his gaze travel from the tips of her toes all the way up to her dark hair. Gorgeous is probably understating it a bit, Izuku thought. Stunning, spectacular, drop-dead seki, they'd all apply. You're stunning, he breathed out as he decided to voice some of his thoughts, then he leaned down to kiss Momo. As was her habit, their kiss was slow and careful, but where there'd been times before where the pace felt cautious, now it felt deliberate, definitely more on the SNSL side of the spectrum. Izuku ran one of his hands up Momo's side, pausing to appreciate the curve of her hips, the delicate lines of musculature on her abdomen, and, because he was pretty sure she didn't want her features to be ignored, her big, bountiful breasts. This outfit's just for the two of you, Momo teased, and with that reminder, Izuku glanced quickly over his shoulder, where he saw that Okako was seated at the edge of the bed, her face bright red as she bit down on her lower lip. Keep going, Okako ordered, and Izuku did just that. He turned his head back to kiss Momo again, and this time, instead of just ghosting his fingers over the curve of her BST, he sank his fingers into her soft flesh, squeezing hard enough that it couldn't be ignored, but gently enough that he wouldn't overstimulate her right out of the gate. That feels nice, Momo hummed between kisses. It ties in the back, by the way. Does it? Izuku chuckled, as he lay down beside Momo, and pulled her closer to him. He ran his hand up her back this time, starting at her legs long and smooth and elegant, then caressed the swell of her but which fit her tall frame perfectly, until he walked his fingers up her spine and found the knot she referred to. With defter motions than he'd thought possible from his slightly mangled fingers, Izuku untied the strings holding her top on, and when the red garment fell away, he took yet another deep breath of awe at the sight. Momo was, as he tried and failed to find a more appropriate phrase, absolutely stacked, easily the bustiest girl on the island, and yet despite the sheer size of her BSS, they somehow retained a level of perkiness which left them sitting high and firm on her chest without any support whatsoever. Her nipples were small and dark, and, as Izuku figured that she was hoping for him to take more initiative, he didn't resist the temptation to crane his head down, to run his tongue slowly over one of those buds. Momo reached around his neck, and pulled his head tighter into her cleavage. That's also nice. Izuku propped himself back up onto his knees, and with his other hand, started to pay equal attention to the NPL that wasn't in his mouth. Next, he kissed over the sensitive skin around her areola, before he moved his kisses across her chest, then upwards, over her elegant neck and up to her ear. Does your lingerie tie off at the back? He whispered his question, for your bottoms, too. No, Momo hissed her answer as he nipped gently at her earlobe. You'll have to pull them off altogether. I think I'm going to do just that, Izuku promised, and waited to see if she had any second thoughts. With how Momo started pushing at his shoulders, guiding him down between her legs, Izuku figured that she was having the opposite of doubts. He trailed kisses down her belly as he crawled downwards, then, slowly and carefully, hooked his fingers underneath the thin bands of her panties. Momo brought her legs together and extended them elegantly, which allowed Izuku to slide the clothing over her hips. He made sure to trail his fingers over her thighs as he lifted her panties up, until they slid over her calves, then off her feet, and she was entirely knee underneath him. Momo slowly opened her legs in front of him and, with the shuddering breath he heard from behind him, in front of Okako as well, and Izuku couldn't help but think that she looked delicious. Momo kept a short patch of hair over her sec, but she'd clearly shaved around the area itself, and Izuku decided that he was going to use something other than his hands to get her ready. He trailed kisses over her legs, and gently guided her to spread her knees even further apart, as he slowly, carefully approached his destination. Izuku glanced up at her once more time, and saw that Momo had one of her own biases clutched tightly in her hand. Her eyes were wide open and glazed over with lust, and a very pretty blush colored the base of her neck. Izuku leaned down, and slowly trailed his tongue over her entrance, taking his time to savor her. She almost tastes like champagne, he thought, as the tip of his tongue gently parted her lips. He didn't have the most experience with this particular activity. It wasn't that Okako had been unwilling to help him learn, or anything like that, but it seemed that when he was with the other woman who he'd gone all the way with, they tended to start having sex without a whole bunch of FRPLY being involved. Izuku put aside any worries about whether or not he was doing a good job, as he flicked his tongue over the sensitive button at the top of Momo's sex, which in her case was small and almost hidden between her folds. Oh, yes, Momo's husky whisper brought his confidence back, and Izuku locked one of his hands onto her hip for leverage, while the fingers of his other hand started to trail up the inside of her thigh. When he used two of his digits to spread her open, Izuku could immediately tell that Momo was soaking wet, and she gasped in pleasure when he pursed his lips around her CLT, more exposed by his gesture as it was. "You're doing so good." Okuko's breathy voice provided another boost to his confidence, although Izuku suspected that she wasn't actually directing this encouragement towards him. Slowly, carefully, Izuku ran two of his fingers along Momo's slit, before he started to push inwards. She was incredibly tight, though not due to any lack of alo. It just seemed that since different women were built differently, Momo definitely fell on the needs lots of FRPLY side of things. He refocused his efforts on using his mouth to bring her pleasure, but kept stroking his fingers against her entrance all the same. Even if he couldn't put them inside of her just yet, Izuku had no intention of doing anything but his best so that Momo or any of his partners could enjoy their time with him as much as possible. "Oh!" Momo cried. "Yes, keep doing that, please." Izuku hummed against her, which, apparently, was all that Momo needed for STMLTN, as suddenly her legs locked around him, and his face was very pleasantly trapped against her PP. He held her hips down with one hand as she started to buck underneath him, while he continued to like her CLT at the same pace as he had been. "Oh, my," Momo finally breathed out, as she relaxed. "I really seem to be a quick shot, as it were." "There's nothing wrong with that." Izuku sat up, a satisfied little grin on his face. "I'm just happy you enjoyed it." "We're absolutely not finished yet," Momo huffed. "I just need a few minutes." "Sit on the edge of the bed, would you?" "Sure." Izuku turned around to do so. He met Okuko's gaze as he shuffled around, and grinned at her as proudly as he could, but she was long past the point of any awkwardness. She stared at him with undisguised lust on her face, and before Izuku could even protest that he hadn't wiped his face off, Okuko swept in towards him to plant a wet kiss against his lips. "You did so good," she drawled, then kissed him again. "Momo really liked that." "I sure did." Momo rolled to her knees, then moved in to kiss Izuku in turn. "And now, I plan to return the favor." She crawled off of the bed, and remained on her hands and knees as she moved between his own legs. "Chako," Momo nearly whined, "I'm going to need your help with this, please." Izuku felt himself nearly shaking with anticipation. "Of course." Okuko hopped off her own perch, hurriedly pulled her shirt and breathes off, then crawled down to join Momo between his knees. "Okay, tie your hair back." Izuku muttered some indistinct form of thanks to whatever twist in fate had allowed him to find himself in this position, as the two women kneeling in front of him both made smooth motions to restrain their own hair, then started to lean forwards. Momo, she had absolutely no idea what she was doing. The romance novels she'd read would occasionally make reference to taking his member in her mouth, but past that, Momo was uncertain as to the exact details involved in performing all secretary, which was one of the several reasons why she was so glad to have Okuko beside her on that night. While Okuko had made her own references to not being the most talented in this specific act, Momo still felt more reassured with her friend quite literally by her side, as the two women set about pleasuring Izuku in the same way as he just brought Momo to a CLMX. Besides, not that Izuku would ever be the type to complain, but I'm fairly certain that no man in his position would make a fuss about having two appealing women doing this for him. For her first foray into all sec, Momo planted a kiss against the side of Izuku's manhood, a gesture which Okuko duplicated on the other side. Izuku's fingers tightened against the sheets, and he hissed out a pleasurable gasp. In truth, Momo had another reason for wanting to go down on him. It allowed her to get a much more in-depth understanding of the organ which she would shortly be taking inside herself, and she had to admit, she felt a unique mixture of apprehension and eagerness now that she had a better grasp over his size. Izuku was no longer a small man after his late teens growth spurt, but the appendage between his legs seemed like it would have fit on a very large man, indeed. By Momo's estimate, he was comfortably over 7 inches in length, and may have even been approaching the nigh mythical according to Mina's various claims over the year's 8 inches boundary. His girth was commensurate with his length, such that there was plenty of room for Momo and 𝐒𝐿𝐼 to perform their activities on him without getting in each other's way. Not that I mind, Momo thought of those moments where they'd come close to bumping into each other. Her proximity makes this even more thrilling. The two women established a rhythm between each other, each moving up and down one side of Izuku's manhood, planting wet kisses along his during every point in their motions. Momo, babe, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 mumbled around Izuku's organ, try putting it in your mouth. Momo lifted up a bit higher, and prepared herself to do just that. She saw Izuku's length twitch in anticipation, and a tiny bead of self-lubrication glistened at his very tip. She took a deep breath, then opened her lips, and accepted his head into her mouth. Momo made sure to swirl her tongue around him slowly, as she felt her lips stretch slightly to accommodate his size. She descended down his length, but reached no further than the halfway point before she had to pause, as she felt the blunt head of his manhood prodding against the back of her throat. Momo lifted her head free, and swallowed thickly to clear her throat, though it did not seem as if Izuku had any complaints about the string of saliva which still connected her lips to his. How far down, Momo wondered, can you go? Not even that far, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 giggled, but here, I'll show why. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 repeated the same thing she'd just done, and as she'd said, the brunette woman had to stop a bit before the halfway mark, though she kept her head there for longer. Her cheeks rapidly hollowing as she scared on Izuku's member. Momo was seized by an impulse, and inched backwards so that she could lean lower. She planted her lips against the bottom half of Izuku's length, and started to slide up and down, as between the pair of them, they could just manage to STMLT his entire manhood. God, that feels good. Izuku voiced his approval, and both of the women looked up at him with a smile in their eyes since their lips were otherwise occupied. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 lifted free from him with an audible pop, and Momo was quick to replace her, liking up his length and flickering her tongue around his sensitive head before she swallowed him once again. This time, she forced her body to obey her wishes, silencing the flutters of a 𝐔𝐬𝐽 that she felt before she pushed herself even lower, taking closer to 3/4 of his manhood. You've got a talent for this, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 teased, and leaned in to swirl her tongue over the very base of Izuku's member. When Momo pushed herself even further down, she became aware of the fact that 𝐒𝐿𝐼's tongue brushed against her lower lip. The realization sent a flood of warmth through her belly, and Momo rubbed her thighs together absent-mindedly as she slowly ascended, then descended once again. She didn't push Izuku's manhood quite as deep into her throat the second time. Instead she chose to bob her head up and down as she sked, imitating what she'd seen 𝐒𝐿𝐼 do earlier. 𝐿𝐼, Izuku muttered, if you keep that up, we're gonna make you what, Deku? 𝐒𝐿𝐼's voice carried a fiery undercurrent of intensity. You've got to tell us, you're going to make me come, Izuku gasped, and Momo felt her lips quirk into a proud smile at his admission. Still, that's not quite how I want the night to end. I'd still like to, go further, Momo clarified, as she pulled her lips free from his manhood. Should we take a break? Deku can go more than once, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 insisted. I mean, we don't have to, but if you'd like to make him feel good like this, we can. Oh, Momo reached out to grasp his manhood, which was impressively hot and hard in her hand. I think I'd like that. Me too, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 leaned in to wrap her lips around his head as Momo stroked him, which prompted a very contented groan from Izuku. You're both incredible. Izuku reached out to gently run both his hands through Momo and 𝐒𝐿𝐼's hair. If you want to, I'm definitely not complaining. Good, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 smirked as she popped free of his, because you're an awful lucky man, getting this kind of treatment. He deserves it, Momo insisted, and liked his head again. I'm enjoying this a lot too, as it turns out. I'm starting to get close, Izuku interjected. If you, have any preference where you want me to? Where we want you to come. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 grinned, then leaned down to also flicker her tongue along his head at the same time. I dunno, Momo, it's up to you, I think. What are the options? Momo wondered. Maybe you want him to come on your melons. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 reached out and jiggled Momo's biases for emphasis. Or, do you want to drink it? Wouldn't you be left out? Momo gasped. I liked having her touch me more than she realizes, I think. It's your night, babe, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 smiled reassuringly. You call the shots, I'm just here to help. Could we? Momo wondered how the logistics would work. Could we share? Oh. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 flushed red. I think so. We'd have to put our mouths together, though. I think that's most equitable. Momo felt her own blush reappearing, as long as you don't mind. Izuku just watched with rapt attention as the two women debated the specifics to the 𝐶LMX of this particular part of their evening together. Yeah, I'm down. 𝐒𝐴 shuffled to the side a bit, so that she faced Momo directly. I think, put your mouth here. 𝐒𝐴 pressed her bottom lip against one half of Izuku's head, leaving the side closer to Momo unoccupied. Momo leaned forward cautiously, and repeated the gesture. As 𝐒𝐴 had pointed out, this position meant that their upper lips would touch together at times, and each moment of contact sent a little thrill down Momo's spine. The two women interlaced their hands together and started to pump up and down Izuku's in unison. Momo felt him stiffen even further in her grasp, and the motions the two women were making made the head of his manhood slap wetly between their lips. Oh, Izuku gasped. Momo, Chako, each woman ran their free hand up the inside of one of his legs, and Izuku instantly tensed, as his manhood pulsed in Momo's hand. She felt a spray of liquid inside her lips, and closed her eyes to appreciate the sheer eroticism of the moment. Salty, but not bad, she thought of the taste. I could get used to this. Wow, Izuku gasped out, before he flopped back into the bed. His manhood slid out from between the two women's lips, leaving them staring at each other face to face. She's appealing, Momo thought, especially with that extra addition. Momo reached out and ran her finger over 𝐒𝐴's cheek, where a stray string of Izuku's essence had landed on her. 𝐒𝐴 watched with intent focus as Momo offered her finger, now coated in the substance, then leaned forward and obediently sked it clean. They both broke down into excited giggles together as soon as 𝐒𝐴 had completed that task, their shared enthusiasm easily bypassing any barriers of awkwardness or uncertainty. Get back in bed, Missy, 𝐒𝐴 smirked. Deku's gonna be back in action any minute now, and we've still got more to do with you tonight. Momo couldn't wait as she crawled back into bed, her heart pounding and her nerves aflame. Izuku, I already thought I was the luckiest man alive, Izuku pondered. Now I know for sure that I am. While he'd been perfectly content to have 𝐒𝐴 participating more as an observer than anything else, he thought that her direct involvement was 1,000,000 times better, at least. Hard to complain about much of anything when I just had two women go down on me. Momo got back onto the bed, and turned to lay beside him. Hey, she spoke, with a cute little smile on her face. Hey. Yourself? Izuku leaned over to kiss her. He knew that he'd just finished in her and 𝐒𝐴's mouth, but he figured if she were willing to do that for him, he could DM and well kiss her after the fact. Was that good? Momo teased, and ran one of her fingers down his bare chest. Incredible, Izuku honestly reviewed, you both are. But especially Momo, 𝐒𝐴 plopped onto the end of the bed. It's her night, don't you forget, mister. How could I? Izuku rolled onto his side, not quite on top of Momo, but a lot closer. I seriously think, you know, that I might be the luckiest man in the world. I can't argue, 𝐒𝐴 continued, just look at Momo, she's gorgeous. You two are too kind, Momo blushed and giggled. Look at you, 𝐒𝐴, you're just as stunning as you think I am. Izuku turned, and noticed that 𝐒𝐴 had stripped herself completely, no longer in the BR and panties she'd been wearing while she and Momo had done those incredible things to him. Oh, hush, Momo, 𝐒𝐴 blushed, but she didn't turn away from Izuku's stare, and even gave him a confident smile as she leaned towards him. And don't you get distracted either, mister. Her hand dropped between his legs and gave his sensitive PP a quick slide, which was enough for Izuku to start re-stiffening already. It hadn't taken long for 𝐒𝐴 and him to discover that he had a shockingly quick refractory PRD, an attribute of his which was apparently very advantageous on that night. Look at her again, 𝐒𝐴 spoke huskily, and turned Izuku so that he was crouched on his hands and knees over top of Momo. She's so appealing, so 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵, and she's all yours. I think I'm ready, Momo confirmed, as she spread her legs open to hook around the back of Izuku's thighs. If you are. Oh, he will be, 𝐒𝐴 resumed, pumping her hand over his length from behind him. Look at him, too. so strong, so muscular, and this PP for emphasis, she dragged the head of Izuku's manhood against Momo's slit, causing both of them to gasp for breath, so fing big. Go slowly, at first. Momo requested. Of course, Izuku leaned down to kiss her, and with Okiko helping to line them up, he felt his head push into Momo's entrance, not far enough to penetrate quite yet, but getting closer and closer to the point of no return. Please, Momo begged, please connect to me. Izuku pushed his hips forward that tiny fraction further, and slowly, his head spread Momo's entrance open, until the barest fraction of his length entered her for the first time. Yeah, Okiko muttered from behind him, as she released his member from her hand and scrambled around the pair in the center of the bed to watch. She half lay, half crouched beside Momo, the two women facing each other. Momo hummed, "You're so big, you feel really good." Izuku slid forward a little further, and Momo gasped, before she reached around his shoulders to cling to him with all four limbs. Izuku made sure to keep his pace as slow as he could. As a fraction of an inch at a time, he started to fill Momo with his throbbing length. The languid pace that he moved at only enhanced his sensitivity, and with how tight Momo was, it was as if the most pleasurable kind of vice had tightened around his length. Not that Okiko is loose or anything like that. Izuku thought of the only other woman he'd taken this step with, hard not to, when she watched from inches away, but Momo's on a whole different level. When he'd finally reached past the halfway point, Momo shuddered and took a deep breath, and Izuku paused. "You doing okay, sweetie?" Okiko checked in. "Magnificent," Momo confirmed, "just give me a second to get used to it." "Take your time." Izuku kissed the top of her head, then she quickly pulled him down to press their lips together. He appreciated the moment, as even though he was staying stationary, the way that Momo quivered around him sent ripples of pleasure down his spine, and the slow, NTMT pace of their kissing added to the building connection that he felt. "I'm ready for more," Momo spoke when they ended their kiss. "Please, Izuku. Make me yours." He pushed forward into even tighter, somehow, depths of her sac, and felt her quake underneath him, just a couple of small twitches, but enough to remind him to be careful with her all the same. After he gave Momo a few moments for her to relax, Izuku moved forward the last remaining fraction, and fully hilt himself inside of her. "You're both so hot," Okiko gasped. "How's he feel, Momo?" "Incredible," Momo whined. "You can start moving, Izuku." He cautiously obeyed her desires, pulling back even more slowly than he'd first move inside her. It felt like it took minutes to carefully withdraw most of his length, but the feeling of her wrapped around him made the entire experience totally worth the wait. When Izuku started to push forward again, Momo ran her fingernails across his spine, and he shuddered in pleasure, nearly overwhelmed by the various sensations cascading over his body. "You're being so sweet." Okiko leaned up and kissed his ear. "I love seeing it." "I think," Momo joined in by kissing the other side of his neck, just under his jaw, "I can handle a bit faster." His next move was still careful, but took fractions of the time that his initial two had, and the next one after that was faster still, until Izuku had worked up to a pace where he steadily rocked his hips into hers. It was nowhere near the most forceful that he was capable of, but even still, he wouldn't have changed anything about their lovemaking as Momo had put it. Momo groaned, "Can you angle upwards a bit? Like this?" Izuku changed his position so that he was kneeling between her legs instead of on his hands and knees, and pushed forward experimentally. "God yes," Momo confirmed, "exactly like that." Izuku moved his hands to her hips for leverage, then resumed moving into her. The new angle didn't allow him to go as deep as he had been, but whatever spot he was hitting inside of Momo, it seemed that she was a big fan of this position. His gaze locked to the way that Momo's BRST swayed with every move, the way that the skin at the top of her neck was blushing a bright red, and especially how her eyes looked, her onyx irises practically invisible with how wide her pupils were. Izuku paused for a moment as he leaned down to kiss her, and groaned when Momo tangled one of her hands in his hair. "Keep going," Momo begged, and while Izuku was reluctant to stop kissing her, he figured that he could be patient for now. He returned to his earlier position, and put a bit more force behind his moves, so that each motion made Momo's melons jiggle when their hips came together. "You two look incredible together," Okiko gasped, and when Izuku glanced over, he saw that she had a hand between her own legs, right beside Momo on her hands and knees. Give her what she needs, Deku. Please. Momo agreed. Izuku increased his pace even further, until their hips were not quite slamming together. Every slide plunged his PP a bit deeper into Momo's hot, wet, and tight depths with an audible slapping noise. Charco, Momo whined, I'm close. Yeah, babe. Okiko teased, and leaned closer, you gonna come? I need Momo's breath hitched, just a bit more. Can you help? Like before. Izuku was curious to see where this was leading, but he focused on his own efforts, as he'd started to feel Momo tensing and quivering around his length. Okiko's other hand, without hesitation, reached down between Momo's legs, and Izuku felt Okiko's padded fingertips brush against the base of his PP as she stimulated Momo's CLT. Holy Azun, Izuku thought, that's way hotter than it has any right to be. Yes. Momo shrieked, and after mere moments of being the joint focus of Okiko and Izuku's attention, she came undone around his length, her fingers. Momo made a high, almost keening noise as she came, and Izuku thought it was an absolutely appealing sound. He paused his motions to lean down and kiss her, then turned his head to kiss Okiko right after, a bit hard for her to argue she's not involved at this point. Izuku had felt his own pleasure starting to build, but he wasn't quite at the point of his second 𝐂𝐿MX. Did you finish? Momo asked, her voice only slightly slurred. Not yet, Izuku answered, but that's okay. I think I need a break, Momo clarified, I'm a bit oversensitive. That's totally okay. Izuku slowly and carefully slid out of her, which, indeed, made her legs quiver all over again. We can rest as long as you need to. You don't have to rest, Momo huffed, there's someone else who needs some attention right here, after all. Oh, that's okay? Okiko giggled nervously, tonight's about you, Momo. I don't have to and what I want, Momo insisted, is to see you getting fed, Okiko. Okiko blushed fiercely, but turned to Izuku and nodded eagerly. Come on, Deku, Okiko found her courage, let's give her a show. Izuku was all kinds of down for this idea. He didn't even have to reposition that much, as he crawled out from between Momo's legs, and moved behind Okiko, who bent over further on her hands and knees to stick her butt into the air. Seriously, I'm the luckiest man alive, Izuku thought, as he lined his head up with Okiko's entrance, and prepared to slide forward into her. Okiko oh, yes, Okiko thought, as she felt Izuku's PP enter her. She was already more than turned on enough to take him, but she had to admit that his manhood filled her much more substantially than her own fingers were capable of. As it turns out, Momo spoke, I happen to think the two of you are hot together, too. Thank goodness, Okiko was temporarily incapable of speaking words, as Izuku immediately set an aggressive pace with her, just like she enjoyed, because watching the two of you, wow. Yes, Deku. Okiko remembered how to speak, give it to me. Deku ummed behind her, and she felt his rough hands come down on her butt, kneading and squeezing his favorite part of her. His hips didn't stop moving, and the way that he filled her felt even better than usual, for some reason. You really like watching, Momo teased in a way that didn't feel embarrassing at all, don't you? It sounds like you already rather turned on, can YA blame me? Okiko gasped out, her voice hitching with every move that Deku gave, you're both super fing hot, and together. Wow. I definitely see the appeal, Momo smirked. When I'm a bit more experienced, I hope I can give you a show just as good as the one I'm witnessing now. As if inspired by Momo's words, Izuku lifted one of his hands, then brought it back down with a sharp smack. Okiko squealed in pleasure, and pitched forward a bit further onto her elbows as she lifted her but even higher into the air. You've got such a great butt, Deku encouraged, and gave a second, lighter swat to emphasize his words, so spankable. Isn't it? Momo agreed, and then surprised Okiko by reaching out and repeating Izuku's first gesture, which prompted an utterly shameless MMM from the brunette woman. There was no need for conversation for the next while. The only sounds audible in the love shack were Okiko's MMMs, Izuku's breathing breath, and the steady clap, clap, clap of his hips smacking against hers. Okiko was coming to discover that she really liked doggy style, which was good for everyone, considering how it showed off her butt, but the addition of Momo watching her, well, that made it even hotter, somehow. What's your favorite part of me? Momo asked, and I am specifically asking you to objectify me, Izuku. I don't think my butt is quite on Okiko's level, she squeezed to emphasize her words, so I'm curious. Momo, Izuku breathed, you've got fantastic melons. Momo smirked underneath Okiko, when did our position change that she got that close to me? Okiko wondered without really caring what led to it, before she pressed her elbows together to emphasize said fantastic melons. What do you think, Okiko? I want to stick my face in them, Okiko's first thought surprised her. Yeah, she agreed, half a and half a word, really, really nice. Would you like to touch me? Momo offered, and Okiko's mind whirled a bit. She really wanted to, but wasn't sure why this thought now preoccupied the entirety of her mind, while Deku was giving her an incredible performance at the same time. Okiko decided that there'd be time to think about what that could have meant some other time, and instead moved her hands so that they were planted firmly on Momo's melons, immediately and shamelessly sinking everything but her pinkies into Momo's bouncy chest. Deku ummed from behind her, that's incredible. I think he likes watching too, Momo smiled, I made the right choice, you know. Having you here with me. Yeah, Okiko agreed, far too overwhelmed to be any more eloquent. Between the hard length impaling her from behind, and the soft embrace she felt in front of her, Okiko was completely adrift in pleasure. Every one of Deku's moves pushed her forward into Momo a little bit, and Okiko couldn't get enough of the way that it made the spectacular melons in her hands jiggle by proxy. I could get used to this, Momo continued, I know we already agreed to share Izuku, but, well, this kind of sharing is more fun, isn't it? Yeah, Okiko whined, as she felt the beginnings of her orgasm starting to build in her core. Izuku was, as with everything, a dedicated and devoted lover, and he'd been giving Okiko the hard, quick moves that she preferred for several minutes. She didn't blame him that she felt some of his motions start to become a bit off-tempo, a familiar sign that his own 𝐂𝐿𝐴𝐵 was quickly approaching. Okiko gasped, just a bit more, Deku. I'm almost there. Ugh, Deku grunted, me too. Would you? Momo started to ask something, blushed, then locked her gaze to Okiko's, would you like me to help? Without wasting any time on doubts or insecurities, Okiko nodded eagerly. We've gone a bit too far tonight for me to get embarrassed about it now, she rationalized, it's just friends helping each other out, right? When Momo's delicate fingers immediately found their way between Okiko's legs, and traced directly over her CLT without hesitation, Okiko felt a spark of pleasure radiate out from the point of contact. This spark met the fire in her core that was being fueled by Izuku's passionate moves, and together, they became an inferno. Okiko bit down on her bottom lip as she got so close to leaking, at the very precipice of falling off that cliff. That's it, Momo encouraged her, come for us, appealing. Okiko was seized by an impulse, and instead of biting down on her lip to stifle her M&Ms, she leaned forward and mashed her lips against Momo's. She's so soft, her lips are so full, Okiko's overwhelmed mind managed to grasp, it's different than kissing Deku. When Okiko's mouth opened and her tongue lolled out in pleasure, Momo wasted no time in drawing it between her lips, then glided her own tongue delicately against Okiko's. Okiko realized, now we're definitely past the friends stage. The inferno building in her abdomen exploded, and sparks shot across Okiko's vision as she came hard, her legs twitching and spasming and her mouth making plaintive, wordless noises as her orgasm overwhelmed her. God, yes, Deku gasped, and Okiko was dimly aware of his manhood twitching inside of her, pulsing in 3 powerful jets as he filled her up the way that she enjoyed so much. Okiko collapsed forward entirely, flopping on top of Momo, who made soft sounds of reassurance and reached to slide Okiko's hair. Shortly after, Izuku flopped onto his back beside the 2 women, and slung his arm around both Momo's shoulders and Okiko's back so that he embraced both at once. That was amazing, Deku spoke, and the 2 women locked eyes, then broke down into a storm of giggles. I'll say, Okiko confirmed, as she rolled off of Momo, then squirmed over to rest against Deku's other side, Good first time, Momo. I can't wait for the second. Momo laughed and curled in to snuggle a bit tighter against Deku. Thank you, both of you. You took such good care of me. I'm just happy to be here, Izuku joked, which prompted a new round of increasingly sleepy giggles. Yeah, me too. Izuku the morning after it turned out that the three of them fell asleep in the love shack not long after they'd all finished. But fortunately, they'd woken up early enough to make their way back to the main cabin before too many people were awake to potentially make things awkward. Yui was up already, partway through preparing breakfast, but she merely looked at the three bashful, blushing students who re-entered the cabin, raised one eyebrow in an expression of interest, and returned to her task without making any comments. The morning passed in a bit of a blur for Izuku, his mind still entirely full of images from the night before, but he knew that at some point, they'd have to have a little bit of a talk to go over what had happened. He wasn't exactly surprised by what he'd witnessed, but part of Izuku wondered if Okiko was quite ready to accept the feelings that she obviously felt. He wasn't worried, really, and the dynamic felt normal and natural, especially when the other girls were up and joined them all for breakfast. But he knew that Momo could be an overthinker just like himself, and Okiko, though she hid it a lot better, could be one heck of a worrier too. Their opportunity came when Ibara volunteered to go collect some more food, and Yui immediately joined her. Setsuna and Mina busied themselves with cleaning up after breakfast, which left Okiko and Momo as the first ones to go up to the hot springs for a daily shower. The two women exchanged a few more glances than usual, but even Mina's finely tuned gossip-detecting senses didn't seem to pick up on anything different, as Okiko and Momo departed. I'm gonna go check around the outskirts of camp, Izuku announced. I'll be gone for, at least an hour or two. Why, are you hinting at something, Midori? Mina smirked. Awful conspicuous of you. What could I be hinting at? Izuku winked as he pulled a raincoat on. I can't think of any reason that you and Setsuna might appreciate some private time. You could stick around for that, Greenie, Setsuna teased. Might be fun. Maybe another time. Izuku blushed. I just had a team. I think my brain would explode if I wound up in another the next morning. I didn't get much sleep last night. I've got to stretch my legs a bit, wake up a little more, you know. You're missing Mina sang as she bounced over to him, but thanks for letting us know. She playfully swatted his butt over the raincoat, and Izuku made his way outside. He had a lot on his mind as he trudged through the light drizzle. The way he'd seen Okiko and Momo interacting with each other, while amazing and super hot, seemed like it was an unexpected development for both of them. Izuku hated to think that the two women would be tempted to write it off as something they'd done for his benefit, or anything like that, not when there was obviously potential for something more going on there. Izuku wasn't exactly an expert on all the different permutations available to polyamorous relationships, but he was fairly certain that he'd be much more secure and content with the whole thing if he wasn't the focal point that all the different relationships revolved around. Even if he put aside the likely benefits to himself in the way that Mina and Setsuna had alluded to, something about the dynamic just felt better to him if the various women involved with him could also develop relationships with each other, however that wound up working out. Less potential for jealousy, maybe. He wondered, no, that's not quite it. Spreading out the sharing aspect a bit more. Maybe it's something about wanting everyone to be as happy as they can be. When he arrived at the hot springs, he found that Momo and Okiko had both planted themselves at opposite ends of the pool, but they were idly chatting with each other, at least. Deku. Okiko noticed him. What are you doing here? I already made an excuse to sneak out, he grinned. I figured, well, we should have a chat after last night. Make sure we're all still on the same page. Oh, yeah, good point, Okiko blushed. I guess, I was a bit more of a participant than I'd planned to be. Sorry, Momo, I hope you didn't feel like I stole your night or anything. Not at all. Momo insisted. I should be the one apologizing. I dragged you into what I wanted to happen, but I didn't ask first. I don't think, Izuku argued, as he shrugged off his own clothes and joined the women in the bath, anyone needs to apologize, really. I just wanted to check that you two are okay, honestly. The women glanced at each other, blushed, and looked away. Okay, not exactly a bad thing, Izuku thought, but they're acting like me and Chako used to. What do you mean? Okiko might as well have whistled innocently, she was trying so hard to look nonchalant. I don't think there's any reason things wouldn't be okay, in the terms that you have stated, Momo stammered, using her wordiness to try and fail to mask her ever-increasing blush. Well, obviously, there's no judgment from me, Izuku clarified, and took a deep breath to force his nerves to be quiet for a little bit, but, I noticed the two of you were awful close last night. I didn't mind. I just wanted to be open about the fact that I'm cool with it. What wouldn't you be okay with? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 wondered. She started to sink beneath the surface of the pool, then stopped as apparently she realized she was trying to hide. It was a thing, right? So, yeah, it makes sense we'd play around a bit, and stuff. Izuku scratched at the back of his head. I don't think that was just playing around, the way it looked to me. I hope I didn't overstep. Momo clasped her hands in front of her face. I'm sorry. Again, Izuku huffed. I'm not thinking that apologies are in order, Momo. This must be what talking to me is like. Izuku shook his head with a rueful chuckle. They're so awkward about this. Fortunately, if anyone knew how to navigate awkwardness, real or imagined, it was Izuku Midoriya. I'm not here to pass judgment, he reminded them, or to insist on, well, anything, really. I had a really good time, and I think that both of you did too, so all that I wanted to be clear about is, well, I really don't mind if the two of you ever want to have fun without me there. Well, Momo trailed off, we, kind of have, already. Yeah, but, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 squeaked, wasn't that kind of, I dunno. Helping each other out. I've noticed that there was something going on, Izuku admitted, but I don't need to know specifics. I'm not trying to pry, or force you two into deciding anything now. I guess I'm just, voicing my approval. But 𝐒𝐭𝐴 mumbled, I'm straight. We already agreed that it's not the time to worry about labels, Izuku reminded her, as he started to wash himself up at the same time as he talked to the two women. Again, I'm not trying to push anything. Momo spoke up, I don't think I am. Straight, that is. Meeple. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 made a squeaking noise of curiosity. I'm definitely attracted to you, Izuku, Momo clarified, so don't take this the wrong way, but I've been doing some thinking. I never really had a clear image of what sort of man I'd want to be with, before we came here, at least, and so I'm wondering if, well, that is, you don't have to say anything if you aren't ready to, Izuku reassured her. No, I think I am. Momo took a deep breath. I don't think it's any surprise to admit that I have feelings for you, Izuku. Even after saying that, well, I'm wondering if I might actually be a bit closer towards the homosexual end of the spectrum than heterosexual, and I never realized it until now. It came as a surprise to me at first, but I'm confident in saying it. I have a crush on 𝐒𝐴, as well. That's kind of what I was expecting to hear, Izuku thought. Not in those exact terms, maybe, but the general sentiment. Me. 𝐒𝐴 pointed at herself as she spluttered, but, why? You're absolutely gorgeous and amazing, Izuku reminded her, you both. I think. I'm gonna head back towards camp now, okay? I'm not upset or anything like that, I just don't think this conversation is about me. Actually, Momo insisted, I think you should stay. That's part of what I've been thinking about. I don't think that these are two separate sets of feelings, per se. I'm fairly certain that I wish to be with both of you equally. But, 𝐒𝐴 argued, isn't that already what we're doing? I mean, I guess you and me is a new thing, maybe. As we've discussed the various permutations of polyamory lately, Momo continued, the clarification seems important. I'm not looking for a dynamic where I have a separate relationship with Izuku, and then also one with you, 𝐒𝐴. She stumbled over her words a bit. I'd like to be with the both of you, if you'd have me. Like a three-person relationship, Izuku thought about it, instead of there being three separate relationships between each pair. Exactly. Momo nodded. 𝐒𝐴 interjected, I'm not sure. That's not a no, it's an I don't know yet. I'd never really thought about, well, having a girlfriend. Well, you just said it, Izuku asked her, as he felt the urge to reassure her, I don't think we have to decide anytime soon. We already agreed that the real relationship stuff can wait until we're back home, right? I guess we can put it off until then. The titles and more administrative matters of a relationship, certainly, Momo nodded, but, just so that I am clear about my desires, I'd like to share the same kind of relationship with Okiko that you and her, or you and I have, Izuku. What are your thoughts on that? Oh, well, Izuku hummed, trying to figure out how to phrase it correctly. I don't want to pressure Okiko, but, yeah, I'd be happy with that. More than happy, really, he thought. That sounds kind of perfect, somehow. Okay, Okiko nodded, as if she'd suddenly come to a decision. As long as we're not doing titles and labels quite yet, I think we can try it out, see how it works. I think we just did that last night, Izuku chuckled, and it seemed pretty fantastic to me. Well, yeah, I mean, like, Okiko gestured around wildly, more than just secretary. I know we can't, like, go on a date, right now, but she turned to Momo, and swallowed as if to suppress her nerves. Maybe you and me can try being a bit more romantic when we hang out, I guess. Oh, goodness, Momo blushed yet again. Judging by how much that thought flusters me, I can officially confirm that I am fully on board with this idea. Speaking of boards, Izuku rinsed himself off. I do have to get back to camp, but I'm glad we had this talk. I'm not trying to run away, but I think that the two of you can sort out some of the details between you two. Unless we just wind up marking out, Okiko blurted, then clapped her hands over her mouth as she realized what she'd said. That works too. Izuku chuckled. Thanks for being open with us, Momo. I know it's scary and all, but, I dunno, I think this could work. I'm optimistic as well. Momo agreed. Let me know if you need my input on anything, K. Izuku made sure to express his support once again. That goes for either of you, and both of you, alright. Yep, okay, Okiko muttered. Let's chat, Mo. This is a surprise, but I guess I should have figured it out by now. It was a new discovery for me, too, Momo admitted, one that you led me to, actually. Okay, I'll see you two later. Izuku waved goodbye as he lifted himself out of the water and started to get dressed again. Good luck. Both women returned his wave, and Izuku felt reassured as he heard both of their voices talking back and forth as he walked away from the hot springs. I think this just might work out. He smiled to himself. It seems like it might be easier, even, than trying to keep all these feelings separate. 3 months, 1 week, and 3 days since arriving. Okiko pondered several things, as she sprawled out on the couch with Momo halfway tucked under her arm. Does cuddling count differently now? Momo's always been kind of tactile, she's definitely a hugger, but is this a romantic gesture since things have changed a bit? Or has it always been a gesture, and I just never noticed it before? No, that doesn't sound quite right. Momo's super snuggly with all her friends, and I don't think that she wants to be with, like, Toru, or something like that. But wait. What if Momo herself didn't realize it? She said that she just recently figured out that she was into women in the first place. Maybe she'd been missing the signs all along. Or is it me that was missing the signs all along? I mean, I definitely like cuddling with Momo, but do I like it, or is it just nice to be close to a friend? It feels different than snuggling with Deku, but maybe that's just because he's usually the one putting his arm around me, not the other way round. I can practically hear you thinking, Momo giggled, and Okiko felt her cheeks heat up in a blush. Yeah, Okiko didn't have any valid excuses. I guess I'm wondering if this is romantic enough. I'm having a lovely time, for what it's worth. Momo curled in a bit closer to Okiko. I hope you don't feel pressured to behave any differently just for my sake. Oh, well, if you wanted something, you just need to ask. Okiko would have been happy to have done pretty much anything Momo asked of her. In response, Momo just giggled again, and Okiko felt her blush grow even more intense. You're cute, Momo teased. No, Okiko lost the battle she'd been fighting against her embarrassment, and slapped one of her hands against her face. I'm just me. You're the one who's a genius, and a great leader, and freaking model gorgeous, and all that. While I certainly enjoy hearing compliments from you, Momo started to walk her fingers up Okiko's arm, and she had to struggle to stop herself from wiggling around in her seat. I'd rather they not come at the cost of talking down about yourself. As far as I see it, you're brave, and passionate, and confident, and many other things. That I admire. You're too sweet, Okiko huffed, you and Deku both. The two of you are always so generous with your compliments. that's half the reason I was so insistent on pairing you up. So that we could complement each other until we started believing it. What's the other half, then? What's the other half? Momo sang, and her fingers curled under Okiko's chin, which gave her a full-body shiver. Well, I've already said it. Okiko couldn't help but spill the beans, under this form of interrogation, but you're, wow. Like, incredibly, super pretty. I'd feel some kinda secondhand regret if Deku didn't get on that, you know. Momo laughed, a full-blown titter. She was way too classy to chortle or chuckle, after all, and Okiko found the sound as delightful as ever. I'm not trying to push you into anything, Momo spoke, but, honestly, the way you describe me. I love hearing it, but it gives me reason to suspect that I'm not the only one with a bit of a crush here. Maybe. Okiko yelped, it's just. I never really thought about being with a girl, and then it just kinda happened. And now we're, like, sort of together. It's a lot of change all at once. Well, you managed to navigate your discovery that you're polyamorous quite deftly, Momo reassured her, and, again, I'm not trying to pressure you. How'd you figure it out? Okiko wondered. Well, you, silly, Momo laughed again, and ghosted her fingers over Okiko's cheek. I mean, it certainly wasn't what I expected for a SXL awakening, but the night when you showed me how to, take care of myself, that turned into fuel for the aforementioned task pretty much immediately. Yeah. Okiko feared that she might ignite the fabric of the couch, her cheeks were becoming so warm. Oh, absolutely, Momo's voice dropped to a husky tone which sent all sorts of shivers running down Okiko's spine. You remember that romance novel I mentioned before? The one about the three-person intrigue, right? That's the one. Momo continued, well, I started to use that as the source of my fantasies, but it didn't take long for me to start picturing certain people in place of the titular characters. Wait a second, Okiko feigned offense, I'm the chambermaid. Well, not like that, Momo huffed, I don't exactly want you to serve me, no. Okiko turned the tables and started to tease Momo, what is it that you want? I rather like it when you tell me what to do, I think. Is that Suu? Okiko grinned a nearly predatory expression. Ooh, now you're just being mean. Momo giggled and smacked Okiko's shoulder gently. For someone who's uncertain, you're awfully good at pressing my buttons, I must say. That's just because, well, Okiko tried to find a justification for why she enjoyed flirting with Momo so much, and really, there was only one reasonable explanation. Okay, maybe I've got a little bit of a crush on you, do you, now? Momo leaned a bit closer, and Okiko's heart started to race. I mean, Okiko stammered, then couldn't find any other words, you're really pretty, and all. I like it when you say that, Momo breathed, and then she craned her head upwards. Their lips met gently, but it felt pretty momentous, considering it was the first time they'd kissed that couldn't possibly be explained as mid-SM impulsiveness. Okiko couldn't get over how soft Momo's lips were. Even her tongue somehow felt more delicate than Deku's did, more graceful, in some weird way. Wait, Okiko realized, I didn't even notice we'd started making out. She threw caution to the wind. Well, I guess I'm bi, then. They heard the front door of the cabin open, and quickly returned to the innocent, friendly form of cuddling that they'd previously been engaged in. But Okiko knew for certain that there was something different about being that close to Momo, compared to any of her other female friends. She found the thought of exploring this realization further to be, honestly, pretty DMN thrilling. Later that night I'm bored, Mina whined, can't we do a game or something? It wasn't the most thrilling night, that was for certain. The rain was so heavy that it had even managed to chase Izuku inside before dinner, and there definitely wasn't much else to do after eating and cleaning up. I'm not really in a party mood, Ibara weighed in, but I suppose some sort of conversational game might be a nice little diversion. What are you thinking? Mina chirped, like, charades or something. Ooh, let's do charades. We don't have any way of coming up with clues for that, Okiko interjected, but I mean, I guess I'd be down for some sort of game based around talking. Should we tell stories? Momo wondered, and seemed to perk up a little with the idea, I would love to learn more about all of you. I've pretty much told all my good ones already, Izuku scratched at his hair. Maybe we can talk about things we know. Like, give little seminars, kind of. Boo, Mina whined. That sounds too study-like for me. Set. Gimme a better suggestion than that. I dunno, Setsuna grinned, as an idea came to her. I've got a pretty good topic in mind, with what Greenie suggested. Oh. Since a lot of us have been getting hot and heavy lately, Setsuna was pretty sure that her smile had just turned sinister. I think we should maybe cover some advanced seked. No. Ibara protested, this wasn't supposed to be an opportunity for things to turn lewd. Well, you'd be one of the primary beneficiaries of these instructions. Setsuna liked her lips. Isn't that right, Baba? I told you I'm over that nickname, Ibara huffed, and what are you even implying? There's quite a few things you should know, Setsuna explained, before you get into BNDG and all. Set. Ibara turned neon red and tried to hide her face in her hands. BND. Momo chimed in, what's that? Oh, honey, Mina cackled, I forget how innocent you are sometimes. I'm not innocent, Momo protested. Aren't you? Mina teased, unless Midori finally sealed the deal with you, I'm thinking that you and Ibara are the purest ones here. Momo, instead of responding, spluttered and started to blush fiercely. Oh my god. Mina sat up, as her gossip senses focused on Momo. You totally did. Girl. How was it? I'm right here, Izuku argued, but Mina ignored him as she continued to pester Momo. It was fantastic. Momo managed to speak through her obvious embarrassment, but, yes, the details feel somewhat inappropriate to share. Oh, Mina turned to look around the room. That means someone else is next up at bat. Dibs, you spoke. You can't call dibs on such a thing, Ibara muttered. Eager to get in there, eh? Mina bounced over to knock her shoulder against Ibara's, and the vine-haired woman couldn't even argue. I don't blame you. I would have gone next, but, well, I respect the sacred law of dibs. That, and we still haven't decided if we're going to tag team that boy or not. Setsuna smirked to herself. I guess we should figure that out sooner rather than later. Right, so. Setsuna called out, hoping to bring the focus of the room back to her. If you is up next, then it's doubly important that I cover some of these concepts. I'm quite familiar with BND, you nodded. I've watched a lot of videos. That's part of my point, Setsuna sighed. Lesson number 1. The things that you see on the internet might not actually be fun to do in real life. Oh, Yui hummed. I've seen a lot of things I want to try, though, it can be a good source of inspiration, Setsuna explained, but keep in mind, porn stars are, well, porn stars. They're paid to do the things you see them doing. Sometimes, something that looks like it would feel good only actually looks good on screen, or it might even be dangerous to try without preparing for it. Like BND, Okako chimed in with a cackling laugh. Ibara. You've been holding out. Yep. Setsuna spoke over her friend's spluttering protests. BNDG is a great example. If you're using ropes and stuff, you need to know the right knots to tie that don't get tighter, and especially learn how to untie them in a hurry if you have to. Why would you need to untie in a hurry? Yui pondered. That seems to defeat the point. Lesson number 2. Setsuna gave her very toothiest smile. Safe words. Like, words that are acceptable to say during secretary. Momo wondered. Nope. Setsuna popped the pea, then realized that she'd picked that habit up from Mina, and in turn, felt a little wave of fondness ripple through her. Safe words are basically signals to stop whatever you're doing. Can't you just say stop? Okako asked. If you're role-playing, Setsuna elaborated, you might be doing a scenario where one person says no, stop, but doesn't really mean it, yeah. I don't understand, Ibara chimed in. Yui. Setsuna gestured to her friend. I'm really into the idea of rough sec, Yui helpfully provided, which might mean that I pretend like I don't like it, because I want the guy to pretend like he's forcing me. Eep, Izuku blushed, that sounds a bit too intense. Meh, Yui shrugged, it doesn't have to be a non-consent roleplay. As long as you don't mind smacking me around a bit, I'm down with that. Okako made various noises at Yui's blunt explanation, but none of them sounded offended, at least. Anyways, Setsuna refocused the group once again. The point is, you pick a word that you're not going to say during sec, one that's hard to misunderstand, let's say pineapple as an example, and if someone says that word, you both stop what you're doing. Both. Mina teased. Right, you all stop what you're doing, Setsuna clarified. I can't believe I forgot that a few of us are into group secretary. Okiko turned bright red at this statement, no doubt recalling the time when Mina and Setsuna had watched her with her boyfriend, but weirdly enough, Momo's blush made Okiko's nearly look non-existent. Setsuna wondered what that was about. That sure sounds like something for Mina to dig her teeth into. Other than my butt, she didn't even try and keep her train of thoughts on the rails. Rare. We're all on BRTH control, Setsuna continued, so safe sec is kind of already handled while we're here, but lesson number 3, aftercare. She had to admit, she felt somewhat in her element leading the whole conversation, and she supposed that, considering Yui had just claimed the next time with Izuku, this was a necessary conversation to have, as awkward and blushy as everyone was getting. Okay, half the fun is in how much they are all blushing. Setsuna wasn't going to be that serious about the whole thing. 3 months, 1 week, and 4 days since arriving Ibara, the rain was relentless. Ibara and Yui had made a venture outside to harvest another bounty of the various fruits and vegetables that grew around their camp, but had to cut their activity short. The downpour was so ferocious. They'd had to take shelter in the love shack, mere paces away from the main cabin, just to duck out of the increasingly torrential weather. So, Ibara decided it was appropriate environs to raise the thought she'd been mulling over. You have dibs on Izuku, do you? Yui replied. Someone else had to go next. Figured it might as well be me. Aren't you concerned that, Ibara pondered, he's not experienced enough to fulfill your desires in the way you're hoping for? I'm not expecting perfection at first, Yui shrugged. I figure it'll be easy to tell if he has potential. If not, then I'll appreciate his friendship. If yes, maybe more. You could have your first time with someone who you aren't certain about. Ibara was, admittedly, somewhat baffled by the concept. I am only willing to go that far, eventually, and hypothetically, because I can foresee a future of some kind with Izuku, myself. I think I can see a future with him, Yui hummed, but whether it's as friends or more, that doesn't matter too much to me. What Setsuna said, Ibara raised the next doubt she had, about some things only being pleasurable in theory, not in practice. Does that concern you? No. It troubles me, Ibara admitted, that you wish to be with someone who would torment you during lovemaking. I cannot see the appeal in it. That's 'cause you're a dom. You crossed her arms in front of her, you'd rather be on the other side. Inflicting pain is not what appeals to me, Ibara argued, it's simply about that I suppose the sense of control. That is what I find intriguing. It's the same kind of thing, you huffed, just from the other side. You've been doing good, Ibara, don't get hypocritical on me now. I am not. Ibara insisted, I truly do not intend to sound judgmental, I am merely worried for my friend. You don't have to be, you grumbled, just because I like something you don't. It just doesn't sound suitable to me, Ibara trailed off as she pondered what she meant to argue, the idea of Izuku, as caring and gentle as he is, using his strength against you like that. We spar all the time, you seem to clench her arms even tighter about herself, you aren't worried for my safety then. That's different. How? Yui spread her arms open, which with her closed-off expressions, might as well have been an outright tantrum. It has ground rules, it involves hurting each other, but not too much, and we're doing it because we both want to. Isn't that the same? But there's a purpose to sparring, beyond the act itself. Ibara was confused at how much sense Yui was making, not simply, I don't know. Try it, then. Pardon. Tie me up, Yui extended her arms forward, as if awaiting HNDCFFS. If you're so concerned about it not being acceptable, try it. I'm not, Ibara stammered, I'm not inclined to pursue the same scenario with you. We're not having sec, Yui muttered, it's just practice. You get to try out what you want to do, so do I. Ibara found it hard to argue with Yui's logic, kind of like sparring. Sure. Ibara thought about her proposition for a long moment, then came to the decision that it was worth practicing these sorts of skills before putting them to use for real. Okay, Ibara finally agreed, but we're also practicing the safe word concept. Pineapple. Is that yours? Wasn't that the example that Setsuna gave? Sure, you grumbled, why not? Now tie me up already. Ibara sighed, but extended the vines which made up her hair nonetheless. She wrapped several strands around Yui's proffered wrists, and a few more around her elbows. Is this acceptable? She asked. I can still move. Yu flopped to the ground and kicked her legs in the air to emphasize the fact, you can tie me up more. Ibara cautiously raveled a few more segments of her hair around Yui's legs, first under her knees, then around her ankles. This is fairly simple for me, Ibara admitted. I think that the idea of practicing may be unnecessary, on my behalf, at least. Get my throat. Put your vines, Yui insisted, around my neck. But that's exactly what I want, Yu hummed, or do you want me to beg? Ibara, please, wrap your vines around my throat. Ibara wouldn't have admitted just how much of a thrill those words sent through her, but she carried out Yui's wishes without protesting any further. She made sure to keep the thorny parts of her vines away from the tender flesh of Yui's throat, but wrapped 2 loops around her neck just the same. Tighter. Oh. Ibara stepped forward, and squeezed with the vines around Yui's legs, like this. Choke me, Yu corrected. Shall I? Ibara pondered, then cinched the vines restraining Yui's wrists tighter. I wasn't aware that you were in control of this situation. Please. No, Ibara hummed idly, as she sent another loop wrapping around Yui's waist, at the very end of her ribcage. After all, I might crush you. To demonstrate her power, she flexed the vines she just wrapped around her friend's torso, which drove the breath from Yui with a noise that sounded suspiciously like a mm. What was that? Ibara inquired. Nothing, you lied. I asked you a question. Ibara finally tightened the vines which lay around Yui's throat, and turned one so that the very tip of a thorn prodded at the black-haired woman's neck, just below her jaw. You made a noise which was definitely a mm. Oh, goodness. Ibara immediately loosened every vine she'd wrapped around her friend. I thought you said this wasn't a sec thing. You surprised me, Yu blushed, and glanced away from Ibara bashfully. Let's get back to the cabin. Shouldn't we discuss what just happened? Ibara wondered. Okay, you're better than I thought. Yu shrugged it off. Come on, let's go. That was also more fun than I expected. Ibara continued to wonder, her thoughts circling around what the short-lived experience could have meant. 3 months, 1 week, and 6 days since arriving in Iguso. Setsuna grinned her toothy smile at him. You's up next, hey. I guess. Izuku shrugged as he pulled another sheet of leaves to the side, allowing water to spill from them. I didn't realize that the whole batting order thing was a serious idea. He was still much more on the side of whatever happens, happens, but he supposed that it was only natural that the girls would have conversations about him that he wasn't a part of. An anxious part of his brain hoped that the conversations were good ones, but the rest of him knew that there was no way that 6 different women would be willing to sleep with him if he wasn't doing something right. I think it's more a suggestion than a rule, Setsuna provided. By the way, the second canopy on the left there is flooded too. Well, I don't want to misstep. Izuku made his way towards that one, and thanks. That's what I'm here for, boss. Setsuna was actually a huge help in identifying which canopies hadn't drained properly, as Izuku hoped to avoid any of them collapsing from the rain. Thanks, Set. Izuku made his appreciation known. Anytime she reattached her floating eyeball, then strolled over to him. But, since it's one of my best friends up next, I swear I'll be good. Izuku put his hands up in a placating gesture. No, that's the total opposite of what I was getting at, Setsuna chuckled. Greenie, you don't have a mean bone in your body. That's what I'm worried about. Yui has made it pretty well known that she likes it rough, Setsuna clarified. Or, at least, so she says. For all that she talks like she's knowledgeable, I'm pretty sure the entirety of that girl's SXL experience comes from the internet. Well, not all of it, Izuku mumbled. Right. Setsuna slapped her forehead. I forgot that the two of you had some handsy fun. It counts and all, but that isn't quite what she's aiming for, 𝐻𝐸𝐽𝐫. I don't think I understand, Izuku admitted. I mean, Setsuna whistled as she thought, she's a great girl, but I think sometimes she bites off more than she can chew. When she wants you to get rough with her, don't go all, like, plus ultra rough, but don't be scared to smack her around a bit, you know. I totally don't know, Izuku giggled nervously, and, frankly, I think I'm more confused now than I was before. Yeah, that's my fault, I'm being all scatterbrained about this, Setsuna chuckled, me being a space case. Who would have thunk it? You had really good advice the other night, Izuku reassured her, you know a lot more about this stuff than I do. This stuff, she asked innocently. Sex stuff, Izuku scratched at the back of his head, I'm not all that experienced, other than what I've done here, more than me, in some ways. Setsuna chirped, I haven't gone all the way with a boy yet, you know. I didn't realize, Izuku frowned in thought, and I mean, I know that everyone likes joking around about it and all, but you know, you and I don't have to. No, Setsuna leaned into him and wrapped her arms around him in a casual embrace. God, I'm making a mess out of this little speech I had planned. I'm not trying to make it into a big deal or anything, I figure someone's gonna be my first, and boy, you're one hell of a good option to break me in. Izuku swallowed nervously, not sure how to respond to that. I just don't want anyone to feel pressured, he clarified, you, Ibara, anyone. Aren't you leaving my girlfriend off that list? Oh, so you finally admitted it, Izuku teased her, but yeah, Mina's been pretty upfront about why she's interested in me in that way. I like your muscles, Setsuna shrugged, and you're a real nice guy, and you're patient when I get off on one of my rambles. That's enough for me, but I'm not going to be writing you love letters anytime soon, you know. Is that okay? If it is with you. Izuku wasn't sure how to navigate this situation. You're really cool, and I always like when I can learn something from you, but if you'd rather just stay friends, I'm not going to be offended. No, Setsuna whined, see me. She pulled him into a kiss, and as always, it was like she was literally starving for the contact. Her tongue was everywhere, but her teeth were equally as active, as she peppered him with a multitude of likes, kisses, and nips in the span of seconds. Izuku, Setsuna breathed, after she separated from him, you're a hell of a guy. I'm not saying that lightly, I think you might be one of my favorite people. I'm just, not great at the whole, you know, relationship dealy. That's okay, Izuku was even more confused, I'm not trying to push you into one. That's why I'm trying to make sure you know that you don't have to, do stuff with me, if it's too much. Boy, I swear, Setsuna giggled, I'm this close to cutting in line and jumping you right here. Stop it. Sorry, I will. I'm tassing you, she rolled her eyes, I'm saying stop being such a sweetheart, but I don't really mean it. Actually, this is a good lesson. Like we talked about safe words, and all that, you might have to put the sweet side away for a bit when you're with Yui. I don't really enjoy the thought of hurting her, Izuku admitted, even if that's what she wants. She doesn't want to get hurt, not really, Setsuna clarified. It's like, you spank Okiko sometimes, right? Oh, yeah, definitely. Izuku was, indeed, fond of that particular act. Can't blame you, what a butt, Setsuna smirked. But, yeah, do stuff like that, just more often and a bit harder than you would with your girl, you know. Izuku decided to tease her with something she didn't know. Hey. One of my girls, he did his best to pull off a confident grin. Momo and I are, together not together in the same way. Ooh. Setsuna reached around to give him a spank, as if to illustrate the point she was making. See, look at you go, you stud. I'm surprised Okiko isn't jealous over it being a real deal. Oh, she's fully in favor. Izuku decided to keep the other bit of knowledge he had private. She's not jealous of any of you, you know. In case that was bugging you. You aren't jealous, right? Hey. If me and Mina, you know, go all the way. Oh, hells no. Setsuna leaned across to peck his lips again. I trust you enough that I know you'll show my girl a wonderful time, and, well, if she wants to not date you down the road, I think I could be convinced to share her. Convinced, hey. Oh, I'll put you to work, she squeezed his bicep, that's for damn certain. You've gotta earn your way into my good books. Izuku reached out and pulled her tightly against him, then pressed a kiss against her lips before Setsuna could even realize what was happening. When we're back in the real world, he told her, I'll go to a dinosaur museum with you. They're just regular museums, you dork. Setsuna had gone a bit red from his impulsive act, but they have dinosaur exhibits. And, yeah, that sounds ideal. It's a date, then. I guess it is, isn't it? 3 months and 2 weeks since arriving Mina awoke to the sound of thunder and shrieked in surprise. She glanced around her room, and wondered for a moment why it was empty. It took her a moment, not helped by her pounding heart, to recall that Setsuna had overworked her quirk the day before, and still needed another night to herself to recover. Mina started to pout, until she remembered that she had a second option available to her. She wrapped her blanket around herself, and made her way out of her room, intending to go crash with Izuku and possibly Okiko. Mina made it into the common area of the cabin before she saw a familiar mop of green hair on the couch, and realized she wasn't the only one awake. Hey, Midori, she spoke softly, can't sleep. Hey, Mina, Izuku answered, no, I'm worried about the rain. Thunder for you. Thunder, she agreed. Mina padded over to the couch and sat down beside Izuku, then leaned into his chest. I don't know how the rest of you handle it so well. Not to make fun of you or anything, Izuku spoke, but, well, I've been friends with Kaken for, like, my entire life. I got used to loud bangs a long time ago. Yeah, Mina chuckled, you probably don't get scared of shouting, either. Nope, Izuku agreed. Wait, Mina thought, how does knowing him that long make you different from me? Him. Like, we all started you at the same time, right? That's when he started using his quirk all the time, because before that, it would have been unlicensed, yeah. Oh, Izuku laughed awkwardly. I mean, I guess, technically, didn't really stop him, though. How do you mean? Izuku fidgeted where he sat. This sounds worse than it is. Let's just say that Kaken wasn't shy about using his quirk before he was technically allowed to. There was something about Izuku's reaction that Mina didn't like very much. Can you explain that a bit more? I think I'm confused. Well, it's just, Izuku stammered. I've seen him using his quirk for just about as long as he's had it. Typical, Mina huffed. Flashy emitter types get to practice their quirks whenever they feel like. Something like that, yeah. Mina scooched a bit closer to Izuku, then squealed in happiness as he got the hint, and bundled her up into his arms, pulling her onto his lap while he did so. I always feel safe when you're holding me, Mina admitted. Why is that, you think? Because I'm the superhero Deku. Izuku joked, and she could practically feel the sarcasm dripping from his voice. Maybe. Mina wiggled into a more comfortable position on his lap. Or maybe it's just because you've got such nice, strong arms to hold me with. It's not like Setsuna's lacking on that front, Izuku joked. Her biceps are pretty impressive. Oh, agreed. Mina nodded, but I'm flirting with you right now, mister. I guess I'm still not used to that. Izuku tucked his chin against her shoulder. Isn't that weird? I can handle loud explosions just fine, but a pretty girl flirting with me still makes me feel all clumsy and stuttery. It's weird, Mina wondered. Thunderstorms have to be more common than Bakugo getting to use his quirk around you when you were kids, wouldn't they? Heh, Izuku grumbled, around. Him. Mina really didn't like the sounds of that. Never mind. Let's talk about you. Izuku clearly tried to change the topic. Midori, Mina asked, what was that you just said about around? Oh, it's a nothing. Izuku's stutter made a return. Midori, I mean, it's all dealt with. What's all dealt with? Mina wouldn't be distracted from something that sounded this serious. Well, when we were kids, Izuku went quiet for a while before he resumed talking. Kaken, kind of practiced his quirk on what exactly? On me. Mina couldn't help but gasp. Sure, she'd always known that Bakugo was a brash, explosive in all senses of the word type, but she just figured that was how he expressed affection. Hell, he'd called Kiri shitty hair since the boys had met each other up until she'd last seen them together, and those two knuckleheads were obviously and for her almost heart-wrenchingly in love with each other. Midori, Mina's voice shook as she asked for clarification, did Bakugo bully you? It was a long time ago, and the teachers we had didn't help, Izuku rushed his words out. And anyways, he's more than made it up to me. I hate bullies. Mina huffed. When we get back to the real world, I'm not gonna let this go. Seriously, Izuku pulled her tighter against him. It's okay, Mina. We dealt with it. What makes up for bullying? Mina grumbled, I'm gonna kick his butt. Let's see how much he can explode when he's coated in acid. Well, Izuku shuddered once, then his strength returned to his limbs. Kaken went through a pretty long phase where he'd literally try and sacrifice himself for me every time we were in a battle together. I figure, someone tries to die for you, it makes up for a lot, you know. I keep forgetting just how much SHT Izuku's had to deal with already. I'm not convinced it balances out. Mina thought that there was a lot more that Izuku wasn't telling her, but I guess, if you've forgiven him, it's not really my place to be mad for you. I appreciate it, though. Izuku planted a little kiss against the side of her head. It's nice to be reminded that people care about me now. Why wouldn't they have cared about you before? Mina was lost all over again. You're, like, the sweetest guy in the entire world. Late bloomer, remember. Izuku hummed in thought, until I started you. Well, people thought I was quirkless. It wasn't the best. That's awful. Mina protested, even if you were quirkless, it doesn't justify treating you like that. Not a lot of people would agree with you on that. Izuku spoke in a way that suggested far too much experience with the topic. Other people, Mina growled. I had to put up with enough because I'm a mutant. I'm not going to stand for anyone being mistreated because of who they are, quirkless, evil quirks, mutants, whoever. When I'm a pro, I swear, that's gonna be the first interview I give. Really? Izuku seemed surprised, for some reason. I mean, yeah, I agree with you, but not a lot of people are brave enough to say that. When have I ever managed to keep my mouth shut? Mina leaned back into him. I think that's really great. Izuku's arms were tight around her, and all she could feel was the heat of his body against hers. I think you're really great. Mina was overcome by the warmth radiating through her body, which couldn't be explained by their proximity alone. Izuku, she began. What she had meant to say next was interrupted by the loudest crack of thunder she'd heard yet, followed by a loud groaning sound from outside. Izuku cursed, which must have meant something was seriously wrong. Mina. Wake the others up. He didn't quite throw her off him, but he moved her off his lap as quickly as was possible to still be caring, before he charged towards the door. What's wrong? Mina asked, as she felt her heroic training taking hold of her. Landslide. He was gone in a flash. Izuku Izuku wasn't overly prone to cursing, but he had to admit that there was utility in various swear words, even if one of the worst he'd use, however, was entirely insufficient to encompass the panic that he felt in that moment. The noise of rocks and dirt grinding against each other as they shifted hadn't gone quiet, and if anything, had started to grow continually louder as he made his way outside. It was almost difficult to see the mountain above their camp, the rain was so heavy, but even from the distance, Izuku could tell that part of the mountain was moving. He summoned every ounce of one for all that he could manage, and made to leap over the fence surrounding their camp. Instead, he crashed into the side of one of the trees making up the fence, and had to scramble awkwardly over the top instead of vaulting the entire thing in a single bound. Terrible timing. He thought, why am I getting weaker now? That was barely 3%. From his new vantage point, his worst fears were confirmed. He could see what sure looked like a significant portion of the mountain sliding down towards their camp, as a mixture of mud, stones, and debris headed their way. Worse, by his estimates, the bulk of the mudslide was due to hit at an angle which would bypass the plow that they'd set into one of the walls, and the volume certainly looked sufficient to overflow the trenches they'd dug as a protective measure. Deku, he heard Okiko yell, "What's the plan?" "I think we need to abandon camp." Izuku screamed back, over the howling of the rain and the persistent thunder overhead, "It's headed right for us." Ibara appeared beside him, supported on a network of her vines. I fear you are correct, she spat. How long do we have? Seconds, Izuku realized. Guys. Get moving. I can delay this. Ibara started to move towards the oncoming landslide. I still have enough of my strength. No, don't risk it. Izuku reached out to grab her shoulder. In fact, I think you should carry us away from here. Like hell, he heard Mina yell. This is our home. A bit of dirt isn't going to take it away from us. Guys. Izuku repeated, get moving. We've got to go. Ibara, lift me. Mina demanded. Izuku's protests died on his tongue as Ibara and he both turned to stare at Mina for a fraction of a second. A bolt of lightning arced through the sky overhead, and in the single moment of illumination, Izuku could see the fiery intensity shining in Mina's golden eyes. A thunderclap tore through the air, and Mina didn't even flinch. Do it, Izuku confirmed her decision, and instantaneously, Ibara's vines reached down to ensnare Mina, before the pink woman was hauled atop the fence with the other two. I can do this. Mina promised, then leapt off the fence onto the ground below. Directly in the path of the mudslide. Every instinct of Izuku's screamed at him to grab her, and use all of his strength to leap to safety. With the flickering portion of one for all he could access, he activated Danger Sense, and expected that even the fraction he could use would have shrieked alarms into his brain. Instead, he heard a familiar voice speak. Don't worry, Hikage Shinomori, the fourth wielder of One for All spoke, she's got this. Mina shrieked in wordless fury as she took 2 resolute steps forward, her fists clenched at her side. Acidman, she bellowed, and immediately seemed to triple in size, as potent acid, dense enough to appear almost solid, surrounded her form. Wow, Izuku noticed, that's even bigger than it usually is. How's she using so much of her quirk? Babe! Setsuna's upper torso flew into the fence next to Izuku and Ibara. What are you doing? I've got this. Mina yelled, as the mudslide was seconds from hitting her. She took one more step forward, and planted her feet into the ground, her arms crossed in front of her. Part of a mountain slammed into Mina Ashido, and part of a mountain disappeared into a cloud of steam as her acid tore it apart. The water, mud, and rocks which flowed into Mina flowed no further. As the debris was dissolved in a pool around her, her acid more than potent enough to carry out the task she'd set herself to. Even still, there's more getting around her, Izuku realized, but the part of the mudslide she isn't stopping is going to hit our plow. Ibara! Izuku ordered, grab Yui. The blue-eyed girl was beside him immediately, and Izuku reached around her to grab her hip, then leapt from the top of the fence. The plow! Izuku yelled over the pounding rain, enlarge it. Yui nodded once, then Izuku charged towards the implement in question, sending a spray of mud in front of him as he did so. As soon as they got close enough, Yui slapped her hands against the wooden object, and instantly, it grew huge, to the point that its tip extended outwards to the base of the mountain which was currently threatening them. This last-ditch measure proved sufficient, as the bulk of the mudslide was diverted away from hitting the walls of their camp, just as it had been designed to do. Without Yui, however, the structure would likely have been torn away by the oncoming bulk of the disaster, which, in turn, was being diverted by Mina. Seconds which felt like hours dragged on, before the flow of debris slowed, then finally came to a stop as the mountain finally ran out of material to throw at them. If Mina hadn't bought us time, stopped the bulk of the mudslide, Izuku realized, would all have been flattened. He looked over to Mina, and saw her standing tall in the midst of a haze of smoke. Though the mudslide had finally managed to use up the acid which had surrounded her, she'd still emerged triumphant when she'd faced down an entire natural disaster. Izuku cautiously placed Yui down, as the other members of their camp started to appear on the outside of their walls. He stumbled towards Mina with heavy, mud-caked feet, as he saw her start to waver where she stood. Izuku made it to her just before she collapsed into the mud, and caught her easily. My hero, Mina teased, and she sounded absolutely exhausted. Nope, Izuku replied, you're my hero tonight. He pulled her free of the mud, up into his arms, and started to walk back towards the camp which only survived thanks to her. 3 months, 2 weeks, and 1 day since arriving the morning after the mudslide. Izuku, as he wandered throughout their camp, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 surveyed the damage that the weather had wrought. If it wasn't for Mina and Yui, he thought, we'd be absolutely screwed. Even with their heroic efforts, the camp had taken a beating. The rain had come down heavier than ever before, so while their camp hadn't been flattened, several canopies had collapsed. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 wondered if it was even worth rebuilding them, and a tree had fallen onto the main cabin. He counted all his various blessings that nobody had been in the building at the time, as the tree had pretty much annihilated Momo's, Yui's, and Mina's bedrooms. That wasn't a big problem in itself. Each of the three could easily share a room with their girl friends, but the fact that the roof had been opened up concerned 𝐒𝐿. Thankfully, the rain had slowed after, apparently, all of it came down at once. There was a persistent cold fog in the air that morning, but not even a drizzle of actual rainfall. At least it'll make the reconstruction a bit easier, 𝐒𝐿 mused, even if we might have to get into our firewood supply to make sure we're rebuilding with dry wood. The garden, the latest name for Vacationland, suggested by Ibara after Mina had grumpily announced this isn't a Dan vacation anymore, seemed to be oddly sterile, in some ways. Despite a variety of scrapes and scratches that had accumulated from various forms of LBR, 𝐒𝐿 hadn't had a single one of these minor injuries get infected, and their food seemed to last an oddly long time without going moldy. Just another sign of how artificial this all is, I suppose. The mudslide had been a bit of an awakening for 𝐒𝐿, reminding him once again that this was actually an exercise of some sort, one with a specific goal in mind behind its construction. He wondered if, perhaps, the students had become too comfortable in their cabin, that maybe the way a tree had fallen on half of the bedrooms had also been by design. He knew he'd have to sit the group down and talk things out again at some point, as futile as those enterprises usually seem to be. We've tried pretty much everything I can think of to complete an exercise. I can't figure out what else we could even do. Fight dinosaurs, maybe. The strange wildlife of the garden didn't bother them much, all things considered. Other than an occasional sighting of some sort of 𝐿, incursions by the local dinosaurs were almost entirely limited to herds of not quite right sauropods, according to Setsuna, that would sometimes wander around the middle of the island. It didn't really seem as if a hunting expedition was something that Aizawa would waste his time with, but 𝐒𝐿 supposed that he had to be missing something important, considering it had been 3.5 months and the students were still stranded. If my quirk was working right, beating up dinosaurs wouldn't even be a challenge. The use of quirks was another thing weighing on 𝐒𝐿's mind. Mina and Yui had, when faced by imminent danger, been able to use their quirks spectacularly, perhaps even more powerfully than they'd have been capable of back in the real world. During the same oncoming disaster, 𝐒𝐿's quirk had grown weaker. By his best estimates, he dropped from around 5% of one for all down to a measly 3% at most. At this rate, I'll be quirkless again before winter comes. The thought honestly terrified him. Even if he knew that this had to be a temporary limitation, that he wasn't actually being stripped of one for all, returning to a state where he'd been so helpless useless, even wasn't something that 𝐒𝐿 was prepared to handle. Sure, I'm still big and strong and all, he grumbled to himself, but all the muscles in the world don't match up against real super strength. 𝐒𝐿 knew that part of the reason that this was weighing on him so much was the fact that he didn't have anyone who he could talk about these fears with. As far as anyone in the garden knew, he had a late-blooming quirk that manifested a whole bunch of different applications, not one that he'd been chosen to receive, a blessing that contained other quirks within itself. He wondered if he should tell the girls at some point. 𝐒𝐿 knew with all his heart that he could trust Okiko and Momo, at the very least, and he'd grown closer with the others than pretty much any of his friends back in the real world, but revealing one for all, that felt weighty. A heavy burden. Not something that can easily be placed on another. It can't be taken back, even when we return to reality. 𝐒𝐿 sighed, and made his way to the covered pile of firewood. He selected a couple of long, durable-looking logs, then started to haul them back towards the cabin. Maybe if I get the roof fixed, I'll be able to relax a bit, he wondered, or maybe I'm just putting things off again. Later that night Mina was exhausted. Super tired. Worn out. Absolutely and utterly pooped. Any phrase she thought of seemed to be insufficient to describe the extent to which she still felt drained, even after an entire day of rest. She'd napped for a number of hours in Setsuna's bed, since hers was buried under a tree, and even that had only brought her up to her current level of fatigue. I guess I did really do a number with my quirk last night, she figured, but, wow. That was the strongest acid man I've pulled off yet. It was strange, she supposed, that she'd been able to access the full potential of her quirk, when it had otherwise been so frustratingly inconsistent during their time in Vacati, the garden. This is a shitty vacation, that she had mostly stopped using it altogether. Come on, you, Setsuna came by the couch and swooped her up into her arms, let's get you to bed. Yeah, Mina whined, I'm being a big baby right now, aren't I? No, you're a gorgeous babe, though, Setsuna teased, I don't mind. You're tired. Mina craned her head up as Setsuna easily carried her, and leaned closer to her ear. You know, Mina whispered, if you want to sleep in the love shack tonight. I'm not too tired, if you catch my drift. Oh, heck yeah, Setsuna smirked, and started to carry Mina in that direction instead, as long as you're up for it. I seriously don't mind if you just want to snuggle tonight, you know. I know, Mina agreed, but I'm kinda in the mood, even if I'm tired. Babe, same, Setsuna laughed. I guess watching you be a hero and save the day like that really got me going. And I'd rather work my nerves out doing something fun. Mina leaned up and pecked Setsuna's cheek, then leaned a bit further and gave her a smooch. Okay. Setsuna walked them over to the love shack, and paused outside it. Grab the sign, would you? What, you don't want Midori and Chako breaking in on us tonight? Mina teased, and flipped it over to occupied. Not tonight, no, Setsuna grinned, you're all mine. Ooh, Mina giggled, I'm looking forward to it. Just as promised, Setsuna carried her over to the bed, and laid her down on it gently. Setsuna immediately pounced on her, planting a quick series of nibbles and kisses up one side of Mina's neck, before pressing her lips firmly against the pink girl's. Mina hummed her approval. She absolutely adored the way Setsuna kissed, all needy and passionate, almost like she was practically hungry to make out. Setsuna didn't waste any time, either. Her kisses continued, as she left a wet trail down the other side of Mina's neck. Setsuna smoothly lifted Mina's shirt without interrupting the attention she was lavishing on her partner, and liked Mina's collarbone before she leaned down further and latched her mouth onto Mina's BST. Ah! Mina gasped in pleasure as Setsuna bit down firmly but not too firmly on the edges of her NPL, while at the same time she flickered her tongue delicately, teasingly, over the nub itself. Love your melons, Setsuna smirked as she bounced Mina's BRSS against each other for emphasis. You're so hot, F. You're not so BA-. Mina's voice hitched as Setsuna's fingers trailed up her inner thigh. Not so bad yourself, you know. Oh, I'm terrible. Setsuna pressed her palm against Mina's sec, over her breathes, which still made her coo in delight. I like it, though, Mina protested Setsuna's teasing. Dim and right, Setsuna ducked her head down, and took the band of Mina's breathes between her teeth. She practically yanked them off, dragging them down the entirety of Mina's legs in one quick, frantic motion. Mina figured she'd help out, and shuffled out of her shirt while Setsuna was otherwise occupied. Once she was fully in, she spread her legs wide open, as if to say, come and get it. Setsuna kissed up the inside of one of Mina's legs from her ankle all the way to her inner thigh, where she started to bite and nibble. Mina was already plenty turned on by the time that Setsuna finally made her way between Mina's legs, and first traced a long, slow like over Mina's lower lips. Delicious as ever, Setsuna smirked, then planted her whole mouth over Mina's sec, her tongue flickering wildly the whole time. Ooh, Mina ummed, and reached down to tangle one hand in Setsuna's green hair. Setsuna was only encouraged by the gesture, as she continued to devour Mina in all the ways that felt good. She was a MSTR at alternating between fast and slow just when Mina wanted her to, such as when she paused her tongue lashing to lightly SEK on Mina's CLT. Mina voiced her pleasure, that's really good. I'm glad. Setsuna lifted from her task only long enough to say those words, before she leaned down once again, and this time, her likes were paired with the slow, SNSL insertion of two of her fingers into Mina's needy secretary. Yeah, Mina breathed, and with her free hand, she grabbed onto her own BSE, just so she had something else to hold on to. As Setsuna started to slide the inside of her entrance, Mina's hips started to buck upwards under their own direction, a sure sign that she was beginning to approach her CLMX. Oh, Mina gasped. Oh, yeah, just like that. Setsuna looked up, and the two women locked their gaze on each other. The brunette had an absolutely smoldering look in her eye, and just when Mina was ready for it, she hooked her fingers upwards and started to saw them back and forth, at the same time as she pursed her lips around Mina's CLT and carefully, delicately grazed it with the very edges of her teeth. Good, Mina groaned, yes. She threw her head back as her legs bucked and spasmed while she came, with Setsuna happily trapped between those pink limbs for the time being. That looked fun, Setsuna teased as Mina rode out the last remnants of her 𝐂𝐬𝐴𝐺. It was, Mina slurred, 𝐂𝐬𝐴𝐺. It's your turn now. Babe, aren't you kinda tired? Setsuna asked. I don't mind it being about you tonight, you know. I know, Mina felt warm and happy, partially due to the afterglow, partially due to the way that Setsuna clearly cared for her, but I want to get you off. I'll use my hand, you use your hips. Ooh, yeah, Setsuna plainly approved of that idea. I'll ride you so good, girl. They both giggled as Setsuna untangled herself from Mina's legs around her torso, then prowled up the bed on hands and knees, until her pelvis was just below Mina's own. Mina put the back of her hand against her thigh for support, then curled her first two fingers and thumb into a loose C shape. Take a seat, Mina joked. Don't mind if I do, Setsuna made the corny response sound way sexier than it had any right to, and as she moved her hips forward and wiggled herself into position, Mina could tell that she was already more than ready for the fast pace which Setsuna preferred. Both women took a breath as Mina's fingers sank into Setsuna's entrance, then, without delay, the brunette started to shake her hips back and forth against Mina's hand. You're sexy, Mina commented. Babe, you're a knockout. Khmer, sweet talker, Mina leaned up a bit, and Setsuna leaned down to meet her in the middle. They started to kiss each other again, a bit less ravenously this time around, as Setsuna had to focus her attention on rocking her hips on top of Mina's digits. Mina tightened the C she was making with her fingers, so that every time Setsuna tilted her hips forward, Mina's thumb would brush over her CLT. Setsuna made a whiny noise, muffled by Mina's lips, and kept gyrating at a faster and faster pace. Before long, Setsuna was downright humping Mina's hand, bouncing up and down on Mina's fingers at the same time as she moved her CLT back and forth against her thumb. Yeah, Setsuna gasped. Almost there, come for me, gorgeous. Mina reached up with her other hand and squeezed Setsuna's biaru, rolled her thumb over Setsuna's NPL. Fuck, Setsuna gave 3 short, jerky moves against Mina's hand, and then the pinkette felt Setsuna clamp down on her hand, as her entire body went stiff for a fraction of a moment. Setsuna, as eloquent as she always was during sec, went limp, and sagged against Mina's chest. Mina giggled and carefully pulled her fingers free from her partner, then gave Setsuna a gentle kiss. For someone who likes it hard and fast, Mina observed, it's adorable how her orgasms leave her all noodly like this. That was fun, Setsuna spoke when she remembered how to use words other than you have a good time. With you. Always. Mina hugged her a bit tighter. Thanks for taking such good care of me. Tonight, in general, you know the deal. Well, I've got to take care of my girlfriend, don't I? Setsuna joked. Girlfriend. But I thought, ooh. What's that, babe? Mina teased, having heard Setsuna's words quite well. Oh, hush. Setsuna chuckled and writhed into a position beside Mina, in the crook of her arm. You heard me just fine. Yeah, I figure it's time I stop hiding behind the whole no labels thing. Like we talked about before, we're obviously dating, we just weren't calling it that. But you want to now. Mina felt a blush on her cheeks, as something she'd been hoping for but hadn't really expected suddenly became a reality. Heck yeah, I do, Setsuna smiled, a less saucy expression than she usually wore, if you'd let me. Mina made an excited whoop as she squeezed the breath from Setsuna with a super enthusiastic hug. I've been waiting to call you my girlfriend, she explained excitedly, I'm so down. 3 months, 2 weeks, and 3 days since arriving. Momo sat in a chair and pondered. The recent mudslide had made it rather clear that status quo was not going to be permitted to continue with no further challenges, and this had her feeling more than a little concerned. This is an exercise, after all, she reminded herself, there's goals to accomplish here outside of building relationships. The trouble was, she simply couldn't puzzle out what the goal might have been. It couldn't have been as simple as work as a team, we're already quite effective at that, nor even something as vague as adapt to unforeseen circumstances, which just left her more and more uncertain the longer she thought on this riddle. They'd simply tried almost everything that Momo could think of, and none of these efforts had been sufficient to end this simulation, or whatever it truly was. You seem troubled, Ibara spoke, from where she half reclined on the couch. I'm a bit, Momo admitted. Given recent events, I've been trying to determine what the clauses could possibly be for us to go home, and I'm at a loss. Would you like to discuss it? Sure, Momo hummed in thought, perhaps hearing another's perspective would be helpful to me. Well, Ibara sat up on the couch and turned to face her directly. What have you pondered so far? I cannot help but think that the answer lies within, somehow, rather than somewhere on the island, Momo explained. While we've engaged in treasure hunt-style scenarios before, they've never been sprung on us without explaining the conditions of the exercise, so I don't think that we're tasked with finding an object or location. That is good to know, Ibara weighed her words. When you say the answer lies within, what have you thought about that? We saw Yui and Mina both use their quirks to their full ability the other night, Momo recounted, and yet, both were practically knocked out by quirk exhaustion afterwards. It was as if the bounds placed on our abilities were loosened during a critical moment, only to re-tighten afterwards. It is a group exercise, whatever form it takes, Ibara replied. Perhaps we all have to succeed at our goal at once. That's only if it's a measurable, discrete event. Momo thought about the previous ruses and schemes their teacher had pulled. Now that I think on it, though, I imagine the exercise will continue until we all meet the goal, as you said. Whether or not it's something that's even possible to achieve simultaneously, I cannot say. You know your teacher, Aizawa-sensei, better than most, right? Ibara inquired. Well, you and Izuku. That's my understanding, at least. That's right, Momo nodded. During the war, Izuku and I were often closer to him in operational planning than most other people were. In that case, it's probably something to do with heroics, Ibara assessed, rather than personal development, per se. Why do you think so? Aizawa-sensei doesn't know you, Setsuna, or myself well enough to set goals based on our personal character, Ibara explained. But, from communicating with Kan-sensei, he'd have a grasp of our shortcomings or areas to improve as heroes. That's an excellent point. Momo turned the possibility over in her head. What are your areas of improvement, if I might ask? Being more flexible, Ibara answered honestly, particularly when it comes to methods of combat which are somewhat on the morally dubious side. Fighting dirty. That's one way of putting it, yes, Ibara agreed. While I don't exactly relish the thought of putting such skills to the test, I must admit, my time here has opened my eyes to how restrictive I was being towards myself. I imagine that my newfound open-mindedness will carry over into less enjoyable activities, such as fighting. Yes, you've certainly come a long way, Momo thought. It was only a few months ago when I couldn't imagine speaking with you for this long without getting annoyed, or you getting judgmental about something. My own shortcoming is somewhat similar, Momo admitted. While I've improved on some of my other weaknesses, I still tend to plan and analyze the situation ahead of time, rather than being able to adapt to changing circumstances. Well, these circumstances, Ibara gestured towards the back of the cabin, which was still partially collapsed from the tree that had hit it, are certainly in flux all the time. I would say you've handled the task admirably. That's just it, though, Momo realized. It's just like in the war. Izuku and I sit around and come up with plans, then we work to put them into action, only for something unforeseen to come along and ruin the whole thing. She sat up straighter, as she had a realization. Perhaps that is my task. Momo felt excited about the possibility of the exercise concluding. It could be that I am supposed to stop planning, to learn how to be reactive instead of proactive. This sounds an awful lot like a previous revelation of yours, I am sorry to say. Ibara reined her in a bit, when you believed that the solution could be that you and Izuku should step out of a leadership position. It's not quite the same, Momo argued. What I'm thinking is this: every time that we come to a comfortable status quo here, something changes. It's been the weather so far, but then there was that mudslide, and it seemed almost as if it were designed to be inconvenient rather than truly life-threatening, did it not? There did seem to be a hand guiding its actions, Ibara agreed, though, personally, I would argue the same of natural disasters in our world. Well, I don't want to delve too deeply into the theological implications, Momo thought, but since this world is likely the creation of that man from the village, that would make him the god of this universe, would it not? I wouldn't use that term, Ibara winced a bit, but as a title, it may not be inaccurate. In that case, I think my next effort will be to try and stop planning for the future, Momo decided. I'll try to focus on solving problems as they arise, rather than preventing them in the first place. I suspect that this world might make such an undertaking impossible, the more I think of it. It seems as good an idea as any, Ibara nodded. My own task, I'm sorry to say, is much easier than that. I simply have to continue enjoying worldly forms of pleasure, such as friendship, or drinking alcohol with the rest of you, and this does not seem overly difficult to struggle through. And Izuku, Momo teased. Pardon? Enjoying forms of pleasure, you said. Momo smiled, and sure enough, the vine-haired woman blushed fiercely and hid her hands, but she didn't launch into a tirade about Momo's implications. That too, Ibara admitted it, in fact. If it makes you feel any better, Momo reassured her, I think it's come as a bit of a surprise to all of us. Well, except for Akiko, of course. He's a lovely surprise, Ibara sighed. He sure is, Momo agreed. 3 months, 2 weeks, and 5 days since arriving Izuku, he wandered around the outside of the cabin, his chin tucked into his hand, deep in the midst of a mutter storm. The girls had barred him from doing any more to work on repairing the roof of their cabin, and as much as he felt the drive to make himself useful in some way, he had to admit that they might have had a point. It wasn't that Izuku didn't trust the others to carry out their tasks. All of them are future heroes, incredibly capable ones. But rather, that he had an ongoing need to prove that he belonged among their number. Forcing me to sit back and let other people take care of problems sounds exactly like an Aizawa ruse, Izuku reasoned. As much as he felt kind of silly for complaining about not being allowed to work as much as he'd like, Izuku had to admit that it was kind of boring to have nothing to do when everyone else was occupied. Ibara, Setsuna, and Momo were on roof duty. Akiko and Mina were out foraging, and you is not up to much right now. Why don't I go see if she wants to hang out? Izuku continued his wandering in a vaguely inside-ward direction, and sure enough, when he popped his head in the cabin, Yui was sitting on the couch, a slightly confused expression on her face as she watched the other 3 repairing the roof. Hey, Yui. Izuku called to her, and gave a little wave that he immediately regretted as terminally dorky. Wanna go spar or something? You pondered the idea, definitely. Ooh, sparring, hey. Setsuna's head floated over towards Izuku, you two have fun. He could practically hear the wink in her voice. Wait, is that what Yui thinks I just invited her to do? Izuku supposed he wasn't opposed to the idea, but he'd been pretty comfortable with the pace set to date in the garden, where it was the women of the island who initiated certain activities. With Yui, it seemed that she was very much hoping that he would initiate instead, and the idea frightened Izuku a little bit, if he were honest with himself. I'm pretty sure that she'd want something more enthusiastic than suppose I'm not opposed. On top of that, this thought immediately led Izuku to another one of his more anxious habits, overthinking. Oh God, is she even going to be into it? I mean, she had fun the one time that we hooked up, but that was after she took charge of that situation. Does she think I'm not into it, because I haven't made a move yet? Is not being brave enough to make a move a sign that I'm not into it enough? He pondered that last idea, and then discarded it. While Izuku was definitely a bit nervous about what getting rough would entail, he knew for sure that he was very much attracted to Yui, and something about the idea of trying something a bit kinkier than his usual did appeal to him on some level. Wait a sec. What if being confident enough to follow my instincts without overthinking is the lesson I'm supposed to learn here? Izuku still doubted that Aizawa had had any particularly romantic designs in mind when he'd sent the students to the place that would eventually be known as the garden, but even if the context was wildly off a typical lesson plan, Learn when to trust your gut was another example of a ruse that Aizawa might plausibly have pulled. Okay. You can do this. It's not like you haven't already done stuff together, so there's no need to make this into some kind of big deal if it isn't for Yui. When Yui joined him outside, Izuku had made up his mind. Instead of walking over to their training ground, which, Izuku just realized, was probably a mud pit at this point anyways, he walked vaguely in the direction of the love shack. So, I was thinking, Izuku caught his own stammer, and forced his nerves to stay quiet for a bit. Instead of sparring today, would you maybe want to go to fellow Vishak with me? Oh, Yui hummed, I thought that was the plan already. Yeah. Izuku laughed off the very idea that he might have missed the obvious signal that he'd given her. At the time, it's just, getting confirmation ahead of time is important, right? Right, Yui agreed, like Setsuna talked about. With obtaining consent ahead of time. She walked past him, lost in thoughts of her own, and Izuku followed after her, in the direction of the love shack. I suppose I should ease into it. Yui explained, not start things off at their most intense. I'm good with spanking, great with choking, but let's leave BND off the table for now. Great, Izuku's stutter wasn't due to nervousness for once. I don't think I'm ready for anal either. And no water sports. I don't, know what that means. Izuku held up his hand to forestall her explanation. I was thinking, well, just secretary. Maybe a bit rough. I dunno. Oh, you didn't exactly seem disappointed, but she did look a bit surprised. My apologies. Once again, I thought that went without saying. Yes, I'd quite like for you to F me. Yeah. Yui stepped inside the love shack, and Izuku paused to flip the sign over, then followed her in. Very much, you confirmed. I was getting impatient, actually. Well, Izuku scratched the back of his head. Let's try and make up for it, then. Yui nodded once. I think I'll just use pineapple as my safe word, she continued. Setsuna picked a good example. If I can't use my mouth, I'll tap out 3 times. Right, yeah, that sounds great, Izuku agreed rapidly. He wasn't sure why tapping out would be necessary, but he understood the concept of safe words thanks to Setsuna's prior explanation, at least. Okay. Yui smiled, then stood stationary in the middle of the room. Oh, right, Izuku walked towards her, and tried to fake doing so in a confident manner. She'll want me to take control of her. As soon as he was close enough, Izuku reached out to pull Yui into his arms, and started kissing her fiercely. She let out a little and immediately opened her mouth to allow his tongue inside, as the two started to make out sloppily. Izuku let his hands slide down her back, took a breath, then grabbed her but forcefully, pulling her against his front even more forcefully than he already was. She does have a great butt, though. Yui hummed happily against his lips, and, feeling emboldened, Izuku lifted one of his hands from her rear end, then started to slide it up the bottom of her shirt. He traced over her bare skin, until his fingers brushed against the underside of her breasts. As soon as he felt the contact, he shoved his hand further up her shirt, and began to grope at both of her melons at once, alternating between each of the pair with his one hand. Yui mumbled to him. Izuku rolled one of her nipples, which were jutting out from her breast, already stiff from his attention, between his finger and thumb, then pinched her lightly, and twisted the smallest degree. Yui stopped kissing him and pulled back, and Izuku feared he'd done something wrong. That's a good start, Yui said, instead, but you can get rougher with me. I can handle it. Okay, step it up, Izuku. He commanded himself. You need to give her more of what she's asking you to do. He lifted his hand off her butt, then brought it back down firmly, spanking her hard enough that the slap echoed through the cabin. Izuku then proceeded to start pushing her gently towards the bed, kissing her with each stumbled step they took. Izuku didn't shove her into the bed, but he guided her on top of it a little bit more forcefully than he normally would have. Yui propped herself up on her elbows, and looked at him expectantly. Izuku didn't waste any time in leaping on top of her, both of his hands at the base of her torso. As he kissed her again, he started to slide her shirt up her belly, then over her breasts. As soon as her melons were exposed, Izuku craned his head down to start kissing and sking them. He lavished his tongue over one NPL, then the other, making his appreciation of her assets very thoroughly known. She's got great melons, too, he thought, as he mashed his face between said beefs. She's just gorgeous all around. Enough FLY, Yui reached down and grabbed his junk, and Izuku was glad that he was already mostly hard. Considering the brief murmur of appreciation she made, he landed firmly on the "it's a good thing I'm getting hard" side of the fence. "It's time for you to F me already," Yui concluded. Izuku was confused, both with what to do, and with the fact that Yui was being so demanding, despite insisting that she wanted him to be in control of the scenario when they had secretary. Izuku tried to think about what he should do, and came up at a loss. Obviously, starting sec itself was what Yui wanted, but that was also what Izuku had thought he was doing. It was clear that his definition of aggressive or rough was a lot less severe than Yui's. What would someone confident do in this situation? He tried to think of his usual examples of confident people, then immediately stopped those thoughts. It'd be weird to think of All Might during secretary. So weird. Okay, another example. It would have been even weirder, somehow, to think of either Bakugo or Endeavor, other confident people Izuku used as examples for himself at times, so instead, Izuku thought about the different women on the island. What would Setsuna or Mina do if Yui was being like this with them? The image that flashed through his mind with that question did an extremely good job at erasing his earlier, more awkward thoughts. They wouldn't let her get away with it. They'd fire back, somehow. Izuku reached down and grabbed each of Yui's hands by the wrists, then brought them up and over her own head. "I thought you wanted me to do what I want to you," Izuku asked, but he forced himself to turn it into a rhetorical question, rather than a genuine one. "Yes," Yui said, "but that's during secretary. This isn't secretary." "Not yet," Izuku agreed, "but it's what I want to do." He shifted so that he pinned both of her wrists against the bed with one hand, then trailed his other hand down her bare torso. This time, when he paused to tweak at one of her nipples, he was a bit less gentle about it. Yui shuddered, and her chest rose into the air enticingly as she took a gasping breath, and, most importantly, she didn't make any form of protest or tell him to stop. "Okay, I can do this. Just pretend like it's sparring, except instead of hitting each other, it's a different kind of aggression." Izuku released her NPL, and, without hesitation, gripped the waistband of Yui's shorts which she still wore, despite the increasingly cool weather. He yanked downwards, and although their position didn't allow him to get them any lower than her thighs, his action still exposed more than enough skin for what he had in mind. When Izuku brought his hand back up, he let it glide between Yui's legs, grazing softly over her secretary. His fingers came away wet, even from that briefest moment of contact, and Izuku realized that she was absolutely, completely drenched. "Stay still for a second," Izuku ordered, and pretended like he was giving directions in a spa so that he could stay confident. As Yui listened to him, he lifted his hand off of her wrists, then hurriedly removed his own shirt, and shoved his breeds off. Once he was naked, he pulled Yui's shorts all the way off her legs, though her shirt remained wrapped around the top of her chest. He planted one of his hands back on her wrists, and shuffled up the bed, until he knelt between her legs. With his other hand, he firmly grasped his manhood, and gave it a couple quick strokes so that he was all the way hard. "Is this what you want?" Izuku angled himself so that the tip of his PP slowly dragged up between her lips, and he had to suppress a lustful shudder as he focused on staying in control of his motions. Is it?" Izuku continued the lazy up and down rather than in and out movement, stroking her PP with his PP without actually penetrating her. "Yes." Yui nodded rapidly. "F me." Izuku tilted his hips forward, just enough to prod at her entrance without making it inside. "Should I?" "Stop teasing me," you ordered. "F me. Now." Izuku pushed forward a tiny fraction further, and his head slipped inside her, which caused both students to let out a small, shuddering gasp. "Harder. Give me more. All of it. Come on," you whined. "What if I want to take it slow?" Izuku teased. "Izuku." Yui begged now, "Please. F my salty little PP, make me come." Right, that's definitely dialogue straight from a porno she watched, Izuku realized, It doesn't really work in real life. I really think that she's got more in mind than she can actually handle. Luckily, in the scenario that Izuku had unintentionally started roleplaying, the whole teasing and denial aspect worked in his favor. It made any brief moments of hesitation or uncertainty on his behalf look like part of the game that he'd started to play. Izuku lifted his hand off his PP and moved it up to place his index finger over her lips, maybe if you ask politely. Please, Izuku. You actually gave him puppy dog eyes, please F me. Okay, that's both super adorable and actually kind of hot. That's better. Izuku encouraged her and started to slide his PP further inside her. Unlike with Momo or Okiko, Yui didn't seem to need as much time to accommodate his size, so Izuku's movement carried forward slowly, but inevitably, until he bottomed out inside her with that single move. She feels really good, he thought. Yui was incredibly wet, and Izuku could have sworn that he felt every fold inside of her as he had pushed into her. He pulled his hips back, then, when he'd almost popped free from her pleasurable grasp, Izuku lingered in that position, rather than moving forwards again. Yui begged in hitching syllables, please. Be patient, Izuku taunted her, as he realized a way that he could be rough without worrying about hurting her. Good girls get what they want, bad girls don't. Sure, that's a horribly inappropriate rephrasing of an old heroes and villains educational video. Izuku could have winced at himself, but I'm going to ignore that for now. This is working. Izuku placed his index finger back on Yui's plump lips, and, just like he'd kind of expected, she immediately latched her lips around his digit, sking and liking passionately at him. He decided to reward her by plunging his hips forwards in one powerful move that reached all the way inside of her. MMMF. Yui ***'. Izuku set a quick pace right from the beginning, as he figured that intensity would be more Yui's preference rather than a marathon session. Izuku, for his part, was entranced by the sight of her. Her eyes were closed as she ***'d around his fingertip, her plump, pink lips looked fantastic wrapped around his finger like that, and her bias swayed enticingly with every movement he made. Resolving himself to give her everything that she'd hoped for within reason, Izuku doubled his force, so that each movement of his hips ended with a plap, plap, plap noise as his hips pummeled her thighs. Speaking of which, she's got great thighs, too. You started to more and more as Izuku went faster and faster, until every one of his moves was aggressive enough to make her melons bounce against his chest as he leaned down over her. Niche. She groaned a long exhalation, and Izuku felt her tighten around him. Instead of pausing, as he usually would, he maintained a stubborn pace even though her PP clenched and spasmed, which only seemed to heighten the experience for Yui, if the way her mouth hung open and her tongue lolled out against his finger were any indication. Heightened the experience, Izuku mused. Izuku lifted both his hands free of her. Are you going to be good now? He asked. Okay. Izuku leaned down. Wrap your arms around my shoulders. Hold on tight. Once she did so, he shoved his hands against the bed, lifted Yui into the air, and clambered to his feet, still inside her as she clung to him. Izuku placed both his hands on her butt, at the point where her legs met her hips, and carefully, experimentally, bounced her up and down once. Oh wow, Yui huffed her approval. Izuku grinned, and with that in mind, continued to bounce her up and down in midair. Her legs, which had been wrapped tightly around the back of his, started to splay open and flail freely in the air, as Yui made a steady stream of MMMS and gasps every time gravity brought her back down on Izuku's PP. Once he got the hang of the rhythm, Izuku started to pump his hips forward every time she came down, and if his earlier level of intensity had been high, this was a whole new peak for him. I've seen this in porn a couple times. Izuku was far from an expert on the subject, but it's good to know it works in real life too. With the pace he was setting, and the way that Yui's PP fluttered around his PP in an apparently constant stream of orgasms, Izuku knew that he wasn't going to last much longer. Instead of trying to stave off his 𝐶LMX, he gave in to the feeling, and felt heat coiling through his belly steadily as he continued to slam Yui onto his PP. Getting close, Izuku announced. You groaned, put me down. Izuku hesitantly lifted her free of his PP entirely, then set her on her feet. As soon as her feet touched the floor, Yui sank down to her knees and reached out to start stroking his member with fervent intensity. "Come on my face," Yui explained. "Oh, F." Izuku groaned at her blunt sensuality, and within moments, he did just that. 4 thick jets of cum splattered all over Yui's face, dripping down her chin, coating her lush lips, and even smearing up over her forehead. "F yeah," Yui muttered, and Izuku couldn't help but chuckle in a satisfied way as he staggered back to the bed and slumped to a seat. "Was that good?" Izuku asked her. "And yeah, it was." Yui flopped to sit beside him, apparently completely unconcerned with the fact her face was still covered in cum. "You can get rougher than that, even. But I liked it. Especially when you picked me up." "I liked that too," Izuku confirmed, and then he watched in awe as Yui made a show out of running her tongue all over her lips, cleaning herself in the most pornographic way possible. He felt his pee-pee twitch from the sight alone. You must have noticed, because she stared at him with an intense look in her eyes. Round 2. "Gimme a couple minutes," Izuku chuckled, "then, yeah." Yui wiped the rest of her face clean with her hands which she liked clean, then snuggled into Izuku's side. The pair lay down together as they took a breather, content to just be beside each other for the moment. 3 months and 3 weeks since arriving Okiko, Mina grumped, "There's nothing left here." Mina and Okiko had ventured out to harvest a load of fruit, as was their new responsibility that week, but it seemed like the suspiciously fast growth patterns in the garden had changed. One of their usual places to harvest mangoes was absolutely barren, where it had been lush with fruit only a couple of weeks before. "You is gonna be disappointed," Okiko hummed. "I don't think she'll notice," Mina teased. "Girl's been on cloud 9 the last couple days, if you haven't noticed." Okiko had, in fact, noticed, and the cause wasn't difficult to put together. Then again, Deku had always been very open with her whenever he had an experience with another girl, so it wasn't like this knowledge exactly came as a surprise, especially since you literally called dibs. She continued to carefully monitor herself for signs of jealousy or possessiveness resurfacing, and continued to find signs of those feelings completely and utterly absent. While it wasn't like Yui was one of Okiko's best friends, it was impossible not to get close with someone after spending nearly 4 months in daily contact with them, and Okiko had found that she had a fondness for the quiet, black-haired woman, if nothing else. It didn't hurt that she found Deku's awkward, stuttering way of recounting his various adventures to be more than a little endearing. Also not a bad thing, the way that I find the idea of him with another woman so exciting, she recognized. "Well, since Yu has taken her turn," Okiko decided to tease Mina back. "Doesn't that mean you're up next?" "Am I?" Mina planted a finger against her chin in thought. "I mean, I wasn't exactly keeping track that well, but I think that is fair game for anyone." "Now, right. I did think the taking turns thing was a little silly," Okiko nodded. "That's just because you like showering," Mina sang, as she bounced over to Okiko. "You must be absolutely thrilled that is finally with Momo, hey?" "Of course I am," Okiko agreed. "Momo's great. And a babe." Mina giggled, "That lucky boy." "And lucky me," Okiko giggled along with Mina, which eventually prompted a curious look on the Pinkette's face. It wasn't that Okiko and Momo intended to keep their relationship a secret or anything like that, it just hadn't come up in a natural way yet. Truth be told, Okiko was also more than a little nervous about publicly giving the whole, "So, I'm kinda sorta maybe trying out dating girls now" speech. Wait a minute. If there was anyone who'd be helpful to ask, it would surely be Mina or Setsuna, considering that they must have gone through the coming out ordeal at some point. "You're just jealous that you aren't dating Momo too," Okiko said it with a light-hearted, teasing tone, a way to breach the topic without being too obvious about it, she thought. "I'm not jealous." Mina whined. "I mean, envious, maybe." "Yeah, Momo's absolutely and incredibly gorgeous," Okiko nodded along enthusiastically, "but I'm with Set. So my whole bisexual menace desires are satisfied, you know." "Was it hard?" Okiko inquired. "That is, I mean when you came out to people. I don't think you'd ever mentioned it before we got here, and you and Set got together and all." "It wasn't that bad." Mina answered. "You actually witnessed my whole coming out story, yeah. That was the first time I really acknowledged it." "Really?" 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 wasn't expecting that, that's surprising. No judgment or anything, of course, I just figured that you'd come out to someone before that. I think it took me a while to figure out, for sure, Mina smiled. I mean, yeah, looking back, I've always been bi, but it wasn't until Set called me a straight girl that I really knew for certain. I couldn't help but think no, that's not true when she said it, so, yeah. Well, we all support you too, obviously. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 nodded mostly to organize her own thoughts. I guess I'm just curious. Abuyu. Mina rested the side of her head on 𝐒𝐭𝐴's shoulder as they stood side by side. Well, it's interesting. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 definitely wasn't ready to just come out and say it quite yet. Like, what did you figure out when you looked back on it, or however you said it? Oh, well, Mina slung an arm around 𝐒𝐴's back in a friendly embrace. Like, just a few things were kinda different when I thought about them in that light. It's nothing creepy, I promise. It's not like I've been secretly harboring crushes on all of you. You haven't. 𝐒𝐴 sighed and feigned being wounded, and here I thought I was a bodacious bootied babe, or whatever you called me last week. You absolutely are. Mina dropped her hand as if she was going to squeeze 𝐒𝐴's but for emphasis, then hesitated, and lifted it back to 𝐒𝐴's shoulder. It's just, a lot of people assume that bisexual people are constantly trying to sleep with everyone, you know. I trust you girls, and I know that you all wouldn't stereotype me like that, but I don't want to play into stereotypes either. Or something. I dunno, 𝐒𝐴 shrugged. I kinda think it would be more uncomfortable, in some way, if you felt like you had to change your behavior just because you came out. I dunno. I'm really not the expert on this. Like, what do you mean? I can't find the right words, I think. 𝐒𝐴 tried her best to. I mean, you've always been flirty and friendly with pretty much everyone, right? If you stopped that just because you came out, it'd feel like something changed, yeah. I don't want you to have to change for us. Well, I don't want to make you girls uncomfortable, either. Mina hummed in thought. I dunno. I guess it just feels like, if I flirt with you guys beyond silly compliments and stuff, it feels different. How so? Like, you remember how I used to play around in the locker room, smack your butts with my towel, and stuff like that? That's hard to forget, 𝐒𝐴 teased. I'm surprised I don't have a dent in my butt from how often you whipped me with a towel. That's the thing. Mina sounded a little upset, so 𝐒𝐴 wrapped her own arm around her friend's shoulder, and brought her into a full-blown hug. If I did stuff like that now, it'd be kind of Minetarish, wouldn't it? It's not like you made me uncomfortable before, 𝐒𝐴 reassured her. I don't exactly like getting towel whipped, but it doesn't creep me out. But that was before I knew for sure I was into girls, Mina explained. And now, looking back, maybe I was a bit too interested in all your butts. I don't mind, 𝐒𝐴 admitted. You have my permission, you can still smack my butt. Sometimes. When I'm not doing something important, thanks. Mina cheered up a bit. I guess I just don't want our friendship to get confusing. Why would it? Well, we're gonna be sleeping with the same guy. Mina waggled her eyebrows, so if I get flirty with you too, might kinda seem like I'm angling for a three-way or something. So, 𝐒𝐴. Mina blushed a purple color. Don't tempt me like that. Oh. Wait. Are you saying? Would you seriously be down for threesomes with him? Oh, definitely. 𝐒𝐴 leaned in towards her friend's ear. Wanna know a secret? Girl, you know I am literally all about gossip. We've already had own. 𝐒𝐴 sang the words, then broke down into a fit of giggles. And I don't mean the time with you and Set. Spill. Mina turned to grab 𝐒𝐴 by the upper arms. That's way too juicy to leave like that. Nope. 𝐒𝐴 popped the P in imitation of Mina's habit. You're gonna have to torture yourself with not knowing the details. Ooh, you're awful. Mina stomped her foot petulantly, and a tease. Guilty of that one, yup. Wait just a minute. Mina seemed to think about something. Is that why you were asking me the stuff about me being bi? Like? Sussing me out to see if I'd behave myself in a three-way. I can be good. Promise. Oh, I bet you can, 𝐒𝐴 said in a smoky voice, and smirked as Mina's jaw dropped. Guess we'll have to wait and see, won't we? You're such a horrible tease. I think I'm pretty good at it, actually. How the tables have turned. Mina mimed being in great pain. The teaser has become the teased. You like it? 𝐒𝐭𝐼 insisted. Nah, Mina pouted. 𝐒𝐭𝐼 argued. The pair of women continued making various not-quite-words noises at each other as they made their way to the next fruit grove, and 𝐒𝐿𝐼 had to admit that their conversation had helped to clear things up a bit. The final part of their talk had also proved to be surprisingly intriguing. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 was shaken from her thoughts when something cold and wet landed right on her nose. Is that a snowflake? 3 months, 3 weeks, and 1 day since arriving Izuku winter hadn't really started yet, but it was clear that after the rain, cold weather was the next challenge that the garden was going to throw at them. The night had been chilly enough that Izuku almost missed the times when it was practically too hot to sleep. Then again, it's not like there aren't benefits to the cold. 𝐒𝐼 had decided to join him in bed that night, and she'd been a lot cuddlier than usual, to the point that she practically clung to Izuku like a koala the entire time. He certainly didn't mind this state of affairs, as her proximity kind of helped to reassure him as well, despite his concerns about the exercise they were supposed to complete. When he awoke in the morning, it was to a near faceful of reddish-brown hair, as 𝐒𝐼 was tightly pressed into his side, with her head resting on his chest. Izuku still had one of his arms wrapped around her too, and he was pleased to note that somehow, he'd avoided waking up with an entire limb full of pins and needles. He pressed a kiss into the top of 𝐒𝐼's head, and she hummed happily in her sleep as she wiggled a bit closer to him. It was enough to wake her up, but for her, waking up was always a whole process that took a while to complete. Morning, 𝐒𝐼 drawled, when she'd finally gathered together enough wakefulness to speak. Good morning. Izuku smiled as he watched her yawn. How'd you sleep? Amazing, 𝐒𝐼 snuggled back into him. I could go for more, to be honest. I think I'm pretty much awake now, sorry to say. Izuku chuckled at her little mirth noise of protest. You can catch a couple more hours, if you'd like. I don't think we'll exactly have much to do today. No, I'll get up, she protested, and stretched into another yawn. Let's just cuddle for a bit, K. Izuku would have been a fool to argue against that idea, to say nothing of the way that her chest pressed against his when she'd stretched out like that. That sounds great to me. He smooched the top of her head again, and she wrapped both arms around him and nestled in even closer. What are you doing today, anyways? 𝐒𝐼 asked after a long, comfortable silence had passed between them. Honestly, not sure yet, Izuku answered. If it's gonna start snowing, we might have to move. I don't think the cabin would stand up to a heavy snowfall, if the rain was any indication. 𝐒𝐼 grumbled. Well, I'm sure it'll work out. We've got Deku looking after us, after all. Let's not forget about Uravity, Izuku teased, or, Creati, Lizardy, Rule, Vine, and Acid Queen. Izuku thought that Mina's new hero name suited her much better than Pinky'd. Sure, she was certainly pink, but there was more to her than the color of her, well, everything. That's right, 𝐒𝐼 agreed. We're a pretty capable bunch, I'm pretty sure that we can handle a liel snow. We've dealt with way worse. We sure have, Izuku muttered. Even though this isn't really a dream world, not really Vacationland anymore, it's still not anything that bad compared to some of what we've already gone through. Wonder if that's on purpose, 𝐒𝐼 hummed in thought, like, this place has challenges, but it's not really dangerous to us, right? Probably, Izuku agreed. I still haven't figured out how we actually get out of here, but if we had to choose somewhere to be stuck for a few months, this really isn't all that bad. And we still have time to have fun. 𝐒𝐼 crawled up Izuku's body, and he had to smile at the mischievous smirk on her face. Isn't that right, Deku? It sure is, Uravity, he joked. 𝐒𝐼 leaned down and kissed him, and he returned the gesture with enthusiasm. It really is kind of amazing, when I think about it, Izuku mused. When I first came here, I hadn't so much as kissed a girl. Now I'm on the road to having 6 sort of girlfriends. While part of him still didn't really believe that it was possible to be this lucky, Izuku had started to feel like there was actually something natural in the way their dynamics had evolved as a group, even though it was in the midst of a blatantly artificial situation. Mina and Setsuna make sense together, he thought of one example, but, in a lot of ways, the fact that Momo and 𝐒𝐼 have found a new depth to their bond also just feels right, somehow. He found that he was much more comfortable accepting the fact that he was part of a wider group relationship, rather than finding himself in the baffling scenario where a bunch of women all wanted to be with him and nobody else. Heck, I wonder if Yui and Ibara might wind up getting involved, somehow, he pondered. When it comes to Sek, at least, Ibara's referenced wanting to be in control, and Yui wants to be controlled, that seems like it just kind of fits. Izuku hadn't voiced this kind of speculation to anyone, but it wasn't like he was keeping it a secret or anything. He just found that it was nice to be able to watch other relationships grow and bloom without him needing to meddle in them. Not that Izuku planned to be a passive participant in their unconventional 7-person arrangement. He might have been a fool in many ways, but even Izuku wasn't foolish enough to ignore the 6 appealing women who wanted to be in his life in different ways. Speaking of which, Izuku trailed his hands down Okiko's back and gave her but a healthy squeeze as they continued kissing. Okiko made a pleasant noise. That's nice, but don't get me too riled up, mister. If we've got things to do today, I can't exactly wear you out before you even get started. I'm sure I have the energy for both, Izuku argued. We'll see, Okiko giggled. If you're still ready to go later tonight, then, yeah, let's have one last hurrah in the love shack before we move. He hadn't even considered that finding a new residence might put a damper on the more NTMT ways that several of his relationships had developed. The more he thought about it, however, the less of an issue it seemed. Izuku wasn't entirely convinced that privacy was going to continue to be a pressing concern if things continued in the way they had. Izuku kissed Okiko again, then reluctantly released his grip on her butt. You're the best, you know. Izuku smiled happily as Okiko returned to snuggling against him mostly innocently. Nah, Okiko laughed, you are. We both can be, I suppose, Izuku chuckled. After all, everyone else here is the best in their own ways, too. They sure are. Okiko ran a single finger along Izuku's jawline. We're all lucky to have you as our shared boyfriend, or whatever you want to call it. I think I'm the lucky one, Izuku teased her, continuing their back-and-forth compliments. But then again, maybe you've got me and Momo now, after all. I think you're still luckier, Okiko giggled, because you've got both of us. Can't argue with that, Izuku smiled. Good, she kissed him again. It almost sounds like you've finally accepted that we care for you, doesn't it? I think I have, Izuku agreed, and I wouldn't change a thing. 3 months, 3 weeks, and 2 days since arriving Momo Izuku and Momo stood outside of the potential cave that they'd found in the summer, hemming and hawing about the possibilities that might be contained within. That's a lot of rocks to move, Izuku admitted. I don't think I can even budge the big guy there. Well, Momo hummed, you're thinking of just lifting it and carrying it away, aren't you? Yeah. Izuku muttered, how else would you get it out of the way? Momo giggled at his straightforward mindset. For someone so analytical with everyone else's capabilities, Izuku still tended to default to brute force when it came to his own hyperversatile quirk. We'd dig out some of the earth beside it, there, she pointed, then push from the other side to tilt it over. By using leverage and stacking wood underneath the side we elevate, it's possible to move stones weighing many tons using only human levels of strength, rather than superhuman. Really? Historians believe that is how Stonehenge was constructed, Momo explained, a rather primitive technology, actually, which befits what we have available to us. What Stonehenge? Izuku stared at her eagerly, and Momo felt an abundance of affection towards him and his eagerness to learn from her. It's a historical site in England, Momo told him, where a number of large stone monoliths are stacked up in a specific pattern. It's believed to have had religious significance of some sort, but it may even have been used to track solstice patterns, pre-calendars. Neat. Izuku smiled widely. Almost sounds like something we could use here. It's not like the time here follows our calendars at all. Indeed, Momo had noticed that as well. It almost seems like the seasons are on a 2-month CYCL, rather than the more conventional 4 months. Well, if that holds true, at least it will be a relatively brief winter, Izuku grumbled. Are you sure I'm not being too paranoid? Couldn't we try and hold out in the cabin? I can't say for certain whether or not there are other factors at play. Momo suspected there were, but if there are, then I believe that we'll find that we can't get too comfortable with any given status quo. Even if there aren't designed pitfalls, snowfall is much heavier than rainfall. in terms of the stress that the roof would have to bear, I don't think that our cabin is structurally sound enough to survive. Great, Izuku sighed. So we've got to hope that there actually is a cave behind all this, or else we're going to devote a number of days to hauling stones around for nothing. Even if it doesn't turn out to be the solution to our needs, Momo reminded him, I doubt that we will be truly endangered by winter. I think it's likely that there will be some sort of habitat available to us. If this doesn't pan out, we should explore more around the hot springs. Natural heat could be a benefit there, as well. Izuku looked at her with a curious expression on his face. Yes. I think you're learning more of a lesson from this than I am. How do you mean? You're coming up with plans, yeah, Izuku explained, but you're not overcommitting to a single one. You've got contingencies and backups already in mind. I think it's great. Oh, Momo blushed. Well, thank you, Izuku. I wouldn't take this as an opportunity to denigrate yourself, however. I'm not trying to, not really, Izuku shrugged. It's just, like you said, my first thought to facing a problem was how do I lift these rocks with my quirk being weak, rather than trying to think of a solution that doesn't rely on my power. Well, in ordinary times, you're very powerful, after all. Momo reached out to pat his shoulder reassuringly. It's understandable that you would think to rely on your quirk first and foremost, when it's capable of so much. Maybe that's my lesson, Izuku speculated. It could be as simple as don't rely on your quirk so much. That's a very Aizawa sort of thing to impart. Especially considering his own quirk, Momo pondered Izuku's idea. It could be. But I'm not sure if that would apply universally to everyone here. Oh, guaranteed we all have our own lessons to learn, Izuku grumbled. There's no way that Aizawa would plan a whole exercise based around me. Whatever the point of all this is, it's got to apply to all of us, equally. We have plenty of time to worry about the esoteric nature of this exercise, Momo reminded him, but I think we should stay focused on more pressing issues, for now. Right? Yeah, the cave, Izuku nodded. You really think it's worth a shot, moving that giant rock there? It can't hurt, Momo tapped her fingers against her chin. I'd imagine, with the others' assistance, we might be able to move it out of the way by the end of this week. Given the trend with the rainy season, we should have at least that long before the snow begins in fall. I think it's a bit risky to assume there's any real patterns here, Izuku argued. We might have to anticipate that we'll just have to deal with problems as they arise, rather than being able to predict them. I agree. Momo walked over to him and pulled him into an embrace. Luckily, we have your brilliant mind to draw upon. Yours, too, Izuku returned her gesture and wrapped one of his arms around her back. You're twice as brilliant as I'll ever be, you know. Hush, you, Momo giggled, then kissed him. We're all brilliant in our own ways, I think. I'd agree with that, Izuku smiled widely. You're all such amazing people. I'm just lucky to be part of this group. In many ways, I think we're all lucky to have each other. Momo recalled her deepening relationship with Okiko. Even if we wind up taking longer than we should have to finish the exercise, I don't think I'll regret a second that we've spent here together. Let's see how we feel after winter. Izuku leaned in to kiss her that time. But when it comes to spending time with all of you, yeah, I couldn't possibly regret any of that. 3 months, 3 weeks, and 3 days since arriving Okiko, this moving the stone thing would be a lot easier if you and I could use our quirks properly, Okiko grumbled, as she wandered aimlessly around the cabin. We tried, you shrugged. It didn't work. Probably too close to cheating, or something. Indeed, her and Yui had both attempted to apply their unique abilities to the giant stone blocking what they hoped was an entrance to a cave, but despite Yui's feats on the night of the mudslide, she'd barely been able to affect the stone's size at all, and Okiko had found that it was well outside of her current limits to remove the effects of its gravity no matter how hard she strained to bear it. Even worse, the failed attempts to use their quirks had left both Okiko and Yui too exhausted to be of much help with the others' efforts. Both women had retreated back to the cabin to rest, rather than participating in the ongoing earthworks project. They hadn't wanted to sit entirely idle, and so had busied themselves with the relatively low-impact activity of packing up the various beverages and preserved food that they wanted to transport to their new residence, wherever it wound up being. You started to speak. I've been wondering. What part of Kansai are you from? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 didn't see the relevance. 𝐒 prefecture, why do you ask? Oh, Yui hummed to herself, my family's from 𝐒𝐻𝐼, in Chugoku. I was thinking the distance might have been smaller. What, you think we're related or something? Yui nodded. Why? We're pretty similar, Yui replied, same height, pretty much the same proportions, even similar quirks. God, it's going to be a disaster when you meet Todoroki. I'm pretty sure we aren't, 𝐒𝐭𝐽 replied, related, that is. I don't remember any Kodais in our family tree. What was your mom's maiden name? Kajimu. Yeah, nope, not ringing a bell. 𝐒𝐭𝐽 hoped this wouldn't lead to any conspiracy boards about her own parentage in the future. I think it's just coincidence. Anyways, our quirks aren't that similar. You can make things big or small, I just make them lighter. When I shrink things, they get lighter, Yui continued. When I enlarge them, they get heavier. Are you sure your quirk only works one way? Pretty sure, 𝐒𝐭𝐽 nodded. It's, I don't know if I'm using the right term here. Quirk analysis isn't much of my thing, but it's an involuntary activation. I touch something with all 5 fingers, it starts floating. Not much room for me to fiddle with it, really. It's always involuntary. You can't stop it from happening. Nope, 𝐒𝐭𝐽 replied, at least, pretty sure. And it's always 5-point activation. Yui continued questioning her. God, it's like there's 2 Dekus now, 𝐒𝐽 thought fondly, except Yui isn't embarrassed about asking a bunch of questions. You know, 𝐒𝐽 thought back, actually, if I strain real hard, I can use my quirk with only a finger or 2. There you go. There I go. The process you use to activate your quirk with only 1 finger, Yui explained, that's how you can train it. Like, now. 𝐒𝐽 wondered just what Yui was getting at, but she didn't want to discourage the quiet woman, as this was probably the most words they'd ever exchanged in sequence. Well, not now, no. Yui nodded to herself once. When we're back in the real world, I bet you can learn how to make things heavier, too. How would that work? I haven't had a quirk awakening or anything like that. 𝐒𝐽 had enough knowledge of quirk science to have a working grasp of the means by which someone's powers could suddenly grow stronger, but she knew the phenomenon didn't apply to herself. I don't know the particle science, Yui hummed, you'd have to ask Momo. Or maybe Setsuna. Whatever you do to affect gravity, I bet that if you're taking something out of objects to make them lighter, you could put that stuff back in to make them heavier. 𝐒𝐽 had stopped paying attention to her task, and the jar she was holding slipped out of her fingers and rolled under the couch. Oh, you looked at where it went, I'll get it. No, I dropped it, 𝐒𝐽 waved her offer away, I'll find it. Should I lift the couch? Don't bother, I'm sure it's right here. Both of the women wound up on their hands and knees, reaching under the couch to fish around for the jar she'd dropped. Oh God, it's everywhere. Mina cried out as she walked into the cabin. Ay! 𝐒𝐽 didn't see anything spilled, but even if it had, she didn't think that it warranted Mina's reaction. The butt. Mina clarified her intent with a loud smack on each of 𝐒𝐽 and Yui's butts. Mina! 𝐒𝐽 turned to face her friend, we're in the middle of something. Waving your butts around. Mina smirked, sorry to disappoint, I assumed this show was for Midori. No, we're looking up, forget it. 𝐒𝐽 rolled her eyes. Izuku didn't seem very into spanking, you spoke, he only did it to me once, I think. Oh, 𝐒𝐽 felt a blush rise at the topic, and decided to move to a kneeling position, rather than her hands and knees. You've kinda got to warm him up to it. I dunno, I don't think he likes taking initiative that much, when it comes to, secretary. Her gaze traced over Yui's form, still on all fours, bent over to look under the couch. Hell, I'd spank her, 𝐒𝐽 thought, before she smacked her own face to clear those thoughts from her mind. Keep it in your breathes, 𝐒𝐽. She commanded herself, bisexual awakening or not, you don't need to be perving on everyone like that. You should talk to him about that, Charco, Mina jumped in, I mean, look at all that butt. Boy needs to know how to handle it. I know I've got a big butt, Yui hummed, isn't that a good thing? Oh, very yes, Mina chirped, what do you think, Charco? It'd be a bit hypocritical of me to say that big butts aren't nice, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 grumbled, as she fought the urge to hide behind her hands, considering mine and all. Right, that's another thing we have in common. You sat up. I think we've got the biggest butts on the island, actually. I've got to be in the running. Mina bent over to show her own butt off. Besides, can either of you do this? She started to shake her butt rhythmically, wiggling and gyrating in a way that seemed to make it bounce everywhere. I'm missing a show. Setsuna appeared, and practically sprinted over to flop onto the couch. Woo. Take it off, babe. Mina started to do so, until the appearance of the rest of the students made her pause for a moment. Just when it was getting good. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 thought. No. Enough of that. Control your corny. She knew that she was fighting a losing battle. 3 months, 3 weeks, and 4 days since arriving Mina, it had been a surprisingly busy week. After the announcement, from Momo and Izuku, that the students would have to plan to relocate, Mina had been upset at first. Why'd I try so hard to save this dang camp if we have to abandon it anyways? Before she calmed down and realized that the things they were saying made sense. While the cabin was certainly a nice place to stay, Mina wouldn't have bet on it being the warmest, and she didn't want to freeze if the winter got really cold. Apparently, the leader duo figured that a cave would be a better place to spend the winter, and they even thought that they had found one. Mina had never really planned to be a cave woman, but she figured that whole leopard print bikini look from the pin-up days wasn't exactly that far off her usual style. Rather than being concerned for her safety, or even worried about the move putting a damper on her spirits, Mina had something else weighing on her mind. Living in a cave means that we won't be able to use the love shack, she realized, which means that I'll have a terrible dry spell. I haven't even hooked up with Midori yet. She resolved that the time had come to correct that particular oversight, but every time she got as far as planning to approach him with an invitation, she found herself chickening out. I thought I was over that. I fought a mudslide, and won. Instead, Mina found herself stewing on the topic somewhat. She wasn't sure why it somehow seemed more intimidating to approach Izuku than it had with Setsuna. Mina pondered the various causes that could be behind this unforeseen awkwardness. Is it because he's not single? No, I didn't feel weird about watching him have sex, that can't be it. Is it because I'm not as into him as I am with Set? That can't be it, I've got a buying old crush on that green dork. Maybe it's because he's a boy. Mina had already lost her virginity, to Kirishima, of course, when they'd been dating. It wasn't long afterwards that they broke up, because the experience had apparently been enough for her now friend to determine that his sexuality was exclusively oriented towards men, not just partially or even mostly, as he'd believed at the time. It hadn't been great for Mina's self-esteem. She knew there was no risk of the same thing happening with Izuku, but it was also clear to her that this was almost certainly the root cause responsible for her uncharacteristic hesitation. It's lots of fun to flirt with him and get him blushing and everything, she pondered, but I don't want to have to take charge of everything when we sleep together. Mina also knew that Izuku knew what he was doing in bed. She'd literally seen evidence of that fact, but she couldn't quite shake the doubts that lingered in her thoughts. She feared that Izuku might not be physically expressive enough about his attraction to her, which in turn might make her feel undesired. Sure, it made her feel a bit weak in the knees when he complimented her on things like her eyes, but on the occasions where she'd fooled around with him a bit, she'd always had to guide his hands into place on different parts of her body, because he was so worried about overstepping her boundaries. It was sweet, and she logically knew that it was actually a good quality of his, but it also played into her existing insecurities about wanting to be wanted. It doesn't help that Momo and 𝐒𝐭𝐴 are no help at all, Mina grumbled to herself. The vice president, in fact, had been strongly insistent that Izuku wouldn't do anything you don't want to do, while 𝐒𝐿 had promised her that he'll be really sweet, neither of which did anything at all to alleviate her concerns. Mina didn't regret having sex with 𝐒𝐻𝐻 in the past, not at all, but she found herself almost wishing that she hadn't, just so that she could be the same kind of blushy and nervous about having her first time that she'd been back then, instead of stuck in a loop of pushing her own insecurities onto Izuku for no reason. I'm being ridiculous, it's not like it's gonna be Midori's first time. She growled to herself. Thankfully, she was alone at that moment and stomped the ground, frustrated with herself for how mercurial she was being. Get it together, girl. Mina commanded herself. Yeah, you're a bit insecure. So what? Lots of people are. They still have fun. And it's not Izuku's fault that you're like this, I'm sure he's great. Mina resolved that the only way of finding out for sure would be to just go ahead and actually do it. Unless. She realized that while Momo and Okiko hadn't given her the answers she was looking for, there was now a third woman who'd slept with Izuku on the island. I could talk to Yui. She won't be shy about giving me the answers I want. Mina had already decided that she was going to sleep with Izuku. Her feelings wouldn't exactly allow her to ignore the longing she felt for him, but it somehow felt less intimidating if she had an opportunity to express some of her self-doubt to someone ahead of time. I definitely don't want to dump all this on Midori right before we get busy. And it'd just be weird to talk to my girlfriend about this stuff. Yui was, perhaps, the perfect person to solve this self-manufactured riddle of hers. The dark-haired woman was quiet, sure, but she was also completely and utterly shameless, a trait that Mina thoroughly admired. Yeah. Mina felt greatly reassured by the idea alone. Yui will help. Part of Mina wondered if Yui might even be able to suggest things that she could do with Izuku that he hadn't done before, bypassing the whole issue entirely. Ooh, she had an idea, there's a thought. 3 months, 3 weeks, and 5 days since arriving Setsuna onward, noble steed. Setsuna commanded, and kicked her feet in imitation of using spurs. I'm not a horse, Izuku protested, as he carried her piggyback style, and I'm already going onwards. I know, Setsuna teased, I've just always wanted to do that. Setsuna had to admit that she was definitely struggling in the colder weather. While it wasn't like she was actually going to hibernate, or anything that extreme, the general principle of the colder it gets, the sleepier I get absolutely held true. It was at the point where she didn't trust herself to have the energy to manage the walk out to the hot springs and back, so she decided to recruit a particularly strapping young man to assist her in making the journey. While we're there, Izuku spoke as he carried her, I'm going to have a look around, while you're having a bath, and see if there's any caves that we might be able to hide out in. Nope. Setsuna corrected his statement as soon as he made it, we'll do that part first, then you're going to help make sure I get all clean. Oh, she swore that she could feel Izuku's blush. Okay. I'm an awful dirty girl, don't you know? Setsuna leaned forward to nip at his ear, and the way that Izuku shuddered underneath her was enough to make her break out into a cackling laugh. I've heard you make that joke before, Izuku jokingly complained, besides, you can't be that bad. I promise you, I absolutely am, Setsuna insisted. Nah, Izuku turned his head to look into her eyes, you don't stink. That much. Hey! Setsuna kicked her heels against his thighs again. I don't stink at all, thank you very much. No, you don't, Izuku laughed as he agreed with her, but you left that door wide open. There's a first, Setsuna grumbled, you actually taking the opportunity to walk through an open door. You're neglecting my girlfriend, dude. Setsuna laughed. I mean, I'm not actually complaining, but if I were you, I'd jump on that in an instant, and I have. Oh, right, Izuku stumbled over his words. I'd rather wait until Mina takes that step, you know. Not really, Setsuna hummed. I'm pretty comfortable with initiating things, personally. I wish I had your confidence, Izuku admitted. It's always impressed me. Thanks, Green Bean, Setsuna nuzzled against the side of his neck. You're a pretty impressive guy, you know. Trust me, I know I'm a shameless flirt and all, but it's not everyone that I treat this way. I know, Izuku agreed, and I didn't want to imply that. You didn't, she rolled her eyes at his constant fears about offending her. Trust me, dude, if something you say bothers me, I'll let you know, okay? Okay, I actually like you, you know. Setsuna spoke a bit softer, not completely comfortable with the topic, but she decided it was time to have this discussion. That is, yeah, most of what we have in common is that the same girl is into both of us, but I've got to admit, your whole hero thing kind of does it for me. My hero analysis hobby. No, dingus, Setsuna lightly slapped his shoulder, I mean that you're such a hero. Oh, Izuku grumbled indistinctly for a moment, thanks. I don't think it's all that impressive, honestly. It is, and you are, Setsuna corrected him. It's been great having you here, because we can always rely on you. I'm just trying to be helpful. Dude, you punched a T-Rex, Setsuna laughed. Well, kinda. I still don't know what the F the dinosaurs here are supposed to be, but whatever it was, you did a hell of a job protecting me from it. Yeah, that's what anyone would have done, Izuku muttered. Nope. I'm aiming to be a pro hero, and I wasn't brave enough to fistfight a dinosaur. Well, you don't have super strength, Izuku argued. Just, hey, wait a second. I know our quirks aren't working right here, Izuku continued, but, back in the real world, why don't you have super strength? Because that's not my quirk. Setsuna thought it was fairly self-evident. Don't get me wrong, I dig having lizard tail splitter and all, but it's not a bang-bang, punchy-smashy kinda quirk. It could be. Izuku sounded excited. You've got telekinetic control over your body parts, right? Yep. So, Izuku craned his head to face her again, and she saw a gleam of excitement in his eyes. If you split all your body up at once, and controlled every individual piece, isn't your telekinesis stronger than your muscles are? Setsuna pondered the suggestion. Wow, I never thought of it like that. Danjit. I totally could imitate super strength, couldn't I? Izuku nodded his head so rapidly that Setsuna was half worried that he'd managed to dislodge her from his back. See, it's stuff like this I'm talking about, Setsuna told him. You make people better, just by being around them. I'm just a big quirk nerd, Izuku tried to downplay it. I'm sure that you would have come up with that application too. But we didn't, Setsuna smooched the side of his neck. You did. Dork. Yeah, guilty of that. I like it, though, Setsuna nipped with her teeth, on the same spot she just kissed. Put me down for a minute. Izuku did so, and as soon as her feet hit the ground, she turned him around, and planted a big kiss right on his lips. You're pretty freaking amazing, Izuku, Setsuna told him honestly. Don't try and ignore that. Oh, he blushed. Thanks. I'll try. And you're amazing too. Of course I am, Setsuna giggled. Now, pick me up again. We've got some exploring to do before we make out at the hot springs. Oh, that's what we're doing? Izuku asked, as he crouched down so she could clamber up on his back once again. You know it, boy, Setsuna dug her heels into his hips. Now, I'm getting impatient already, so let's see if there's a nice cave or not. Izuku just laughed as he continued carrying her towards their destination. 3 months, 3 weeks, and 6 days since arriving Yusu, Mina dragged the word out well past its breaking point. How was it? Yui wasn't quite sure what she meant. The pair of women had been sent off to gather firewood, since the weather, though cold, had been drier lately. It wasn't Yui's favorite task by any means, but she didn't mind it too much, and she thought that Mina was pretty good company. She enjoyed the contrast between her own somewhat quiet tendencies and Mina's more outgoing nature. It was obvious why Mina and Setsuna were a good match for each other. Both women tended to constantly produce a steady stream of conversation, which took the obligation to talk a lot out of Yui's hands entirely. When you and Midori, Mina knocked her hands together in a quick gesture. You know. Oh, you sought clarification, just in case, when we fed. Yeah, that. It was good. And Yui thought about it for a moment. I would have liked if he was a bit rougher. But it was still nice. Come on, girl. Mina didn't beg, but she came pretty close to it. Spill. I didn't think you'd be shy about the deets. I'm not shy, Yui argued. What did you want to know? Well, I'm thinking of having my time with Midori pretty soon, Mina explained. And, I wanted to know what I was getting myself into. Momo and Okiko just get all blushy and don't talk about it, so I came to you next. Yui pondered her question for a little while. She didn't exactly have the clearest memory of each and every individual moment, considering that when Izuku had lifted her up into his arms and continued fing her in that bold position, she'd basically come non-stop until he'd clenched himself. He's very strong, Yui provided. I imagine he's capable of pretty much any position. Depending on how flexible you are, I guess. Oh, I'm plenty flexible. Mina boasted. Look. She dropped to the ground in the splits, and then proceeded to lay her torso along one of her outstretched legs. It was, in fact, an impressive display of flexibility. That's fun, Yui commented. I'm not that bendy. It's one of my many talents. Mina smiled, then rose from her contorted position. Anyways, I'm getting distracted. You and Midori. Keep talking. Well, you tried to find the right description, he's very giving. Even though I don't think he wanted to get as rough as I did, he seemed to try his best to find a middle ground we'd both enjoy. You've mentioned that a few times now, Mina asked, are you disappointed or something? No, definitely not disappointed, you smiled at the memories, it just wasn't exactly what I pictured. Then again, my fantasies may not have been realistic. What did you dream about? I wanted my first time to be a bit wilder, you described, as if the boy, whoever he was, I never had a very specific person in mind before now, couldn't control his lust for me. Thrown around the room, pounded for hours, all that. Dang, I actually forgot that it was your first time, Mina whistled. No wonder Midori didn't get rough with you. He was probably worried about hurting you. I use lots of toys, you shrugged. It didn't hurt, anyways. He's got a big PP, though. Goddamn, right. Mina smirked. I might not be as much of a size queen as I hear you are, but I'm really looking forward to taking that for a ride. It won't be my first time, Mina commented. Do you think that'll be an issue for Midori? I don't see why it would be, Yui answered honestly. I dunno. I guess maybe it'd be different for him, since all the rest of you, hadn't had it yet. I don't think it has to be some sort of momentous, magical thing, Yui explained her thoughts. I mean, I had a fantasy about it, sure, but I've got tons of chaos. A deflowering scenario makes sense for me. I guess. Mina seemed a bit less certain than she usually was. Does it bother you? It not being my first time. No, not really, Mina sighed. It's just, when I did have sex once, it led to the guy I was with figuring out that he was gay right afterwards. I don't have hard feelings, all the power in the world to Kiri and all, but it didn't feel great, you know. I doubt that's an issue with Izuku. You tried her best to be reassuring, he seems to be very interested in women. Oh. Yeah, no, I'm not worried about that, Mina giggled nervously. I don't even know what I'm saying. I guess I'm just a bit nervous, and that's why I want some intel ahead of time. Like I said, you repeated, he's very caring. If there's something you really want to do, I'm sure he'd try. If there's something you don't want to do, there's no way he would. That's just a description of Midori in general, Mina huffed, and I've heard that already. I want to know what he's like when he's getting busy. I've seen him in action once before, and he looked like he knew what he was doing, but 𝐒𝐿 basically took the lead when me and Set watched them together. You pondered something, maybe he's used to women being more DMNT. I should keep that in mind. Maybe he's got some dom potential still. Yeah, that's actually a good point. Mina bounced closer. I know he didn't get as rough as you wanted, but did he manage to take charge? Or did you have to do everything? Well, it turns out I like to give commands, even when I'm not in charge, Yui hummed, so I don't know. He made me literally beg for his PP, if that helps you. Oh, DMN. Mina turned a purplish color. Yeah, phew, that totally does. What about, like, physically taking charge? Even if he wasn't all super DMT or anything. Absolutely, Yui confirmed. During our first round, he picked me up and fed me in midair. Whoa, Mina breathed out. Okay, yeah, I think I might have been worrying about nothing. Wait, first round. He's got very good stamina, too. Yui reminisced about the second round, which had been slower and softer than the first, but almost as enjoyable, before Mina continued to express herself. Goddamn, I guess I've been missing out. The pink woman kicked at the ground bashfully, and clearly needed a final bit of reassurance. It was fun, you couldn't figure out any other way to put it. I'm looking forward to doing it with him again. I guess it's just something I'll have to do to find out. Mina seemed to be in higher spirits again. Thanks. I'm glad I can talk about this with someone. Me too. You can always talk with me about sex, I don't mind. Yui extended the offer easily. As far as she saw things, it was an interesting topic. Why wouldn't people want to talk about it? I'll remember that. 4 months since arriving Ibara, it had been an exhausting few days, especially for Ibara, but the group of students was now on the verge of discovering whether or not they'd located their new home for the coming months. The giant stone that blocked the entrance of what they hoped would be a suitable cave now tilted precariously to one side, after they'd piled lumber underneath its other corner to lift it into the air. Ibara herself had been responsible for much of the LBR, as her quirks certainly came in handy, both with shoving the stone back and forth, and with inserting wooden planks underneath. There had been a couple of times when they'd miscalculated, and Ibara had lost part of her vines, but it was much better for her to receive such a minor setback when compared to the possibility of one of the others losing a limb. Now that it was the final test, all 7 students had gathered to the far side of the stone, as the other 6 waited to see what would be revealed once it was pushed aside. Ibara rubbed her hands together as if this was necessary for her to prepare, as she anticipated the strain of trying to move a several-ton boulder. Such a task would have been outright impossible were it not for the engineering techniques that Momo had employed, and Ibara was once again grateful for her friend's brilliant mind. "I believe I am ready," Ibara announced. "Please stand back, you 6. You can do it." Okiko cheered. "You've got this, Baba." Setsuna still insisted on using that nickname, and it had almost wrapped around the other side of annoying to become endearing once again. "Don't strain yourself." Izuku provided the voice of caution. Ibara planted her feet, and slowly, cautiously extended her vines towards the stone in front of her. She sent another few smaller lengths into the dirt behind her to anchor herself, and then, when she felt sufficiently steady, she heaved. At first, nothing happened. Then, as she increased her efforts, feeling her muscles straining and shaking from the weight involved, a loud groaning sound began to emanate from the pile of rock and wood. Slowly, but inexorably, the giant boulder tilted to its side, then it finally toppled with a heavy thud that shook Ibara's bones. "Woo!" Mina cheered. "Check it out." Behind the enormous boulder, a pitch-black opening yawned. Their hopes had not been in vain, for it seemed that a cave indeed resided behind the barrier that had blocked it until now. "Don't go in yet," Izuku called out. "We need to make sure it's safe." He and Momo gathered together, and Izuku held up a torch that they'd put together earlier in the week. Momo made a strained expression, but she managed to produce a set of flint and steel, and before long, the pair had lit the torch to a bright flame. "Okay, stand back, everyone," Izuku commanded, as he approached the entrance of the cave. Ibara saw him hold his breath and take a moment to reassure himself before he stepped inside. The flickering light of the torch revealed what very much looked like a single large room, more than big enough to accommodate the 7 students. The cave traveled deep enough that they'd definitely be able to get out of the cold, but rather than descending into the depths of the bedrock of the garden, it terminated at a point that Ibara could just make out by torchlight. Ibara watched as Izuku waved his torch around while staring at the flame, and then, apparently satisfied, he took a deep breath and paused again. "I think it's safe, guys," he called out after the cave passed whatever test he'd just administered. "Come check it out." As a crowd, the 6 women made their way inside, which prompted a number of different reactions. "Dude, this is dope," Setsuna called out. "This'll totally work for our winter hideaway, won't it?" "I was hoping it'd be deeper," Yui opined. "If the wind is blowing, it might not be that warm." "We could set a fire near the entrance," Momo evaluated. "It should be able to burn without filling the cave with smoke." "Not much for privacy, though, hey?" Okiko giggled. "We'll all have to be in real close company for the next while." "I don't mind that," Mina chirped. "Who knows, maybe the love shack will hold up when we want some privacy, him." "I'm more concerned with staying warm than my privacy," Ibara admitted. "I think that this will do just fine." "Yay!" Mina celebrated. "You did it, guys." 3 cheers for Ibara. "That's not necessary," Ibara protested, but Mina's enthusiasm was infectious. "Hooray, Baba." Setsuna clasped her in an embrace. "You did it." "Indeed." Momo nodded. "We would have been out of luck, were it not for your strength. You managed what I couldn't." Izuku approached to join in embracing her. "You're so strong." "Group hug," Mina cried out, then a pink missile latched on to Ibara's midsection. "You all?" Ibara felt an emotion rising in her chest. "You're all too kind." "None of that," Okiko joined in, and wrapped her arms around one of Ibara's. "You're the hero of the day." Ibara became increasingly flustered at not only the praise she was receiving, but the proximity of everyone who'd latched onto her. Even Momo, who was usually more reserved, had approached Ibara from behind to cradle her head. Yui, quiet though she was, had downright clung to Ibara's waist, in the gap that wasn't occupied by Setsuna or Izuku. Ibara felt her heart flutter from the sheer affection she experienced. Truly, she realized that she'd been missing out on these sorts of gestures, back when she'd feared that they'd somehow be improper. Alright, Izuku finally announced an end to the group hug, and Ibara found that she almost missed it once it concluded. Let's get our bedrolls and food and stuff, we might as well spend the rest of daylight setting up here. Yeah. Mina agreed, let's have a cave party. Really break it in, you know. Well, I don't think we can christen it just yet, Setsuna teased. We need to get a little more comfortable with each other before that can happen. Aren't we comfortable with each other already? Ibara wondered. Oh. She blushed as she realized what Setsuna meant by christening. Back then, I would have probably found something to object to about the implication, Ibara realized, but now, all I can think is that sounds somewhat thrilling. Truly, her time in the garden had changed her. Ibara thought it was for the better.